Hey, how's it going tonight, tomorrow? Here, hold on a second while I wait for my co-host to get here. Make sure y'all like the video I'm coming in. I'm shocked I haven't got a whole bunch of dislikes. But yeah, let's get this thing underway, man.
BMT, I feel you, man. Because here's the thing, BMT. You actually discuss policy. We go over there and we discuss policy on your show. You discuss policy on your show, which is what politics are about. Most of these people want to get into politics and they want to clout chase and do all this other stuff with a process that's supposed to be for something, you know? My co-host. Mike, what's going on, man?
Hey, what's going on, MOT? Piece of the piano, piece of the chat.
All right. What we're going to do, Mike, is we're going to talk about what's going on within the space because a lot of people have fried and burned their credibility and they can't do like Ramil, it just go back to talking about women like nothing happened. They actually want to try to make it look like the vote isn't now relevant or any of the other stuff. I mean, you don't have whites out here acting like this. You don't have anybody on TV, not even Fox News is perpetuating the stuff that these dudes are perpetuating right now. And they're all about betting on that specific type of horse, right? But it just goes to show you the level of hypocrisy
I think something happened to MOT. I'll fill in while he's away. So what's happening here is that because the election did not go the way that they thought it should, there's now starting to claim that there's some kind of rigging of the system. And so we covered last night. If you go back through the archive of last night, we covered the idea, not the idea, but the actual fact that the GOP of Florida in July blocked over 700,000 potential votes that could have been on the ballot. Okay, we know that in
but that's
Georgia.
okay.
Yeah,
But
we
that's
know
okay
that in
with that.
Georgia. Yeah, we know that in Georgia, there's a lot of black votes being taken off the list. Okay, we know this. We have the evidence. We provided it twice this week already. And we also know that in Michigan and Wisconsin, black people are being taken off the being taken off the roster as well. Okay, from a voter's perspective. Okay, we've covered all this twice in 1 week. The people who are saying that the election is rigged have not provided this evidence. Okay, they haven't provided anything. They just said, "Well, the votes are coming in slow. Why is it coming in slow?" That's not a credible source of citation to present in an actual discourse. Okay, a political discourse would never sustain itself. I mean, that's all fear mongering. But that's what culture warriors do. Okay, that's what happens. When you don't have anything legitimate to provide from a factual perspective, you go back to cultural talking points about the left is doing this, the left is doing that. In reality, you haven't provided any real evidence. We know that in North Carolina, there were black people being kicked off of the roster as well. But we know that Stacey Abrams in Georgia had to put all these million black people back onto the roster. How do you explain that? How do you explain that? Okay.
It's unreal, man.
None of these people who are saying that the system is rigged were saying that the system was rigged in 2016. They didn't say that.
Same sense of circumstances. It's just that they didn't count the votes then.
Yeah.
The only thing that's different now is that the recount is the count. I repeat, the recount process is the count process. And the only reason why that became that way is because that press conference that Donald Trump made after midnight and before 6 a.m. that was so bad that every single one of the states that was outstanding at the time decided that they were going to do the recount process and count every single vote. And they're not done yet because there's still votes that were postmarked on the day of the election, and all the votes have to be counted by the 12th. In most of these states, they have to be counted by the 12th and really certified by like January 20th. So all this conceding and stuff, that doesn't mean that they stop counting votes. It doesn't. You can concede all you want to, but they're going to count those votes. And what's different during this election than any other election, they just counted all the votes. That's it.
Right.
There's not a problem here. The problem is that everybody should be happy that the people, well, you know, if you believe in democracy, that is, if all the people who voted, the votes got counted, and that's it. I wasn't mad when Trump won at all, because guess what happened? His side came out to vote. And now that we know, there's no way you could be able to poll past people who are hell-bent on doing culture warrior stuff. A lot of people decided to try to stab the country in the back. A lot of people tried to do that in secret.
Yeah.
A lot of people wanted this guy to stay in office, even though they didn't have a reason for him to be there. Most of these people who are talking about politics nowadays, they're only talking about left, LGBT, BLM, BLM, BLM. The only thing they're trying to do is they're trying to create a new Fox News channel. That's what they're trying to do right now.
AM radio and podcasting.
Correct. That's what they're doing. And what they're doing is they're using two things in order to do this. The first thing that they're doing is they're taking an already confused group of people and pumping their head full of culture warrior nonsense. That's the first thing that they're doing. The second thing that they're doing is they're filling your head and they're setting you on a cyclical path that is never going to end. It is no different when Fox News opened their doors in the late 90s. And when you had a young looking Sean Hannity and all those people there, they had one source to get their head filled with a whole bunch of nonsense. And that's what they're going to do to the black male space. They're going to let all these discredited people have free reign to talk online, which is fine. But all these supposedly smart and scholared people still have not put in any work to learn about the political process, any work to learn about the history of the party that they're part of. They have not put in any work yet. It still is not even concentrated on putting in any work.
Yeah.
So what you have to realize, this is what's going on here. Like I said, I looked through these people's catalogs. Hey man, hold on a second.
I sent DC the link and Renaissance Man, and if any, do you want anybody else to come up as well?
No, that's it for now.
All right.
So this is the way democracy is supposed to work. Win, lose, or fail. If you lost to, like, we're on what, day number 3 of the new track record for black men right now. You can tell what the culture warriors want out of black men right now. They're not trying to educate you about the process. They're not trying to do any real analysis of what happened. They didn't cover no debates. They didn't cover the issues that were happening outside of the Platinum Plan, which he never talked about after he gave that plan out. There was no analysis. Nobody was pushing it on the campaign trail, right? There was no analysis. People were not even invested into the process. So we covered all of these things. So you have to realize that these people are going to use their actual voice in order to further sink black men into a place that we're never going to get out of.
Mhm. Yeah, and I want to bring up this point about the rainbow on the left. A lot of the discussion right now is happening around. I can't believe these people are getting into office. I can't believe this is what the left is promoting. These people are well organized. Okay, outside of BLM, they're well organized. They have a lot of grassroots support and financial support on the ground. I watched these people raise money in 45 minutes. They raised $5,000 out of their own pockets. They don't play games when it comes to this. They're taking this very seriously. And so what's happening here is black male conservatives on the right in this space are standing on the sidelines and pointing and taunting, but not understanding that they are well organized and well suited with their backers. Okay, they got into position. You can't do that on the right. You can't come to the right with your talking points and get support. You're not going to get that. That's the difference. I'm not saying I agree with all of the stuff that's happening on the left. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying I voted for these people or anything like that. I'm saying they are following the process. You're not going to be able to do that on the right. As soon as you come up and start talking about as a black male, as a BM, child support affects me, they're going to look at you and just laugh you out of the room. As soon as you say Ronald Reagan is not really a true conservative, you're done. You're absolutely done. They're going to tell you, have a nice day. You have no support on the right in the way that you think you do, because you've already given up your leverage by voting for them without an agenda. That's the Culture Warriors platform. Give them your vote first and then come back and say, well, we'll figure it out later. No, that's not how this works.
Thanks for the $5 super chat, RJ. All right, so this is the thing, and it's going to, like, I'm telling you before it forms, right? Mm-hmm. I'm telling you before it happens. This is what they're going to do. They're going to be the black version of Fox News. They're going to allow all these discredited people to come on their show to draw a crowd, because culture warriors are all about rabble rousing and getting people in an emotional tear. Not for them to take any action, but just for them to stay in a heightened emotional state. Mm-hmm. Just like all these people who watch Fox News. Right now, you can't even talk to them about anything, because every time you ask them a simple question, it's whataboutism. What about Hillary Clinton or Fast and the Furious or some other nonsense?
Hunter Biden's emails.
Yeah, that's what's going to happen. Mm-hmm.
If the Freedom Party, or the party, what's their name? The party that just came out this summer. They just had their first conference in August or something like that. The Party for Freedom, or the Freedom Party, or the Party of the People. They organized and got 120,000 signatures and members. By 2022, their game plan, if you go back on YouTube and watch their conference, they planned on hitting the midterms in 2022. That's organization at its finest, man.
And actually, the Libertarian candidate spoiled it for Donald Trump this time around. I'm not sure who that person is. I've never seen that person on the ballot, but all the margin of error that Trump could have probably won by was eaten up by that person. Yep, but since they're not looking at polls, they're not looking at the actual votes in the states, they're not doing anything. The only thing they're doing is they're just sitting there waiting for a reason to keep trying to re-emotionalize you around what they're actually talking about. It's ridiculous.
Yeah. I mean, we've been covering this all year, shout out to DC for the code breakers. They've been covering it for the last couple of years themselves. And so it's like, at some point, you can't use those talking points anymore, because your track record started from Tuesday. Your track record started from Tuesday. So now you have to own up and say, what's the track record now? The clock is ticking.
Yeah, I mean, like, okay, so right now we're going to keep track of them. What are they organizing for at this point? What are they organizing to do at this point?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, because it got to be something, right? But you see, they used to just get away with doing this stuff over and over again.
Mm-hmm.
Now everybody has reset to zero.
Mm-hmm.
Now everybody has to put their cards on the table and
Mm-hmm.
talk about what they're actually doing for black men.
Mm-hmm.
Me, I'm all about getting your stuff together and being self-actualized. These people, they're about making sure that you stay in a hyper emotional state
Mm-hmm.
while doing nothing.
Mm-hmm.
But throwing your vote away. Because if you go over there with no agenda, they're not going to just give you an agenda once you get over there.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, I realized this when I thought I was a military conservative. And once I got out of the Air Force and started being around actual people who wasn't in the defense industry, I figured out very quickly that I wasn't as Republican as I thought. Because I was in that, that defense industry bubble where you can't say anything, you don't have a voice, and if you raise your voice or ask for anything, they'll kick your ass out and they will ostracize you in a heartbeat.
I thought the same thing.
Me?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I thought the same thing like you in 2012 when I was out there trying to support Herman Cain, and I found out quickly that these people really don't like you. And so I voted for Gary Johnson 2012. And so libertarian. And so this is where we are. I've seen it. MOT, you've seen it. Once you get deeper into that bubble, you're like, oh, wait a second. It's not exactly what they make it out to be. And so these guys are never going to go into the country club, man. Even Mitt Romney, as powerful as he is financially speaking, he's
still
not
an
really
outsider.
Yeah, he's
still an outsider.
He's a bit of a grifter himself. He's a bit of a grifter. Matter of fact, all Massachusetts Republican leaders are grifters. Charlie Baker, he's not backing Trump.
Everybody's seeing the writing on the wall, man. It's just that, dude, this dude is costing people real money. Like, okay, you're going to see, like, once this thing is actually over, look at all the people who he's going to fire. He's probably going to fire a whole bunch of experts, not loyalists, because those people are fine. We're talking about actual experts in their field. And it's like, bro, we got to care more about the space, man. Because at the end of the day, these people are just trying to come out here and clout chase and hustle off the ignorance of black men rather than trying to educate them on what's going on.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, dude, education is easy. Keeping up nonsense is real easy too. Only thing you got to do is just have a dead set dedication to supporting nonsense for no reason, and then form yourself a bubble to which you can't be questioned.
Where's Nikki Haley?
Yeah.
Where's she at? She was the governor of what, South Carolina? At one point?
North Carolina.
No, South Carolina, right?
No, it's North Carolina, I think. Yeah, it's just that, where are these people at?
You haven't heard from her since she left.
Yeah. She got her money. She's on the board of some big-ass corporation, man. She's out of there. Got nothing to worry about.
Yeah, in the chat they're saying, BMT is saying South Carolina. She was the governor of South Carolina.
Okay, all right. South Carolina there.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, my bad, yeah.
Yeah, because she has that accent. Even though she's an Indian woman herself, she has to play the game.
Yep.
She cannot come out and say, as an Indian woman, I feel discriminated against. See, Tim Scott tried to get on Capitol Hill a couple of years ago and say, I think this was after Philando Castile. He tried to say, hey, I get stopped as a black man too. You haven't heard the right say anything about that. They left him out there hanging to dry. Okay. This is where we are right now. And so a lot of these guys are ignoring what happened in Florida in July. close to 1 million people that could be potential voters were basically denied the right to vote by the GOP, Florida GOP. We saw the same thing in Georgia, Wisconsin, and Michigan, that there were attempts to sabotage and suppress the vote on the left by the right. We saw this. Not saying it doesn't happen on the left, just saying this is where we are for 2020. We're not talking about the 1800s or the 1960s or the 1970s. No, we're talking about in July of 2020, all of 2020, that there was some form of voter suppression coming from the right.
Also, thanks for the $10 super. I think that's maybe euro
10?
or something.
Yes,
yeah,
euro.
Some of these dudes are flat out hustling. It's just a race for black Limbaugh. Yes, that's what they're doing. That's what they're doing. And here's the thing: if you're going to end up with a black woman at the end of the day, how are you voting against her politics when you're going to end up being with her at the end of the day? Like, none of that stuff makes sense. Right?
You know what it is, MOT? It's an imaginary patriarchy that they're envisioning. That somehow they're going to, if depending on how they vote, they'll get patriarchy out of it. And I'm saying to myself, that's a dying concept here. Even the Republicans don't have that. You have Mitch McConnell come out in the Me Too scandal and say, "I'm with the women." How you explain that?
But they just don't even say anything about Mitch McConnell. I don't even think they know who he is. Because at the end of the day, there's no reason to be politically ignorant in this country unless you're selling a certain type of narrative or a certain type of people. And right now, a lot of these people was emotionally invested in a guy because he grabbed women by the whoppy. And they thought that was cool and that was cute and that was masculine. They thought this guy was a brilliant businessman. Turned out that's not the case. He owes like $400 million in loans that is due. And, he's going to come out with his network. He's easily going to make up that shortfall, using these people as the actual test dummies that's going to be going to his network. Like, you have to realize that these people have mortgaged their credibility within this space. You are seeing, I just told you about the history of the Manosphere. This is exactly the reason why we can't get anywhere. Because you got the people who want to be emotionally invested and start trusting the wrong people for the right information. They want the information, but they want Ice Cube to tell it to them. They don't want to trust the experts with what they're supposed to be trusted with. And I'm not sure if you can be able to help people like that.
But they're dangerous though, MOT, because when they go to the ballot, they pull the lever against their own interests of the community as a whole, right? I mean,
Same as the whites do.
Yeah. Because in Pennsylvania, it's the coal counties that really came out for Trump. But the reality is those jobs are going away in 2025.
And they're not coming back.
Yeah.
Just like the coal jobs in Kentucky never came back.
Those jobs are going away. The steel mills, we get nice, cheap steel from China. You're not getting that back, man. You're not getting that back. That's not coming back.
Thanks for the $5 super sticker, Justin March. Go ahead.
Yeah, Biden told the coal miners, hey, you need to learn how to code. You need to learn the right code. He's being facetious. I mean, it sounds facetious, but he's actually saying you need to upskill. These guys, these what they consider to be liberal conservatives or whatever you want to call them, they don't understand what's about to happen, and they're unwilling to accept it. The market is going to make a major shift after 2025 that there's nothing that no president can do to stop it other than, maybe cut regulations or something like that. But you can only cut regulations for so long before you fall behind the 8 ball. China is 20 years ahead of the United States in all levels of activity except their reserve currency. And that's going to change in the next 10 years. These guys don't understand going over to that side is not going to matter. Their side is dying because they're boomers are going out of, will be leaving office in the next 5 to 10 years. Who's going to take over? Tom Cotton? You think that guy has your best interest?
So what's being said here is that there's a track record now. All these guys, I mean, it shows you the political ignorance and the abject cowardice of black men.
Mm-hmm.
That's what it shows.
Mm-hmm.
It shows when there's like right now is when the time that we need to be working together. Now is the time for us to be talking about what are we going to do with our own interests. Mm-hmm. What is this space doing? Putting on discredited shines so they could twerk for super chats. That's what they're doing.
Mm-hmm.
But hey, the audience gonna support who they want to support. I'm just saying this. You have a front row seat to why we're not going anywhere. A front row. You don't have to ask these kind of questions anymore. You see it right in front of your face.
The military is going to start trimming down in the next 10 years too. Before you know it, you're going to need like a bachelor's degree to get in the military. Yeah. They're not just going to take anybody anymore. They don't need that. They're going to, because look at Boeing, right? They're one of their factories, I think it's in Kentucky or Tennessee or something like that, where they make the wings for like the 737 and the F-35 and stuff like that, automated. So what used to be 2,000, 3,000 jobs before, now it's down to like 200 people. That's for 2020. What's going to happen in the next 10 years when it's a fully automated process? What are you going to do about that? And so this is where we are. You know, a lot of these guys are not taking this seriously. You can't go over there with empty hands, man. Just like Greg Palast said, instead of using white sheets, they moved to spreadsheets. That's who's over there. It won't be a noose that they put your head in, you know, they just time you out like they do in the chats.
Yeah. And they're allowing their people to just time people out insistently because they're trying to sell a narrative. Mm-hmm. They're not conservatives. Mm-hmm. They're not conservatives, because if they were conservatives, they would be talking about conservative things. Mm-hmm. Not just trying to cover the actual election after it happened as if they had no part in it, which they didn't. That's the true part of it. Welcome to the panel on Renaissance Man in DC.
Hey, what's going on, bro? Can I be heard coming from the outer rim?
Greetings, man. You guys are at the top of the morning, man. So yeah, man, this is what we called for, and we basically was trying to show brothers this reality and to get used to it, and now we here. They denied until they had to actually face the actual harsh truth. Mm-hmm. And now that we're here, you know, this is not gloating. This is it's just a shame that that we had to be on it to this level, to where we have to actually get to this point to where we're like, hey, look, man, this is what it was at the very beginning. And this is just for other people that are actually, I guess, falling into the cult of personality. Mm-hmm. Don't let these people steer you wrong, man. Don't let people steer you into fantasy land where this is not reality. This is the reality that you're seeing out here outside of this little bubble. And that's the lesson that needs to be taken away from all this.
I mean, look at Youngstown, Ohio. I think MOT was there not too long ago. I mean, place is gutted. You got farms, 550 acres up for sale.
Right.
Costed me $2 million a year when that place closed.
Yeah.
The Lordstown plant in Ohio. That's the Youngstown plant.
Yeah.
Those people were lied to by Trump. He lied to those people.
Were. Sure did.
He lied to them.
All those houses are up for sale. Yeah. A lot of those people are screwed in that area. A lot of those people got jobs at that factory, had a 20-year mortgage. Now they can't even find a supporting job. Now they got to travel all the way to Cleveland or even Columbus to find a job.
People driving 2 hours one way to get to fucking Walmart just to work.
Unbelievable.
Crazy.
Unbelievable.
There's a documentary that came out, I think maybe a month or so ago, highlighting these Trump supporters who are basically living foot to mouth, man, having to stand in line to get these food lines, at the Red Cross and whatnot, the Salvation Army. This is what happened to them. They're very angry, and they're the ones who voted in Wisconsin and Michigan against Trump.
Yep.
Quietly.
Yeah. He said, in 2016, I was on board, but this time around, I'm not really on board. Yeah, because you're standing in the food line, and you haven't gotten a stimulus. Here's the thing. They knew about this in November, this pandemic. By December, it was full-fledged public knowledge that this is something happening. Okay, right. You have an intelligence agency, Central Intelligence, National Institute of Health. You have multiple agencies that cover global incidents and stuff like that geopolitical, that would be impactful on the United States, DHS and everything else. Had he acted in January and started the lockdown and got the stimuluses going by February, you would not be in this position. Right. Okay, you would have reduced the amount of deaths. You would have had a whole lot of testing done. You would have had stimuluses pumped out. You would be on your third and fourth stimulus by now. And you would have met with George Floyd's family, had that incident did happen at that time. And you would have secured the bag in every blue state. Hey, this guy, he's compassionate. He met with Floyd's family. He said he's going to do what he can do. Okay. When Trayvon Martin got shot by George Zimmerman, Obama came out and said, if I had a son, you look like Trayvon. That one statement secured his bag, man. It secured the bag for the party. But the reason why Trump didn't do that, because his base is against guys who look like George Floyd. And these same guys who look like George Floyd are culture warring on the right, thinking that they're going to get something out of it. You're in for a rude awakening.
And it starts now. Literally, it starts right now. Because they're going to look you upside your head and be like, he's out of here. I don't know what you was told, but it's time for you to exit stage left. Yeah. There's no room for you over here, brother.
I understand why they went over there. They went over there because they did not have to. They didn't have to provide anything. The only thing they had to do was just troll the left. Like, most people are over there just so that way they can troll what is this supposed left. This is why they stick closely to the talking points, and they don't even bother trying to learn the history of where they are at, because they're just interested in trolling. They don't really care about anything while they're over there, man. It's shameful, and it's disgraceful, and it is unneeded.
Yeah.
Being a man about it is accepting your losses, man, and taking it on the chin. You know what I'm saying? Squaring up and being like, yeah, you shot the fair one. You got beat straight up and down. You got mollywopped. You got rope to dope. This is like the Muhammad Ali joint. George Foreman. Looked like you was basically winning, and you was winning on all scorecards, and then all of a sudden you got the ones and the twos put on you in the 7th round, and there you go. You're on that canvas. Can't get up. That's what happened to Trump, man. He got walked down. It is what it is.
By his own people, not black men.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It is what it is, man. It is what it is.
And there's nothing that black men can do to save him. Black men can't save themselves. How are you going to save the president? Make it make sense, man.
Vanity, man. This is insane.
I mean, I'm no supporter of Biden and Harris's ticket. I've been pretty vocal about that. We've been pretty vocal about that here. But what I'm saying here is they don't have to do much, because the Trump administration failed in so many areas. It doesn't matter who was going to run against him. The issues that he has are self-inflicted. He didn't have to say all of these things about Michigan and Governor Whitmer. Okay.
Even after.
Yeah. He didn't have to do all of that. He didn't have to, go take practice the Second Amendment and demand that the government, open up the economy for you. I mean, saying things like that did not help, because the trad cons are like, hey, this guy's a loose cannon. Get him out of here. Get him out of here. Because nobody backed him up on that. Nobody, not even Mike Pence. Mike Pence didn't come out and say anything about that. You haven't heard about Mike Pence since the last
at
debate.
At all.
You haven't heard about him since then.
I try to
That
tell
guy
them.
stayed distances away from him.
I try to tell people. Absolutely.
Mm-hmm. Real social distancing, for real. Like,
yeah.
It's been
across
real.
state lines.
Yeah. It's been real. It's been fun, but it hasn't been real fun. I'm out of here, man. Yeah, man.
And if you go back and look at the actual, if you really, really examine the debate that he had with Kamala, you can see that he was actually telling her, congratulations, that I was in your same position 4 years prior. And now, it's a good chance that basically you may be in office. Like, he literally kind of conceded that to her because he saw the writing on the wall. He knew that this was possibly going to be the case, but you got to play the good soldier. But he's not a fool. He know that the person that was over him was just used as a proxy to kind of wield power for 4 more years in the Republican Party, because they didn't have enough of an actual candidate that could run and beat Hillary straight up, except for somebody that was going to actually come in there and be a bull in a china shop and be a cult of personality like he was for 4 years. But the stick is up.
That's
the now he has a track record. Now he has a track record.
Exactly.
Exactly. I mean, he won because he didn't have a track record. He lost because he did have a track record.
Exactly.
Yeah, the thing is, what some of these guys have to understand is that Black women are not voting for Biden. They're voting for Kamala. That's their solidarity. That's where they bond. Okay, whether you agree with it or not, that's where they bond. She's an AKA. She went to HBCU. They can find some form of solidarity there. If you're a Black man on the right, where is your solidarity? How can you call yourself a conservative and find solidarity with this guy?
Man.
You understand what I'm saying? Like, there's so many areas where Trump just got it wrong. And from all of the things that I'm hearing in the White House, in and out of those circles, Scaramucci, this guy, he said Trump doesn't listen to anybody. He just does what he wants. You're a loose cannon. Rex Tillerson went to Africa, and he recalled Rex Tillerson back from Africa and basically fired him. But Rex Tillerson said himself, this guy doesn't listen
at all.
Matt
was trying to help him out.
Yeah, Mad Dog McManus walked into his office several times and tried to explain to him about the Middle East situation, and Trump basically fired him. You fired a high-ranking general? Are you kidding me?
Just for point of order, people need to just watch that movie, The Commie Rule. They said it was even worse than what they actually showed on the movie. That should tell you all you need to know how bad this presidency was. How bad
we're going to be examining this thing for a lifetime.
It's a case study.
It really is. Yeah.
At the end of the day, every single country paying attention to this one is going to make damn sure this don't happen in their country.
Agreed. Not in the modern era anyway. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, because of the court, that's how come you couldn't see his track record when it came to taxes. You couldn't see his taxes because of the judges that he put on the court. You couldn't see his taxes before the actual Russia investigation because of the Supreme Court twice. That's the track record. This dude's broke. Like, that's the track record.
Oh, he's living high off his daughter, if anything else. Because her brand that she has out there. But she had to distance herself from it once he came into office. But the point that I'm making here is that there are so many simple things that he could have done to save his presidency, and
very simple.
It was suicide for him. He just basically put
pander to the base, pander to the base.
Yep. Put just like what is that, Hamburger Hill? This guy put the barrel in his mouth.
Yeah.
So I mean, I'm not saying I'm against the right. I'm saying there's no place for you. And there's so many ways that they don't understand the demographic shift that's about to happen between now and 2025. It doesn't reflect on the best interests of the right. The left has a lot of momentum because they're building solidarity across multiple lines. And so there's a lot of, it's really colorful, quote unquote, on the left, whereas on the right, it's the same old stuff from the last 100 years. That the Grand Old Party does not have a future if it does not adjust to the changing demographics coming down the pipe. And so they could run another white male face if they want to, but they have to understand on the left, they don't have to do that, right? Tim Kaine, no one's heard from Tim Kaine in God knows how long because he's not relevant. He's not the it guy, at the moment right now. I mean, he never will be because of what the change in demographics. The left understands this. The right doesn't seem to want to accept these changing demographics. Putting up a border and stuff like that against Mexico is not going to solve your issues, man.
No. They're just going to reappropriate that money to other things.
Yeah, well, white women are only having, as of 2020, they're only having 1.3 children per household. That's not enough to secure your base into the future. Mm-hmm. Okay, you got 20 to 25 more years to go before it's game over because of the position that women on the right have taken, just like the women on the left have taken. They're just not interested in having any more white children because of industrialization, because of a variety of things, but they're just not having it at this point, and your party is suffering because of it. And so you have to diversify your party in order to boost its numbers. It's not going to work if every time you get this, this black male, this face up here, whether it's Michael Steele or Michael Steele before, John James today, every time you get one, you throw them under the bus.
Oh, immediately. As soon as they don't need them, they throw them under the bus.
Yeah, this is a problem. Latinas in this country, or Latinos in this country, are having 3.5 children per household as of 2020. Black women are having 2.1. They have a secure place within the left. Latinas will have a secure place within the left because of
and the right, and the right, and the ones over there.
Yeah, and just to kind of go over the history, we didn't talk about this in detail yesterday, but I just wanted to kind of really go over some things. Texas, California, and even some parts of Florida was always highly Hispanic originally. Like that is something that has always been here. The Spanish was here before the British. I mean, just a case in order. That's just facts if you want to go by the historical record. So Texas, before it became a state, was actually part of Mexico. Same with California. These people were already here. So if anything, this is their indigenous area by blood and by location, by blood right. So I that's why I say I'd be careful with some of the language that's used when it comes down to that, especially with the whole immigration. Like you are basically trying to kick somebody out of something that they already was here for. That's why that argument doesn't hold up at the end of the day. If you want to be honest and logical about it, that's all. That's why I don't bring up the immigration deal. I don't bring that up at all.
They're the one who legalized 3 million of them.
Right.
And now they're complaining about them.
But that's the reason why, though, MOT. But that's the reason why, because what you're going to do with all those people that was already here anyway, some of these people never really actually left. Right. Especially like in California stuff, they just wasn't documented. They didn't know what to call them. They didn't have anything to call them, especially the ones that looked more native than they did white. If they wasn't mixed into the white race. That's a whole nother deal, but
that's the white line
into the whole. Yeah, I'm not gonna get into the whole history of it, but that's the reason why you have a section called White Latino right now. Exactly.
It's the identity politics that they claim the left plays, but they themselves play as well.
So there's no argument. I'm not going to argue that point with brothers on that. That's just trying to refresh the white population to me. Ted Cruz and all these guys, man, look at these dudes. Marco Rubio, look at them. Take a good look at them and then look at their fathers.
Mm-hmm.
Take a look at how their fathers look and where they're from. And then that should tell you everything you need to know.
The thing is, they have now classified Persians and Arabs as white as of 2020.
Right.
They are trying to boost their numbers. They see the writing on the wall. That's why I'm saying, you as a black male going over there with no agenda in submitting your vote, you have no leverage after you pull the lever with no agenda. You have no leverage. They got what they want from you. Have a nice day.
They're okay with
Ted
that,
Cruz
though,
is.
What'd you say, MLT?
I said they're okay with that because they just want to participate but not be responsible for anything.
Yeah, they pump and dump these the culture warriors. They pump and dump them.
Yeah.
Thanks for the cooch. I'm done.
No,
Hey,
Ted Cruz's real name is actually Raphael.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
He just goes by Ted to sort of downplay the whole, Hispanic background.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, he's on his Charlie Sheen shit.
Oh man.
Yeah, I mean, but this is what you got to do. I mean, you don't have dudes going over there, calling himself William.
Billy.
Yeah, Billy. And all we're saying is, if you're over there, fine. Get something while you're over there, so that way we can be able to coordinate while you're over there.
But that's the thing. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but culture warriors, you can't collaborate with because they're nothing but political suicide bombers. They don't care.
Mm-hmm.
They're not interested in the process, the history, the policies, nothing. Who do I troll? How quickly do I troll them? As soon as you hear them talking in the chat, whenever they show up,
Mm-hmm.
and as soon as you give them a little bit of power, they're timing people out. They don't want to hear you talk.
Mm-hmm.
It's crazy, man. But go ahead, Mike.
No, I was just gonna say, instead of Allahu Akbar, it's it's Maga Akbar or some shit like that. So, I just feel sorry for these guys because you see them going over a cliff, and it's like, man, I hate to be that guy, But that's the thing, if you listen to these guys, you'll never know what the Florida GOP did to all those votes in 2020, in July 2020. You'll never know what they did in Georgia, Wisconsin, and Michigan, where they tried to steal the votes. We played the clip of Trump saying the ballots, the ballots are the problem. If we get rid of the ballots, in fact, there'll be a continuation. This is this guy saying this in September. There won't be a peaceful transition. In fact, there'll be a continuation. But you want to talk about voter suppression coming from the left.
Now they're saying the election is rigged because they counted the votes now.
Yeah, well, why are we counting votes? What's the point? We don't.
Yeah.
This is a democracy. No, we don't like democracy. Democracy is only good when it works for me.
And I don't even know in Pennsylvania, I was listening to the news. I don't even think they're counting like the post-dated ballots or anything.
No,
I think these are just ballots.
Yeah,
these are just ballots that literally people did what, the Biden-Harris team and Democrats pushed for, which was, turn your ballot in early. And that's what they're counting. So they haven't even, looked at, things that you potentially have a legal battle on. It's just, they're like I said, they're only looking at literally votes that you normally count.
Because they mailed it within the state on the 3rd, postmarked the 3rd. They could be getting those ballots starting Saturday or even Monday.
Yeah, that's the other thing. It varies by state too. Some states will let you post date even well past, the election date. It just depends on the state, but it doesn't even look like it's going to come to that. I mean, you got about 10,000 left to count in Georgia, and you got Biden in the lead. They're feeling real good about Pennsylvania, like I said, without even counting those ballots that could potentially be up for legal challenge. So, I mean, right there, you can call it a wrap. That's not even looking at, Arizona and Nevada and seeing where that's going.
Yeah, but Georgia's going to be called before those. Probably sometime today. Probably probably before 5 p.m. That's what I know. People are who's actually counting, and they say that they are, getting ready for the, press conference. Yeah, so it's about to be over for that too.
Oh yeah, I saw. I think they had the stage kind of set up last night.
Yeah.
Biden team. They were, because they were thinking Pennsylvania could get called last night, but just didn't get there.
Now just wait, because at the end of the day, we got to stop this stuff from happening to this space. This ain't gonna turn into Fox News, and none of these people have picked up a book even since then. They don't even care about learning about the process. The only thing they want to do is get online, emote. Am I right? Am I right? Am I right? Providing no value. No value.
Man, I don't know.
And this is why they came to the space, to shut down all progress for black men. The same people who keep making these claims about, wanting to help black people. When it came down to it, they just wanted to be another culture warrior shine. The only thing they wanted to do. They wanted to be the black version of Rush Limbaugh and Sean Hannity. This is their big moment. They failed out of real life. Now they're going to do this. That's what's happening here.
If you want to get your paper, man, get your paper. Get your paper. Trust me, man. I understand that. But if you're trying to say that you're going off integrity and that you want to basically be to stand in and represent what's real and what's the truth for black people, you got to concede this one. It's just that's all it is to it, man. If it's you can have your conservative views. It's not, you could be totally upset about everything, but the ability to be able to see the chessboard for what it is and to be honest about it and to recalibrate and to learn and grow, that is what thinking black men should be. To me, I'm not right about everything. I saw this coming though. I saw this coming down the pike. I mean, you did too, MOT. I mean, we called this a long time. Renaissance Man, Mike V. We was talking about basically Biden Harris for a while now, possibly being, in office. And I know you guys don't support them like that, but I'm just saying, just off the strength of just seeing the actual chessboard, seeing the reality of what was going on, seeing the actual weak spots of the cult of personality that's known as Trump. The man doesn't know how to govern. That's it. And anybody that's defending him, you're defending him on points that he do not care about. That's the only thing that is actually baffling to me. He uses this to try to extend his power out. That's it. That's all he does. All he does is care about self. No accountability, no ways of basically saying, I messed up, I made a mistake there, I'm gonna do better. We're gonna get this fixed. Nope. It's China virus. You got
nothing but a troll job.
Yeah, most of this, most the coronavirus, mostly how it got transferred here was through Europe, sir. That's a fact. But you keep talking about China virus. It's just, anyway, man. It's that's what I mean. It's just this whole deal of just basically having a blind spot and you continue to go with it until it just busts you in your face. The reality. I mean, and when you hit the canvas, man, the canvas don't lie to you. It don't lie. It's just like trying to lift weights where you can't lift a certain amount of weight. You can think it all you want, but if you put 315 on that bar, you best believe you better be able to push that thing on up, or your chest gonna cave in. And that's what's happening to these brothers. Your chest is caving in. So get your weight up. Get your weight up.
No, I was gonna say the crazy thing is too. You were saying, get your money, brothers. There's nothing wrong with that. You got guys in this space who are voting against things that are gonna harm their own business. I mean, I'll never forget, we were on one of the panels and a dude was saying he was in the medical marijuana industry or the legal marijuana industry. And I'm like, and you're supporting Trump and these people who literally are pushing back on marijuana legalization from the federal level and prosecuting people?
Well, who do you think voted against that? That's a whole party who voted against that.
Yeah. I'm just like, you realize you're hurting your own business that you're talking about is literally giving you the, the freedom
it's
and
okay.
agency. Yeah.
But it's okay. As long as they feel good about where they're going, it doesn't matter what the facts are. And I don't know, man. Sad. I gotta step away for a couple minutes, man. Mike, take over. Oh.
I think Mike dropped off for a second. But yeah,
Yeah,
I mean,
I think he did too. Go ahead, DC.
Yeah,
Yeah.
just what we was actually talking about. I mean, look, this doesn't have to be difficult. This is just a transition, man. This is just a whole transition. What's next? We hit with the reality. We are where we are with it. They can do the recounts. They can go to court. They can do all that wrangling. But when the numbers come back as they are,
January 20th, when it's certified, it's gonna be certified what it is. I mean, so all they're doing now is selling a whole bunch of hope. If I was YouTube, I'd be snatching up channels. As soon as you start that voter fraud shit out of here.
They're doing that on Facebook and Twitter. Like Trump's account, it got the whole. There's a little thing when you go on Twitter. It's like, hey, this tweet contains information that's possibly misleading. Same thing with Facebook too. So they're not playing like when people start talking about voter fraud and stuff.
I'm like, it's censorship. I can't lie to people. It's censorship. Like, why would you need to fight for the right to mislead people? Like, I don't understand it.
Yeah, we don't want to become the National Enquirer of our people, man.
That's what they're trying to do. That's what they're trying to turn it into.
making some coin.
That's what this is about.
You don't want.
I got a phone call.
Okay, cool. You don't want to be used in that way. I mean, because at the end of the day, like I said, when people get hit with this truth and this reality, look what you're left with. Look how it makes you come to the realization of seeing what you didn't want to see at the beginning. Because if you know the truth from the very beginning, then guess what you could do? You could plan. You can aggregate with other people that see the same writing on the wall, and then you can maneuver and you can proceed with a plan to move forward. Okay, I see this is going on, so boom, boom, boom. Let me do this, let me do that, and let's move forward. It's almost like playing defense against an offense that you know very well. You don't go into the game plan saying, okay, I know these plays, and then they line up in something different. Oh, damn, they go over the top. You're like, damn, that wasn't what we was thinking it was going to happen. And that's what's being played out here.
Yeah. The other thing that will be interesting too is how hard Trump pushes this. Because they were even talking about on the news, they were like, is there really anyone in Trump's circle who, when the dust all settles and people say, okay, this thing is kind of done, that can go in his office and say like, hey, we're done. We've, our legal strategies, we've tried them all. You need to give some sort of concession. And they were like, I don't know if that's going to happen. So, and it's just going to be like, okay, you've seen what's happened, in small numbers with, people going and attacking the vote counting places and things like that. It's just like, how crazy is this thing going to get?
Going back.
Because you got Republicans, staying silent. And I don't think they'll back him, but Trump's got a bunch of wild people out there who've shown that they'll do whatever he says.
See, this
these are loyalists. These are loyalists. It has nothing to do with the actual situation on the ground. These people just want to be loyal to the concept. And this guy's not going away. If he doesn't go to jail or get tied up into some legal trappings, he's going to be back in 2024.
Mm-hmm.
I guarantee you that he's going to be back.
Yo, infantry skills, bro, you need more evidence, man, than what you're actually spewing. I have never came over here basically trying to spout Black women first. That's you guys. You guys have Black women on your mind first, not me. I don't use them to motivate.
This is not even a channel.
I'm self-motivated.
Talk about Black women at all. Like
I don't. Mine either. That's what I'm saying. I don't even do that. I don't have women. I don't have women on my panels. There's no women that come to actually visit my channel. Doesn't even have women subscribers. What are you talking about, bro? What are you talking about? See, that's what I'm saying. You need evidence. Provide
That's one
the
of those.
evidence, my G. If not, then stand down, my G. You don't know what you're talking about. Infantry skills.
He's been trolling all
Fuck out of here, man.
He's been he was trolling all last night, and he's been trolling all day today.
Just because I'm telling the truth, man, don't mean I'm black women's first, bro. That's ridiculous.
I mean, like, there's an outcome here that we're talking about that we predicted months in advance. I have a map up, a couple different maps up, and I said this guy was not going to win. Those people who are on the side did no analysis. None. They did no analysis, no maps, no covering of the debates, no covering of the rallies. You want to know why? You can't defend that stuff. You wouldn't tell me that if somebody was to come to your company and wanted to be a CEO of your company and they were talking like that you would hire that person. They only did this because they perceived that everybody else was being trolled by the existence of that person in office. They didn't even care why. They just looked at it as a reason to be out here trolling people on some real ignorant stuff, man. And now all these people got to pay the price. Like, listen, there's a lot of people who fried their credibility around here. And the only places you're going to go is Obsidian, Mr. Fantastic, or Bernard Riley. That's it. Those are the only safe havens and spots for people who don't know anything about history, who just want to be right and don't want to be challenged. When learning about the process and learning about the history of the process is a very easy thing. You can't team with people who don't want to learn about the process. You can't. It's nearly impossible to team with people like that, man. Because they're not even there for the same reasons why you're there. This is why they don't want to keep up on things like they should.
Crazy.
Angry Man too. Just became what? A street conservative 10 days ago? Doing the same stuff. These are the people who took over the message of Manosphere 1.0. So now you got 2 out of the 3 who done burned their credibility forever. Still trying to make it look like they for black men. They don't care about that. They care about turning this thing into the entertainment sector. So that way they can get some fuckery bucks out of what the hell they're saying. They don't give a shit about the actual benefit and the health of people. I can guarantee you the people who sat back and let this guy be in there for 4 years, they're going to start calling Joe Biden incompetent. What is he saying? This guy said crazy stuff. Well, we just went through 4 years of a shut mouth of that stuff. It just goes to show you, man. I'm only here to let you guys know that this is the exact same thing that went on in Black America. This is why we're so far behind. The men don't want to move. The women don't want to put any voice in. And the ones that are on the ground don't have any help from the women on the conservative side. Where are the conservative women putting in work like Stacey Abrams, making sure people vote? Where are all these conservative women at?
Look, man, infantry skills, man. You obviously don't know. I have a very unique. I know there's a couple of deep voice brothers around here, man. Check the record, my G. Nigga, I've been around since the actual Coliseum. Seriously. Like, I've been here. That's what I'm saying. Like, there's nothing new about me. I don't go, bopping on everybody's panel. That is true. I don't do that.
I just don't let people alone because I agree with them. I let them on because they got a track record of knowing what they're talking about, man.
This is ridiculous. Because that's what I'm saying. Like, dude, I've been in this space, man, since the very beginning. This is crazy. Like, all you need to do is just check my like Mike V said. I have a channel. Check it. That's it. I don't have to.
He's just trolling,
bro. He's just trolling. Unless they're flagged off of YouTube, they're still up. But you can't say that of all these other people.
Oh man.
Because they're just conservative because they don't have to offer anything.
Yeah.
I just don't want this place turned into the blackmail version of Fox News. That's it.
Man.
There are people out there, PhDs and attorneys, who are actually trying to do the same exact thing. Black men, you're the real champion. How are you the real champion when all of you guys went over there and voted and you didn't have anything, any type of thing that you're asking for? These dudes want to throw that pick six so bad, man, and happy about it, smiling about it.
It's
Yeah,
you know,
I lost the game.
we shouldn't be the people that you're mad at. You should be mad at those white people that voted against Donald Trump. That's who you should be. That's who you should be mad at. Those people basically said
black
no.
men did come out. I'm not gonna lie. Black women did come out. They yeah, but there's another group of people who you're never gonna hold responsible.
Absolutely.
Who's actually responsible for that? It ain't you. And since you don't have any power over there, you definitely ain't gonna go against them.
Absolutely not.
The reason why they're over there to do is they just want to put it in black people's face that look, yeah, you ain't gonna get. It's like, and guess what? It will be different, but they're gonna end up with the same women at the end of the day. So why are they even talking about anything political when they're gonna keep ending up with the same women at the end of the day? It doesn't make sense.
Yeah, just a quick update. They just got a new batch of votes in Arizona.
Mhm.
It shrunk Biden's lead, but it's not the same. It's not the same rate. They were saying Trump needs to roughly get of these new batches of votes that are being counted in Arizona, roughly about 59%, and he only got about 53% of this last batch. So it looks like they're probably getting into some of those early votes that came in, pretty early in the process, and it's hurting his chances for even catching up in Arizona.
If he gets Arizona, this won't stop it from being a landslide. This won't stop it from looking like what it's going to be. What if he keeps Pennsylvania, if he gets Georgia, North Carolina is still in play. How many is that? Is that 30? Is that 300 something? I didn't even think they was going to get to 300, but how many?
Yeah,
votes?
if he can, if Biden holds Arizona, Nevada, Georgia, and Pennsylvania, he'll be at 307, I believe.
Right.
Yeah.
There it is.
So I mean, like I said, the site I was looking at the other day kind of said it was basically on the borderline of a nail biter for Biden or a landslide, and it's looking like it's pushing more towards a landslide when these votes get counted.
Yeah, not necessarily. It's in between a landslide and a nail biter, but it's not going to be any doubt left.
Okay, well, let's just call it a land biter.
Right. There you go.
Land biter.
Yeah, Trump's not going to be able to use these legal strategies that he had hoped where it was close and then he could throw it to the Supreme Court or something.
He scored some punches early. He hurt him early, and then basically he got roped to dope. Everybody got roped to dope. Everybody was real confident that night that they went to sleep, right? Everything was all good just a minute ago. Then you wake up and then you get this reality check.
These people, the same people, were cheering. And look, the guy was successful during his presidency. He has Mitch McConnell cheated Barack Obama out of a Supreme Court justice, cheated him out of nearly all the judges that he could sit, and Trump got 300 judges sat. This is not a loss for them. They got exactly what they wanted. It's too bad they're not going to overturn Roe v. Wade to fix your child support systems or any of that stuff. Don't be ridiculous, because those are the type of things that keep you down, because they're not trying to support you. And they're not even trying to support their own men by taking away from their own men as well. So it's like, I don't understand why you're over there. No, you can't make the claims that I'm about the women, because it's very few that come around here. That's why it's very few that I trust. It's that easy and it's that simple. But this is where we're at, man. People are caught up in the mechanism of trolling rather than the actual facts on the ground. Because see, once you're interested in the actual process, you can manipulate the process to your own advantage. If you don't give a damn about the process, then obviously we are where we are, right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, man. I'm just trying to help people not destroy our space and turn it into Fox News Central by these discredited people putting on these other discredited people who are here for entertainment. And that's fine. But this ain't what our space is going to turn into. And all these people who's talking about voter fraud and all that kind of stuff, out of here.
It's going to be interesting to see what happens to some of these Black conservatives, not on YouTube, but, who have come and made made a platform in this Trump era, the Candace Owens of the world, the Brandon Tatums. What's your place in the Republican Party? Because you pretty much tied yourself to Trump.
They don't have a place either. Because here's the thing. They know those people are trolls. Everybody knows that. Everybody knows the people are trolls. They're not for anything. But trolling, they don't want to discuss policy. They never put themselves in an actual situation where they have to answer anything.
You breaking up, MOT.
Yeah, you're borging pretty bad, MOT.
He probably can't hear us.
Yeah, no, but like I said, those people, they when you tied your wagon to someone like Trump, who's such an outlier in the party, if they really clean house, they're gonna be like, these people got to go as well. Like you can't have someone you can't have people who are basically nothing but surrogates for, this movement that's sort of just throwing your whole party into disillusion and poison the well. You can't have them hanging around, when you're trying to rebuild.
Yeah. I mean, like the whole culture, the whole Sarah Palin, those people out. Those people have a place to stand. That's why they were called on. This is the first time I've ever seen those people on TV cover ad nauseam. You Fox News.
Hey, MOT, you're still breaking up pretty bad.
Mm-hmm.
Nah, I think I did hear him say, though. I thought he said, no, I did hear you say, didn't you say something about like people like Sheriff Clark and those guys?
Yeah,
like
Sheriff Clark, Joe Arpaio, Sarah Palin, and
I think he fell off.
Yeah, man. So go ahead. Yeah, I'm here.
I was gonna say, Georgia's Secretary of State said there would be a recount. Okay, so yeah, there's definitely gonna be a recount there. So
that's cool.
Probably won't. Given that close, obviously makes sense. But right. He was right because Sheriff Clark and that guy, he was big on that pro-Trump thing, and he thought, I think when Trump got elected, that he was going to get a position in the cabinet, and that kind of went down the drain. And I think he lost his position up there in Wisconsin. You haven't heard anything from that guy.
Well, he fell into some scandal. Good old Sheriff Clark did. So if I'm not mistaken, I don't even know if he still has his job as sheriff.
No, he lost. Yeah, he definitely. He had a scandal with his job, and I think he resigned from the job thinking he was going to get a job in the Trump administration.
No,
and they were like, "Nah, this dude's too crazy." Yeah, so
exactly.
It's just it kind of shows where people who stake out that extreme position just don't have a stand, especially when it comes. A lot of it is based in entertainment. You have some Black conservatives who are still steeped in the party, will still have a voice, but they've really done the work and put in the legwork and, know the platforms and know the principles. They're not a sideshow.
It's just basically, like I said, man, reading the chessboard, seeing exactly what the moves are, and then proceed from there. That's it, man. This is about Black man agency. That's what I'm saying. Black thinking man. If you're going to be a Black thinking man, then you got to be able to maneuver in this environment. Bottom line. The truth is the truth, man.
And the first thing you got to do is you got to care about the things going on in the environment in order to change the things in the environment.
Correct.
A little history lesson. And, people are expecting me to give them the history lesson. I'm like, dude, a lot of this stuff is knowing about the history of the actual country and what we're talking about. I wouldn't be this hard against something unless there's something really wrong with it.
Right.
And guess what? I have over 600 some videos. You know exactly where I stand. So right now, it's all about analysis. And the first thing we're going to analyze is why these people did what they did. At the end of the day, they saw a way that they thought that feminism was going to be overturned. I'm like, dude, listen. feminism was going to be overturned. They was going to mess with the same women with no consequences. I'm like,
Oh man.
oh my goodness. And it's like they didn't want to move. They wanted everybody else to move, but they wanted to keep their place where they were.
Yeah, Mike V said in the chat that Newt Gingrich released a statement. He said, Newt Gingrich said, former Speaker of the House Newt Gingrich seemingly demanded on Thursday night that Attorney General Bill Barr use federal agents to arrest election workers in Pennsylvania, and that election results in that state should be tossed. That's crazy.
Yeah. That's where it came from. All that trolling and all that nonsense came from that guy right there.
Oh,
Newton Leroy Gingrich.
Any precinct that we were not able to observe, strip those votes out, do not count them because they are by definition corrupt. Newt Gingrich exclaimed at one point. That's crazy.
Dude, at the end of the day, they asked for something ridiculous, like they wanted to overwatch the entire process. You haven't heard anything from any of those people who's overwatching the process, have you? No, you haven't, because it's happening on the up and up, and there's nothing really to worry about. The only thing they're doing now versus anywhere else is counting the votes. And most of the people who votes where they counted that they never counted was black people and Hispanics and poor whites. So if you don't want those people's votes to count, then you don't believe in democracy, man.
Man, I can guarantee you that these people basically counted again, made sure that they get these numbers right, man. So because they already knew that this was going to be challenged. Look, man. No, I think they should do it. Go ahead and do it. That's fine. Go ahead and drag this thing on out, man. Do what you got to do. Do what you got to do. As long as all the vote gets counted, then so be it, man. Go ahead. Go ahead and do it.
Now Gingrich sounds like he's trying to protect his rep, because he's from Georgia. You got a bunch of Trump loyalists down there, so he's trying to, I'm sure, protect his political credibility of them being like, oh well, why didn't you come stick up for Trump?
Right.
Yeah, that was gone 11. He's about to come on right now.
Cool. But yeah, I mean, like I said, I don't have anything against them going through the legalese and trying to do that. Yeah, go ahead and do the revote. But once the reality hits you in the face, it still slaps you right in the face again. It's just
but here's the problem.
Setting yourself up for the other cheek to get slapped.
No, here's the problem with that. What they're doing by challenging it, you're actually making this a codified process in court by challenging it. Like, challenging this is giving them the counter effect of what they want in the future. Now they really got to count the votes every single election now. Now they have to count the votes every single election, just like they did in 2020. Right. And they're going to be citing these court cases in 2020 as legal precedent of the things that were happening. They're going to start citing these court cases.
Yeah, it looks like Biden's lead is up to around 9,000 now.
Where we're at
in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, of course it was.
Yeah. At the end of the day, Trump finished.
He could have gone for the goal coming in with the haymakers.
He highly finished. He highly finished.
The war.
So what you're gonna see is and from Allegheny County, and then you still got more stuff coming in from Philly and so forth. He finished. So as far as this is going, it's going to be a question about when it's a question about when they're going to call it, and it's going to be a question of actually how the now soon to be ex-president will be trying to fight this with some of his frivolous cases where you're not going to be able to find any fraud. This is one of the most closely watched elections that we've seen.
Absolutely.
And a lot of people came out and voted more so than anything else. So, I don't think the president's not gonna have any success here. And I think we just have to, look at how this transition is going to flow around. As far as this lawsuits and frauds and all that, you have to have proof of doing this, and they're not gonna be able to find it.
Mm-mm. And these Go ahead.
Go ahead, DC.
Now I was going to say, I mean, this is Georgia we're talking about. You already know Georgia is in for the win. You know, Georgia is one of the big reds, man. One of the big reds that's remaining. And
you got a Republican Secretary of State down there overseeing the election.
He didn't
That's the problem.
Yeah, he didn't want to be in this type of deal where they basically gave up the actual state, but the numbers are the numbers at the end of the day.
Numbers are the numbers.
The numbers are the numbers at the end of the day.
That's it, DC. You hit it right in the head. They got to count. They got to do the count. They did the count. That's where they are.
4 years, another group of people who's going to be able to vote. A lot of more people is going to be dead out of this joint.
Yeah, F your feelings.
They got to keep going through this until they,
F your feelings. Check your feelings. Problem. Check the scoreboard. That's it. That's when you point at the scoreboard. Just check. You see that? Yeah, you could dance around. You got a sack, but look at that scoreboard, champ. It still reads 51-14.
That's exactly right.
Remember,
and the intellectual problem.
Remember that highlight?
I'm sorry.
Remember that highlight when somebody got up in Deion Sanders' face and he was like doing all that trolling stuff,
right?
And Deion Sanders just pointed to the scoreboard and just walked off.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And that's where they're at. And intellectually, the president is on bad ground because he can sit down and say, "Oh, all this cheating is going on in Pennsylvania and so forth," but let's look at where the Republican governor is in Arizona, and you have the Republican governor in Georgia, and that they're cheating you too. So his argument is just not going to be a solid argument.
Why do you guys think it's so hard to just see the reality of this whole thing? Why is there such a resistance to that?
Well, partly because Trump is leading it, and that's what Trump does. Trump doesn't do that. Yeah, as we can see with the pandemic, Trump doesn't believe in numbers and reality. He believes in what he believes in, and doubles and triples down on it, and then people follow him.
But we're thinking black men, though, right? I thought that's what this space was all about.
No,
man.
I mean, like,
it's a lot of emotion.
A
lot of emotionality. A lot of emotionality.
Yeah.
We just got rid of some of these shines, so it went from like thinking black maggles to like thinking black men. Like that's where we're at. We got down to the 52-man roster after yesterday, and not accepting the results.
That's a good. Oh wow, that's deep right there. So you cutting down to the 47. You throw it. You putting the inactives in order. You putting inactives in there now. These people can only see the field. Oh man, that's a good one. That is a good one.
Yeah.
Well, at the end of the day, more votes have been cast in this presidential election than almost other one in history. So, the Democrats basically took this, but still, Trump got over 60 million votes. So, that's huge. That's huge.
Mm-hmm.
So, it just shows you kind of where the state of the country is, where the mindset of a lot of people are. And I would say for thinking black men, you have to look at where we are in this, and you got to start thinking clearly through this whole process as well, and where we really stand here in this country. We are in a position to make a lot of demands, but you also can see there's a lot of resistance against you as well. So, that will continue.
Stuff out.
And that will continue. So politically, economically, how we move forward, we have to be the true thinking black man. This is our time now. This is our time.
It's definitely got to serve as notice that that many people wanted to reelect Trump, and you see how high the standards Obama was held to, and it's like if it wasn't for this pandemic, a bunch of people would have said F it. We want Trump again.
Oh yeah, if there was no pandemic here, I said it before. I said Trump. Because before the pandemic hit, and people were talking about, well, the election's coming up. I said, you may not like Trump or whatever, but at the end of the day, he's going to get reelected. To me, I said, besides any major disaster going down, so this guy's going to get reelected. Major disaster went down, he didn't handle it right, and that's what finished him. But at the end of the day, had that not happened, we'd be looking at Trump part 2 for real.
This is where we are, man. And you have to realize that there are conservatives in this space, policy conservatives, who's not been on Obsidian or Riley's
That's facts.
or Mr. Fantastic. I'm talking about actually, well, BMT tried to go on to Mr. Fantastic's panel, but I'm just saying overall.
Right.
The policy discussing conservatives stay way the hell away from the culture warriors for the most part.
The culture war is not about policy. If you look at a lot of people here that supported Trump and really went with him, it wasn't about policy. It wasn't. You know, it really wasn't about policy. It wasn't about common sense to a large extent. They were voting on some other things were motivating them.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
A lot of black men could sit down here and say policy. And we start to talk about the policies that were going on before as to what Trump had. It wasn't about policy really either with a lot of you guys, even though they try to tell you that. Other things were involved. We've gone into that deeply as to what a lot of this is. But you have to look at this is not about policy. So I would say black men, if we're going to move forward and really, develop the community. If you want to say you want to develop the community, if this is what you're about, if you want to develop black men better, we're gonna have to talk and really put demands down that are going to be based around policies that are going to help advance us forward. And we're in a position to do that, but it's going to have to be organized politically, and it's going to have to be policy driven. And the others who are not talking policy at this stage and really, putting together a plan built around a policy, they're full of shit. They're bullshitting you, and they're not about anything of what we be talking about. And therefore, I don't even think we should be wasting time doing a lot of talking with them. That's how I see it. I don't know how you guys see it.
Yeah, you put extreme heat to Biden and Harris's tails. You tell them, look, man, this is what we want, and this is our group. We delivered on the actual votes. We want this, and you need to do this for us. That's how you go about this. Like
they are in perfect position.
Exactly.
They're in a perfect position to be held hostage. Perfect position right now.
Yeah, to me, this is something that can actually be basically used as leverage, basically. But I mean, if we're going to get into these arguments about different things, then that's where it weakens us, to me. But I mean, that's just my opinion on it. So
they don't want to be worse than weak. They don't want to have a voice to fight.
Yeah. They don't have. And see, you have to play a true spread offense here, meaning that you're covering all sides of the court, and you're coming down the press, because Georgia holds in here. You are going to have to deal with the Stacey Abrams factor, which is going to play huge on the ground here. It's going to play huge.
And that was a beta test run.
You ain't getting around that.
Now they're gonna have to give her money to do this everywhere.
You ain't getting around it.
She delivered. She delivered at the end of the day. Unfortunately,
well, regardless, because you got Wynock and them who up in there getting ready to throw down in January on a runoff, and that helped him as well.
Mm-hmm.
So can we benefit from that? You damn right.
Mm-hmm.
So at the end of the day, that's what I'm talking about, being politically sophisticated and playing full court. You can't fuck with this emotionally. That's where these other guys are going to fall down. You're going to have to be really advanced, politically thinking, and be looking at this power game. I mean, I keep saying it like a broken record, but that's where we are in this. But as far as people like Stacey Abrams and them, they are terribly on. They're terribly on right now. This is huge for them. This is a huge chip in the game.
Mm-hmm.
All right, got to play this right as well. So you ain't getting around it, fellas. So you got to work with it. So I just want us to be realistic about how we're going to move. That's what I have to say.
And what's important to remember, that's not you caping for her. That's just you basically reading the chessboard, reading the move, seeing that was a powerful move, and just calling balls and strikes, man.
This is a political reality.
That's just the reality. Exactly.
This is a political reality.
Exactly.
To the emotional guys who are out there emotional, I can't fuck with you. Okay, we got to talk to guys who are looking at things real on the ground. That's the
We're ready to
game.
go.
That's
We're ready to go day one, man.
Yeah.
It's like you have to realize that this stuff is very specific, and you have to deal with it in a very specific manner. And it shows your intentions the day after the battle is over. Now, right now is the perfect time for us to be coming together and actually talking about the things that we want to do. But a lot of these people want to sit around and emote. Like, dude, everybody's still in election mode. You still should be trying to register people for election. Like, whoa, 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 this ain't over. 2 years from now, we got to do this again. And then 2 years after that, we got to do it again. Yes, black men came out, but their daddy came out even harder to let them know that this ain't gonna happen. Hello?
No, we here. I'm here.
Oh, okay, all right.
Yeah.
So I'm just saying at the end of the day, man, now is the time to get in gear. Now's the time. And the people who are serious want to talk about serious issues, and the people who are not serious want to be on their culture warrior grind. I understand that you can make the fuckery bucks just like the bigot bucks for the right wing, but at the end of the day, if you want to make some type of progress, now's the time to do it.
Man, you and the gone with them catchphrases, man. Shine bones and all. That's crazy.
That's what they are, man.
Oh man.
They let their true colors shining through.
The emotions, man. They on some Carl Thomas stuff for real. This is crazy. There's no need for the meltdown, my G. The transition was a possibility. You had to understand that this was a possibility at least. Like you couldn't be just because see, to me, that's when the delusion sets in. Because if you don't see the possibility, then everything else that's been shown to you, you're not going to believe, and you're going to fall way into, never land somewhere. They stole this, they did this, and this all you in these whole type of thought patterns of just conspiracy theories, and you're not going to be able to move forward with that type of thinking. That's the negative part of this, man. And I hate to see it happen to the brothers, man. I hate to see this happen to the brothers. In fact, I was like, look, man, get all the support that you can for Trump. If that's what you want to do, mobilize in your area, do what you got to do, mobilize with the Republican Party in your area and do what you got to do. Gather the people that you want to have vote for them, especially in the battleground states,
And here's the
there
thing.
appeared to be one.
Local Republicans are decent. You can work with local Republicans.
Yes.
You just can't work with the national ones. You ever seen a local Republican, a guy whose office you can go into in your district?
Yeah, look, man.
You can work with those people. And it's like, look, everybody else is moving forward. It's because they already know the system.
Mm-hmm.
It has been passed down to their kids, and everybody is quietly participating. But we can't get past it because everybody want to troll and sit here and take credit and not really organize properly and don't want to learn the history of the entire country, but yet want to make moves on the history that they don't know about. It's like, man, what do you do with all this?
If don't have time. We don't have time for that. I mean, at this stage, I'm not even counting this thing. Those arguments, guys coming up here talking, but I don't. Nah, ain't got time for that, man.
You coming for the brick right behind with the chair. Bang.
We ain't got time for that, man. We don't have time for that. And the brothers out here that know what time this is. And
oh man,
more people need to be moving into state office. People need to be taking Senate offices. People we need to be getting a bit more involved in Congress. There's a whole ground game. That needs to go on. Brothers were out here. Brothers were out here. Okay, I'm sorry to see what happened to my man in South Kakalaki. That went badly. I don't know what happened there as far as what the numbers were saying, and then just how badly he got beaten by Lindsey.
They said another thing about the numbers, yeah, I mean, they said another thing about the numbers, and look at the people who showed up to vote for the guy. So it's everywhere. It just ain't him.
Right. Yeah, we've seen that. So there's a lot of groundwork now here. with the groups I'm working with here, we are definitely still on the, there's a very strong ground operation we have, and even in my town, we're definitely pushing a lot of black candidates. We got a couple of black judges that elected in my town. A couple of black judges. Two of them are women, but they've got black folks are out here running. Got another brother out here who's actually moving up into the assembly, of which young cat who we're sponsoring to get out there, and it looks like he's he the vote is in right now. It's pretty close, but look like he's gonna get it done. So we've got a lot of stuff, good groundwork stuff going down. So at this stage, this is kind of where we're really gonna have to start to move, and I think brothers are gonna have to really start talking about a national agenda. Mm-hmm. What do we really want to see from this party with respect to what interests that we have, and that is going to have to function locally, and then you're going to have to move that up, because if you're talking about child support and so forth, a lot of that happens in your city courts. That's where you start to work in your city courts, your family courts, and then you have your family court judges and so forth that you put on. What are their views towards that, and what kind of games are they going to be playing? You have to understand how this process works from the ground upwards, and that's what a lot of these guys are they're not really understanding. I mean, I understand this quite well because I'm balls deep in this shit, but I'm saying, as far as you're really going to move forward here, it's going to have to be a ground game. It's going to be ground and move it up. Your girl Stacey Abrams has done this in her state. She took her loss, she took that shit with great bitterness and turned that shit into very powerful action.
Yeah, she got off the canvas, got up in the gym, got a game up, and did what she had to do from her point of view.
And a lot of other people are going to be able to build on that and move. That the demographics there have changed. You see that. So that, in fact, Georgia should be a blue state with all them Negroes down there. Okay.
Yeah, you get blueprint for Texas, for doing Texas in 2024.
Exactly. Mm-hmm. So we can get a lot done of what we want to get done. Remember, elections matter. Elections matter, man. Mm-hmm. These guys who my vote don't matter, get the fuck up out of here. I mean, motherfuckers are dead up in here because you made the wrong decisions or didn't decide to get involved in politics. How many people have died? This shit is life and death, man, at certain levels. Your businesses and so forth. You know what I mean? If the government has come through and helped you stay afloat during a very difficult period and so forth. Not that you're looking out for that, but if that's the interest to keep your economy and stuff going, the government will make these types of moves and so forth. These are elections. I mean, these are important things that are being involved in our daily lives through elections. This is what's going on right now. These are sterling. These are tremendous examples as to what's happening currently. So elections matter, man. And for all you guys crying and bitching about these females and so forth, y'all know I'm hard on these. I'm hard on them. But at the end of the day, I have to look at certain political realities that we're going to have to deal with as thinking brothers, and we got to be thinking. And I'm saying we have to really be thinking, and that's going to be the hardest part of this thing, is to get brothers really thinking, as opposed to being emotional, effeminate windbags, screaming, acting crazy, and doing nothing when this is all done. I don't really want to waste time with that. Yeah.
I was gonna quickly add to Nago. And the other thing is, I think this kind of displayed in Biden's election as well. When you start talking at these states that can turn blue, you're putting the Republicans on defense. Trump had to spend so much time trying to basically hold on to Florida, North Carolina, Georgia, Texas, Arizona. Mm-hmm. And it's like you versus Biden, you can really just, focus in on Michigan, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and then the rest is just icing on the cake. So it spreads your resources thin. And it just makes it a lot harder for them to win. And like we said, numbers and demographics are working against them at the rate things are going right now. So it's only going to get more difficult.
the power dynamic of the map has basically shifted in real time for us. We had actually seen it. So now the battleground states now are basically going to possibly shift to Georgia and Texas now. North Carolina is going to be one. So that's your new battleground in the South. Those are not just for sure states that can be taken for granted for the Republican Party now. They know this. So that's where they at now. That's where they at.
And all those states got major black populations who can definitely swing the election.
Absolutely, which means that your rhetoric has to change out of those states. South Carolina too, same thing.
The dynamics are changing.
Yes, sir.
We have to look at this for what it is. And let me just say this, it can be tremendously to our advantage. So that's what I'm saying. Being thinking and being, and being organized. This is our time, and you can take advantage in both parties. Because both are going to try to play to you. They've seen this, and why Trump was trying to stop you was because he said, "Shit, they coming through. They coming through. They came through Detroit. They came through Philly.
Mm-hmm.
These are chocolate cities. This is the deal, man. Shit got close. Who did these guys have to call on? So our chip in the game is huge. All right. So we have to look at that and take advantage of that. Take full advantage. We are in a
couple people tried to redo the Brooks Brothers riots.
Brooks Brothers riot. You see, they tried that shit yesterday, but day before yesterday, they tried that shit.
Yeah.
They tried it, man. They was trying to do a replay on that shit. I'm like,
Detroit and in Philly.
I said, look at this shit. Look at these motherfuckers. Vote counters, scared, nervous? This is America? This is your democracy? Oh, boy.
It's the same people from back in the day. And this is why the history is not wrong about Mississippi. It's not wrong about the conservative movement. They don't want you participating in their process that they think is theirs.
Don't want you in the process, and when it starts going against them because the process is not working the way that they want it to work, they're ready to run up on you. Think about that.
Now, when I saw that, I was like, if these people were black, the National Guard would have been called in like immediately.
Oh, wow. Yeah. No, I mean, they wouldn't have called in the National Guard. They just would have walked in and mowed them down. Like, yep, I feel like.
Oh yeah, they did like. Let's just do this. Tanks would have rolled up. It would have been You would have had the Air Force. You would have had all kinds of shit coming out. Oh no, that would have been the end of it. But even these people can run up on you like this, because the vote's not going their way. Think about that, fellas. Oh boy. But it's also showing you that this is kind of the last gasp for these guys, man. They kind of know this thing is going to change. Man,
you got to burn it all to the ground, like I'm showing on the screen here. So. Yeah. You got to leave not one spot open for these people to come back. You got to cover the whole place.
You want scorched earth. I know you do, man.
Yeah.
I know MOT love he wants the fire, man.
And you should show that Jupiter joint with them fucking. You should show the Jupiter joint with them with the meteors hitting the atmosphere, showing those colossal explosions. It's just you're showing you, man, that this is the game, man. This was a huge hit. This was a colossal hit. Black people were huge in this. Huge. Yeah. We were huge in keeping the Midwestern states alive. Wisconsin, Michigan, huge there. Huge in Pennsylvania. Huge. Mm-hmm. Okay. Huge in Georgia.
Oh my God, for the win, man.
That's huge crazy. In Georgia. Yeah.
That's crazy right there. That is correct. Because see, with Georgia, you don't need Ohio. That flips it. That's the equivalent. That's the equivalent right there. Boom, boom. It's like bang, bang.
It's easier to get Georgia as well.
It's bang, bang. Yeah, exactly. The dynamics fit better. It's if you're strategically looking at this thing, you flip Georgia, you don't need Ohio. So Ohio can
Yeah.
go what it can go and do what it's going to do at that point.
Exactly, and through this very high election rate where people came out like crazy, you know, and now this absentee, the mail-in voting and all that, of which totally caught the Republicans flat-footed, you know, caught them flat-footed, you know. This was something that these guys just they didn't count on seeing this, fam.
I can imagine Trump. I can imagine Trump saying, "Georgia,
no, Georgia.
Georgia don't have no love.
Really, no love for the orange man.
Yeah, and the funny thing is, he went down there when Georgia was in the national championship a couple years back to go see the game.
And so you got a problem because if Georgia comes through at the end, you got a Republican governor, Republican Secretary of State. What are you going to say to that? That they're cheating too.
I'm surprised he hadn't started throwing them under the bus hardcore. Like, what are y'all doing?
Yeah, man.
Oh man.
But I'm telling you, behind closed doors right now. You know, because you got McConnell and them, they ain't, you know, and Spence and them, they ain't playing this guy's game.
Kind of quiet.
They're like this guy's got to be removed. McConnell's McConnell's worried about the Senate. He's worried about it because he knows, you know, they got to see if they can tamp things down. But they got 22 coming up, and that's going to come up real fast. And you know, he's got to try to survive that. You know,
he's got to see if he can hold on because it's looking like you're gonna have 2 runoffs down there in Georgia for Senate seats. Might take control.
Jared, who would have thought Georgia would have been the one?
Georgia.
I mean, I could just see him just sitting there, just like, what in the hell?
No, but you know what kind of gave me a little bit of an idea that might happen when they sent Obama Cheech. When Obama Cheech went up in there. Obama Cheech. When Don Chicho came in up in there, bro, I was like, what? Obama spending his last couple of days up in there? Coming towards the end. He's in Atlanta, GA. They had the numbers. When Obama Cheech was up in there, Don Cheech, when he was up in there, I was like, oh shit. Maybe there's something happening. I give the Democrats credit on this.
If they win the Senate,
how they ran this thing.
Yeah, they brought out the secret weapon. They brought him out at the perfect time too. He came out strategically. Boom, 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 laying haymakers, man. At the end of the
and ran around the country trolling Trump.
Yeah, hard.
So you know, I was just like, the Democrats were kind of brilliant in how they pulled this thing off.
Yeah, because he canceled them out in Philly. Because he went to Philly too. Obama did, right? He talked to the brothers in Philly. He canceled them because I think they're winning there, like in the city, what, 89 to 87%? That's what the numbers are looking like.
Yeah, crazy.
Crushed them.
Crushed them. Okay, well, I got the map up here.
Yeah,
that's the thing with
I got
Obama
the map up
too.
here.
No, I was going to quickly say that's how you see how much influence he's had.
Yeah. Go pull up your map, MOT, because this map was kind of close. MOT's map was kind of close. I ain't gonna front. This map was kind of close.
Yeah.
I think my map.
Yeah, I mean, this was my map.
Yeah.
Pretty good.
But I never thought this map. I never thought this map would be looking like this. 306 to 232.
That was my map originally, MOT.
That's pretty accurate. It's pretty
Renaissance
accurate.
Man. Renaissance Man. Remember Renaissance Man? Yeah, that was my map. Yeah. That's what I had. I didn't have Georgia. I had North Carolina instead.
Yeah, that's what I thought too.
That's the
North
only
Carolina was the most likely.
I didn't have Georgia. I had North Carolina as the one that was going to flip, and it was 305. It was 305 to 233 for me. That was my map.
Your call on North Carolina was actually a good one because Obama Cheech took that.
That's your map right there.
Down the first time. He won it the first time around.
No, my map. I had Georgia red. That was the only thing I missed. So I missed Georgia. Yeah, that was what I was. Yep, that was me. 305.
Georgia was a Georgia.
That was it.
Oh, That'd have been a
That was
tough
my
call
map.
from the outset. That'd have been a
Yeah.
tough call from the outset.
That was my map right
That'd
there.
have been a tough call from the outset. That'd have been a tough call.
Yeah, Georgia.
Yeah.
Georgia.
That was a tough call.
That would have been tough. I mean, hey, I saw the numbers too, but I'm like, I don't know I can't go with Georgia, bro. I can't do that. We're gonna walk down the South one step at a time. So
Yep.
yeah.
Well, you know something.
Skipping North Carolina and South Carolina would have been hard for me.
But Georgia was in play. Let me say this: Stacey Abrams' race.
Yeah,
showed you that you could possibly take it.
Right.
And if it wasn't for voter suppression, that's
Right.
why Abrams was angry, because she was like, I got cheated out of this race. So, this Greg Palast, who was that investigative reporter who really looks at this whole voting thing in ridiculous detail, said that basically Georgia is a blue state. Yeah. And it was like, the reason why it's not blue is because of the suppression that comes down heavy.
Weren't they big on redistricting?
From the governor's office and the Secretary of State. So that's what they always figured the problem was. So that was shown, but he said that if you could cut the suppression down, you could potentially win statewide there. And that was shown here. And Stacey Abrams laid the groundwork for that. That's why that's
Brother Art was there. I don't know if any of your other guys seen it, but with the day of the actual election, now Brother Art, you was there when I showed my map, right? Now wasn't that what my map was? Instead for Georgia, it was North Carolina instead.
Much, yep.
Are you there? Okay. So
Art was there, so that's what. Yeah, absolutely. That because they were like, man, they were like, what your map? Because I remember it very succinctly. I said, hold on now, let's give it some time. I said, I'm still in the game, because it was all about Wisconsin and Michigan for me. Michigan and Wisconsin was still up for grabs, but everything else was falling apart. But I said, I never had Florida. I never had Texas as flipping. I always had North Carolina and Virginia as the southern states, and then Wisconsin and Michigan as the ones that was going to flip back to the Democrats. And then basically he holds on to the Western belt, which is Arizona and Nevada, and that was going to get it up to the 305 that I had originally. And that was my map. So instead of Georgia, it was North Carolina. But if they count the ones in North Carolina, flip North Carolina real quick, MOT, let me see what it would end up being.
North Carolina what?
Just flip it blue.
Carolina what?
North Carolina. I think it would be 321, right? So it would be 321. So that would mean that the South Mid-Atlantic would basically be the mandate for that area. So that basically means that the South is totally up for grabs at that point.
But it is still up for grabs, because you can't.
But I mean,
North Carolina.
It would be so much of a.
Has flipped before.
But it would be so much of a reality at this point that they can't deny it. You know what I'm saying? That is basically.
It's been done already.
Yeah, no, I agree, but I'm saying
it can be done again.
The sight of it, like when you take a look at the map and you see the color of it, you're like, wow.
Yeah, I had to do.
North Carolina can be in play at any point in time, because the demographics are changing there. You have many Northerners going into that area, especially Charlotte and so forth, and even
Raleigh
area. You have some very big corporate headquarters up there that are that are certainly in that area. I've had two friends who moved down to that area. Because of where their companies are. So that's going on big time. That's going to continue. So the demographics there are changing as well. So those states are certainly, North Carolina is going to be in play.
Yeah.
So it's been flipped once. It could easily be flipped again. And that's kind of what has to be, what can be done there. Good ground game. Strong organization there, could easily make that happen, and they get the people out. Definitely can happen in that state. South Carolina is going to be a little tougher, but you do have a black enough population there to turn it around. But you have a lot of blacks, I think, who kind of side in some respects with many of the white conservatives, I would say, I think that's what also played a big role in Harris not making it. So I think a lot of black people actually did not support him at the level that he would have thought he would have gotten. But that's a mindset thing. That is an interest game. So one's going to have to be sophisticated in how they're going to have to talk with those people and put them on the table as well. So, there are a lot of things here because they have a black senator there who ran from the right side and he from the right and he got elected. So certainly your electability is can play in that area as well. But anyway, the demographics are changing big time. And this is obvious. This election has opened up a lot of people's eyes, and people have to watch this very closely in the wake of in the wake of this of this Trump debacle.
Mhm.
So that's what
I think what overall that killed this dude was COVID.
Yes.
Oh, COVID definitely. Yeah, that was definitely.
Yeah, that took him out.
Yeah,
Because I was pretty much anticipating on the racist white vote to carry him.
yeah.
I remember
He carried him.
a lot of the to make him win. But the thing was that when Obama was winning, I heard a few rednecks on I don't know what show that was, saying was that he said I may be racist, but I don't like being broke. And he said he's voting for Obama.
Yeah. I mean, people will vote their wallets to a large extent. And why they supported Obama in the Midwestern states was because of the auto industry, and that was also involved with Pennsylvania as well. And that was huge. That was huge to them. The unions and so forth. That was a big thing. So it was about money. So that's why they supported Obama heavily in those areas. So he won them, and then and he kept winning. So and he kept a strong coalition together. So people, Ohio, we had Ohio and Pennsylvania and Wisconsin and Michigan and all that. He ran through that shit, man, like ran through Richmond. So he did well. But that was broken up by Trump. That did get broken up by Trump, and people felt, that, this was a new game in town, and how Trump came in. We can talk about all that left, right, and center, but he wasn't able to hold it because of COVID, and people lost a lot of money, and folks got hit hard. But still, many people supported this guy. 60 million voters, man, was down with this dude in the face of over 200,000 deaths, man. You know what I mean? Damn.
What got me though too, because after that small debacle last night, I don't think it was big, but the way that some of these people, these new people on the right, since they don't have any shoulder to lean on or anybody to like, any ass to kiss, what now? I mean, are they going to go to a lot of the racist white folks and try to regroup? Are they going to say, take me, please? Or are they going to keep coming around us and antagonizing our views, even though we don't take a side?
Antagonizing the views. These guys, they don't have anything up there. They're in the culture warrior game. That's why I said, they don't have anything else. They're just going to continue and antagonize and call you lefties or do whatever and not really understand what real left is. But I'm not going to get into that at this.
But that's it's just trouble. Like that's obviously they were never serious. They didn't want to learn the history. They just wanted to do the easiest possible thing to do, and that was AM talk radio. And that's what they did. It's not a big deal.
Yeah.
I said now you have to bring something to the table. If not, that's going to be left out there.
Yeah.
Nothing really to worry about. To say the golden text. So look, you just want to know and learn about the process going forward, so that way you don't be looking like this.
Yeah, they need to come to the brothers and pull and throw away the BS and just come back to the brothers and start, bringing your expert. If you have expertise, if you have expertise, come to the brothers, and then we'll all figure out. I do this, you do this, I do that. Okay, I think a lot of us play sports. I'll be a horrible center, but I'll be a hell of a point guard.
Yeah, right.
You gotta know your part.
Yeah. Know your role. But see, to me, I think a large part is we should be able, stuff you learn here. You should be utilizing this in your community, wherever you are. If you're involved politically or so forth, you should be able to organize and talk with people, get involved in the political game. Not have to be anything big. You have to run for office or whatever, but get involved locally as to what's going on in your community. Start talking with people, and then you start to get other conversations going, You start to then get involved in the political process, start getting candidates moving and so forth. There are a lot of things that can easily be done. And it's but it's people who should be looking to get it. We should be looking to get involved. What I see here is, I understand it with a lot of this, but the thing that bothers me more so is just looking at the troll.
Let me shout the super chat real quick. Go
ahead.
Let me shout.
Go ahead, man. Go ahead.
Thanks for the 49 super chat thanks for the coverage and the entire panel has done. You can also clarify culture. Can you clarify culture word for me? One last favor, can you go over the check policy and find your candidates? Culture warrior is these people don't want to learn the history of the political process. They just want to come in and troll. I suggest you find out which radio station plays Fox News. No. Which radio station is on the AM dial in your specific city, and turn out and listen to the stuff that comes out of people's mouth. None of it's true. It's purely emotional, purely high-strung, and listen to the people who call in. They sound like some of these panels that you see in the Manosphere right now. So those people are culture warriors. They're talking about policy. The only thing they're doing is throwing red meat to people who don't understand the process. And yes, believing in emotion and doing something emotional takes way less intellectual capacity than it does to learn about the process and to make sure that this process works for them. But since they're not interested in making any moves, they just want to take a place to where they can just throw rocks at the other side. That's why they want you to name your policies, so they just dismiss them, but they don't have to learn any policies. So that way they're like, look, socialism, communism. I'm like, dude, I'm not talking to people like that. It's either you have a political understanding or you don't, and that's not opinion-based. History isn't opinion-based. We can't just look around today and say that Mississippi never had their state flag that it had prior to this time, when we know history shows that's the case. That's what a culture warrior would do.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
No, yeah, I would totally agree with that. You don't have to be that much of an intellectual. Just look at things that have happened in the past. Just have a basic understanding of history, and just look at some of the policies. There is work to be done. Yeah, there is work to be done where you have to just study what happened pretty much after slavery and just look at a lot of the big Supreme Court decisions that went against you. Just take a look at a lot of the policies that were initiated that really helped to, sequester you not only from, other parts of society, but literally from its economic and critical political participation, things that were done by your government as well. Just get a good understanding of. People want to say that's leftist. No, there's no left leaning any of this. These are the facts of America, and we should be up on some of this. And what bothers me is people who come to this space. They come in and they talk a whole lot of craziness, but yet they're not up on any of this stuff at all. And then you start bringing this stuff up on them and they get mad or get angry and say, I'm tired of history. What does history mean? Doesn't mean shit and all this kind of craziness. And then you look at these guys and you shake your head like, what's your point here, man? What are you talking about? And they get angry because they have no real points except to say, you're a nigger. I don't like you. I feel like how the white man feels about you. And this is why I feel this way, because we're not performing at the levels that we should. And screw you, but I sold drugs. I did this and I did that, and I got off of them, so I'm great, But everything else is, is supposed to improve just because, I see everybody else, bad, but yet I'm good, and and let's side with these guys that hate you, and everything will be okay. I mean that's ultimately what I'm like hearing. It's like I can't make heads or tails of any of this shit that these guys are coming up with. They're just out here just to cloud chase and make noise. No understanding of anything that's going on. Just no understanding of it. And I don't know what to say except you wasting your time doing that. And you're here trolling. And that's what I think Art was bringing up about. Well, what are they going to do? Are they going to come here and add on, or they're just going to come here and just throw a lot of rocks and just do a lot of rock throwing. That's all they're going to do. They're not coming here with anything else. So I'm interested in talking to people who can advance the conversation a little bit more and talk about things that can help you when you get off this live stream or wherever you are. You can be in your community and literally being an asset, a political asset as well. The political game is very important because that's going to make changes for you if you really want change. If you want, let's say, child support to change, that's only going to change through political means. It's not going to change when you screaming at some black female on the on the Bernard Riley show. That's not going to change shit. It's not. What's really going to change things? You have to look at what this is about. So, I don't know. I hope you guys are following me on this, but that's what I have to say on that. Anyway, you go ahead, MOT. Go ahead.
I was going to quickly add to go on. It looks like Biden is now up 20,000 votes in Nevada as well. So that lead is starting to build as well.
Yeah, because they're coming out of the Reno area, which is very liberal and so forth, as everybody knows. If you don't know about Reno, they have legalized prostitution out there and all that kind of stuff.
Yep.
So.
Yeah, I think the other thing that's interesting in all this is the influence Obama has had in this whole process. Even going back to 2008, picking Joe Biden to be his VP, and here we are, a little bit over 10 years later.
Yeah.
Your VP is now running for president, and you helped put him in office. And I mean, you just got a lot of, it's clear who the unofficial leader of the Democratic Party is right now with Barack Obama. And you got a direct line right back into guy who used to work for you, so he's got a lot of influence in this party.
Renaissance, that's a great point. You see, had Biden's son not passed on, and where Biden ultimately felt he couldn't run, they would have passed that bad boy off. They would have passed the duchy, just like Reagan and Bush did. They'd have passed that off. He would have came on and ran as VP, and he would have beaten Trump. He would have beaten Trump, man. Biden would have beaten Trump.
Oh yeah.
They would have kept things going. But what happened was, that didn't happen. Biden didn't get the nod really. And which I think was it was just bad, and they bought this Hillary brought in, and that's what we had, because still Hillary still won by 3 million votes as far as popular vote, but she couldn't carry those the Midwestern states, which she neglected, which was crazy. But anyway, he should have been president. Biden really, being Obama's VP, they should have passed that bad boy off. Like a Philly blunt, man. Oh, yeah, pass that Dutchie, baby. Pass it over here to the left. They should have done the shit just like that, but that didn't happen. So now it's what's happening. It's happening. He was Obama's VP. Now he's president. This is what should have happened. It is what it is. And he knows how to govern because he's been there. He's been in the space. He's been in it before. He understands the White House and its activities and how to get things done. He understands it. Trump did not understand this. Came in, a civilian, and did not know really how to really govern. He didn't understand it. He did not know how to do it. Then, and the COVID thing showed you were supposed to take leadership on that. You were supposed to turn that over to the states, to a bunch of governors and shit like that. It would be everyone who's got one governor may have a good idea, another governor may have a harebrained idea, and you got to have this thing This has to be dealt with uniformly, and that just wasn't done. And we have so many countries on the map that have had tremendous response to it. Look at Taiwan, a country that's got maybe about 12 or 15 million or so. I forget the population of Taiwan at this stage, but it's sizable. 7 deaths altogether. 7. They never even closed their economy down. They isolated 1% of their population and isolated them and quarantined them and made sure that 1% of their population didn't come out. That they tested. They didn't even shut the economy down fully. One of the most brilliant responses anywhere. 7 deaths. North Korea. South Korea. With Seoul, South Korea, with over 10.5 million people in Seoul. 450 deaths. I mean, come on, man. I mean, these are countries that were dealing with this thing intelligently. Just above us, 10,000 deaths only with Canada, just sitting right north of us, 10,000. I mean, which is still a lot, but still, they were able to shut it down. I mean, it's just, this shit is crazy. This doesn't even make any sense. This race should have never been even this close. But I mean, but literally that's what we have to do. Get your arms around COVID. That was your problem. Get your arms around that, then your problems go away. Biden sits here and the only thing he can do, if he gets his arms around this COVID thing, does what I would do when you get in here. I would basically shut the country down for 90 days again, quarantine, trace all the extra money that you have, put a bunch of fucking testing centers all over the country, and damn near mandatorily make people go there. Masks have to be mandatory, and then boom, after 90 days, you're gonna see this thing go away. This thing will still gonna be down. The economy's gonna roar back. This guy could be 90 years old, sitting in the White House, fucking with his feet in a rocking chair, and not worry about anything else. That's what this guy does. That's all he did. That's all.
Trump look horrible if that happens.
Yeah, that's all Trump had to do, man. But you got to say, you got the rights, and you got a bunch of ignorant ass, dumb motherfuckers running around talking about this is my right. You right to what, you idiot? You're gonna make me sick next to you? You ain't got the right to do that. Fuck that. We're gonna put a mask on your ass, so you're gonna get fined, or maybe get locked down. China, if you were running around with a temperature and running around, they were throwing your shit. They were throwing your shit in a lockup. They weren't playing. These countries weren't playing with you like that. So you supposed to sit around here and play this with these idiots, these morons running around, accepting death all over the place? What kind of fucking is this?
That'll be interesting to go on to see, if Biden does come into office and put something like a mask mandate. Or, I don't think there'll be too much pushback to testing, but a mask mandate, I could definitely see people, Trump from the sidelines, still, egging on supporters to be like, don't listen to him, mask mandate, rebel and all.
Start laying fines on motherfuckers.
Yep, because it's gonna be interesting, the dynamics in general, especially if McConnell.
Well, that's what happened in New York.
Maintains control of the Senate. It'll be interesting if you're gonna have the same thing of the Obama 2010 on and on, where it was just pretty much obstructionist Senate.
Well, I don't know. I'm saying you can definitely get this thing done. You got to get your hands, because McConnell's like, I ain't going in the White House. McConnell himself was like, I ain't going up in the White House. Them motherfuckers are reckless up in there. So McConnell himself said, I ain't going up in there. I ain't been up in there since August. Them motherfuckers up in there are reckless. So they already know that you're gonna have to do this. They already know that you're gonna have to get your arms around this. They know it. They know you're going to have to do this. All right, and you're gonna have to get every last bit of fucking testing that you need to get done. Put it in every fucking what do you call either Walmarts or whatever the fuck. Get everybody in there to go in there and get tested. All right, and then start quarantining. Contact tracing. Okay, which we know how to do. Okay, contact trace everyone, get everyone tested, and then once you do that, in 90 days, this thing fucking goes to zero. 90 days goes to zero. People will bristle now, uptight. Yeah, put these motherfuckers. Okay, and those who don't want to do it, start fining them. You may have to lock a couple of them down, no problem. All right. After 90 days, this thing starts to get behind you. Then your economy comes roaring back. Okay, and when the economy comes roaring back, you're gonna be looking at 7, 8, 9% GDP. That's what you're gonna be looking at.
Just real quick, fellas. I'm about to drop off, man. I just want to thank Manitomal, Nagone, as always, coming with that fire. Mike V, my brother, Renaissance man, my brother, man, what stays in the outer rim, keep it in the outer rim, man. I will keep contact with you brothers, man, throughout the day. If you guys come on a little bit later, I'll come through. But I got my baby girl here, so I gotta be on daddy.
Man, listen, man. I love that father shit, dude, man. Handle that, man.
Yeah,
but let me tell you something. From now till 16 or whatever, when they're gonna be asking for the keys or whatever they're gonna be asking for the bus or whatever, that shit is coming faster than you know. So enjoy that kid now. When that kid wants to climb on your lap and hang out and play with you and all that, you have to do that, because this time goes by faster than you can believe.
I know, man. I know. But yeah, man, salute to you, brothers, man, and just like my man Master Yoda said in the in the wars, at the end, your rule is, and not short enough, it was. And I leave you guys adieu. Back to the outer realm for me. Should we hit it? Peace, brothers. Stay up, man.
All right, later, man. All right, thanks for coming on, man.
Yeah, I was going to quickly add, Nagone, when you were talking about the timeline. If Biden can get get in office and get this thing under control in 90 days, it'll just be perfect for people coming out of winter, going in the spring, lockdown going away. It'll just make a setup for a roaring summer of economic growth and people being essentially to get back to normal in some semblance that they didn't have this past summer.
This shit'll take the fuck off. It'll take off like you can't believe.
Yeah.
And he'll just walk around. He'll walk around and be sleepy, like a guy's going Sleepy Joe. He'll be sitting back chilling. That's it. He can get the TPP back. He gets the TPP back together again. You know what I'm saying? He can then get some stuff moving on healthcare. Slowly and easy. You don't have to ram anything down anybody's throat. Start working with the Congress. Start getting people ready on that. But see, when people start when people go back to work, when the money starts flowing, people start feeling good. You know what I'm saying? And this guy's in a perfect position to do it. It's tailor-made for him right now. It's tailor-made for him. It's tailor-made for him. Tailor-made for this guy right now. That's all he's got to do. I think it'd be easy. Mike, go ahead, Mike.
No, I was just going to say, one of the agendas from a progressive standpoint is to fight for these military contracts, in terms of like a military industrial co-op. Okay. One of the things I've been planning out of how to increase the employment for Black men in these spaces is actually to create a co-op and have more members a part of that co-op in that industrial complex. A lot of opportunities to create, not so much as arms, but vehicles that can actually tow arms. A lot of those Humvees, they don't even know what to do. They're just stockpiling them for right now, taking them off of the taking them off, paying guys like MOT to shift them around. But what are they doing with them? We can repurpose those and resell them back to Africa and Latin America with new and improved digital electronic systems, artificial intelligence and things like that.
That's right.
You don't have to have as many gunners and commanders on there. One person could drive it and actually operate it simply from a touchpad or something like that. So there's a lot of opportunities that can come from actually organizing under an agenda on the right. But I don't hear these guys having that conversation. Culture warring is maybe profitable right now, but in terms of self-determination, it's not there. Those are the sort of things, those are sort of conversations that we have on and offline. And I don't think a lot of these guys really understand where we really stand overall.
No, they don't. No, that's what we were talking about, the fourth industrial revolution, and how a lot of the philosophy that we talk about really flows through that. A lot of these guys, they don't understand that. That's what I'm saying. With homeboy who came on last night, we're not gonna mention any names, came on last night. He said he saw a lot of the brain trust shows. He didn't, whatever he saw, he didn't take it, didn't sink in. He didn't really listen to what's really going on. People listening to some left leaning stuff and all. I was lost on that. So I would say, in some respects, with respect to the brain trust, we didn't do our job. We didn't, somehow, I don't know. Big part of that was just missed. I don't know how that was, but guys are not taken to that. But what Mike talking about and what we consistently talk about is precisely that. Utilizing that to totally advance us, and technology is big way to play this to play this along. But so I don't know if these. Yeah, I don't know.
I just saw GM Defense, which I didn't even know they had something like that. They took
Yeah, they do.
The Chevy the Chevy Canyon. Okay, so it's a light pickup truck, the same size of a Toyota Tacoma. They militarized that vehicle for the U.S. military. Got I think it's like a $20 million contract or something like that to build like 200 of or something like that, something to that effect. I forget how many the U.S. military purchased. You can basically put that thing in a Chinook. You can put it inside. You can put about a dozen of them inside of a C 17 or whatever it is.
C-130 cargo.
Yeah. The thing is, that's where the move is. Okay, that's going to create jobs. That's going to create a lot of upward mobility and intellectual property. And this is not a complex vehicle. They took the body panels off of it and just basically it's just a rolling cage with a 50 cal on top of it. I mean that's all it is, and a bunch of backpacks and stuff on it. I mean, this is not difficult, man. This is not difficult at all.
It is part of the tech game, and I don't know, Mike. I don't know, man. We should talk offline at some point in time and look at some few things. A lot of things are going on. Cats are missing a lot of stuff, but what you're talking about is exactly the kind of stuff that we need to be talking about.
Creating a black Halliburton.
Exactly what we're talking about.
Black owned and operated and controlled.
Yeah.
And and I made a comment last night about it. Says people talking about going back to Africa and go back to Ghana. Oh, that's the country that sold you. Hold it. What? That's the country that sold you. Okay. Hold it. We're talking about a whole new developmental age that the Ghana's making cars and computers and stuff, and we're not to be a part of that as well. We shouldn't. Our level of we have to expand in how we think. Very important, man.
But a lot of people don't want to move.
The information
and it's quite obvious that they don't want to go anywhere.
Yeah, we haven't done our job. We haven't done our job well enough.
Well, you guys just want government handouts. Why don't we ask Lockheed Martin about those handouts?
Yeah, I mean it's crazy, Mike. I mean
they're okay with handouts as long as it's not black people. That's what it is.
It's crazy, man. It's crazy. It's crazy. Anyway, it's crazy. But go ahead, Mike. Go ahead. Finish up, man. Go ahead, man. Go ahead.
No, that's kind of the point that I'm making. Like, if you don't have an agenda, all of this doesn't mean anything. You can culture war in the left, and those guys over there, they're rigging the election. They're doing this. They're doing that. All the fear mongering, and look at all these trans women running for office. Is this the America that you want? I'm scratching my head. I'm saying you just had a whole bunch of black men get shot and choked and, shot and killed without due process. And you're not concerned about that, but you're concerned about that over there. That doesn't make any sense. How can you be black male first, not advocate for the due process of black men under the law, but you're so quick to highlight LGBTQ? I don't get it, man.
Because they're just here to gaslight black men. That's the only thing they're here to do is gaslight black men the same way that Fox News came on to specifically gaslight and hold them emotionally hostage over the things they already didn't like.
Where have we gone wrong in the message? Where have we gone wrong in the message? How is this?
We didn't talk to enough females. That's just what it was.
Talking to female.
The wrong kind. But yeah. So that's all it was. Like, dude, they didn't want to listen. They didn't care about anything. They're already at their end point already.
Hey, Mike, how many videos or shows we had on the Brain Trust talk about what you were just talking about? How many did we have on the Brain Trust?
Probably want to say maybe 250 to 300. Because there's probably 150 Brain Trust videos that have not been counted. Because we usually count episodes, but there are other videos, probably about 100 and so, that have not been numerically marked. And so, we have X amount of videos. Not to mention that this kind of conversation was happening before the Brain Trust on business, wealth, and power with complex design. And so.
That's correct.
And so we've been having these conversations
for a couple of years.
Yeah, for some time. So it's not like we just started having these conversations for the sake of having it. The process is what, you know, MOT, myself, and all of us talk about on the panel. The process is important. We're minorities, we're Black, we're male, and we're underserved, okay? If there's grants on the table, 100,000, 500,000, $1 million, 3 million, why wouldn't we take those grants and what those resources to put it to work if we're collectively organized for this agenda? Oh, well, those are this government handout. That's welfare, and that's gonna stop you. I thought this was all about, you know, Black male advocacy and all this other stuff. Now all of a sudden it's welfare, so that stops you from actually partaking in the process. That's why they're culture warriors.
They don't care about the process. It's too easy to be a culture warrior. Yeah, it's too easy.
You know, I've sat down, you know, talk with you guys here deeply about that. I've talked about myself and MOT. You know, I've talked about this in detail. Look at the whole piece of government contracting, and look how much of that goes to these white corporations all day long.
They don't complain about it. They don't say anything about it. It's okay.
They grab it all day.
That's how a small company called Arnold Defense. Okay, they just make 70mm missiles that go on Cobras and other land-based vehicles. They get plenty of welfare from the government to survive because they can't operate unless they do business with the government
all day long.
They're a small shop, very small shop. I think like 1,000 to 2,000 people work there. That's it.
Yeah, but you guys seem to figure that's not the real issue with these guys. You know the real issue.
What's going on, Black Torch?
What's up? I'm glad to see everybody.
What's going on, baby?
Good, man.
Yeah, man. Through the bone, we'll say.
Tá bom. Espero que
what I was going to say, man, like I've been fighting with these guys. You hear me on these panels with these guys. I've been just going at it because they finally admit the only reason that they're conservative is because they're pissed off at the Black women.
Yeah.
That's it. That's the only reason. And you ask them all these different reasons, and they tell you it all comes back to the Black women. These guys are emotionally stuck, and we can't unstick somebody like that. They have to want to get out of that. And I haven't seen them make one budge towards that. Hopefully now with their savior, their God and savior going down in flames, they'll have to stand by themselves. Because right now it's looking sad, man. It's really looking sad. When you talk to them guys, I had a stream. I think Nagoni was on and MOT when I was talking about what Obama did. They actually told me that facts don't matter.
No, they'll say that.
Facts don't matter. I said he took 1/3 of Black people and got them health care. That don't matter. You know, when I told him he got all those homeless veterans to come off the street, like 1/3 of them, that don't matter. I'm saying, like, what matters to you? And it came back to, you know it. Oh, you're gonna has to be with the women, or you're gonna side with the women. I said, yeah, I'm siding with the women on this one. You know, I don't get it. I really don't. I think that book by Eugene Robinson is right. Disintegration, because it's not going to happen, because I'm not going to allow these dudes to infect any of these young kids. You know, I'm not.
That's what they're here for.
I'm not. When I'm trying to get these kids to get these certificates, these guys are talking, oh no, you're going to work for the white man. I'm saying, what the fuck are you talking about? Who are you working for?
But they don't understand that you get these certs, you can become a consultant and do whatever. But we've been talking about that in the Brain Trust for years as well, and then people who have directly benefited from it. So you know, like I said, these guys are not serious about that. That's why we have to be vigilant and getting on these people, and really being a counterweight to that voice, because that shit out there is dangerous. I saw a man on this panel sitting here right now had a debate with another man, and the guy said, and his debating opponent said, I will support a white supremacist over you.
Oh, you was there when he said that. Oh, because that's I was.
Wait, what?
Hey, Mike, was that not said?
Wait, what? Like, why would you? This person didn't say they were pro-black male, did they?
Yeah.
But they would support a white supremacist over you, Black Torch, because of your position.
They called me a Marxist, leftist, liberal.
And see, that's what we were trying to get at last night, Nagone, when you mentioned the whole black public bank is okay. If you're black male first, you can't be tied to these ideologies of left wing, right. It is whatever benefits black men.
It went right over his head. He didn't understand He didn't even understand the real question.
They never tried to gain the understanding even now either. So
he saw what it was happening. He tried to roll out of it, but I was like, oh man, I was like, this is bad. And this guy is not a bad guy. It's just that I'm saying he's not a bad guy. This is not a bad guy.
No, I'm telling you, he's stuck. He really is.
But these guys, it's tough, man. Really trying to
stuck in the conundrum of their own making and their own track record.
Look at that on Bernard Riley's show today. They're up there. I was there for a while and listening to these guys. And they're coming up with every kind of excuse. And I'm listening, I'm saying, they said like, oh yeah, millions of ballots were stolen and all this. I'm saying by some guy going to Canada. I said, hold on, look at the story. He had 3 ballots and a whole bunch of other mail. I said, so you're telling me 106 million ballots this guy had in his car? You know, these guys are, I don't know what's going on with them.
Some of the fraud we saw was a Republican trying to vote for his mother, his dead mom's. That's what they call it.
Well, they don't want to talk about the fake mailboxes, the fake drop boxes in California,
please.
or the purging of. But I tell you this, Stacey Abrams.
We've been talking about her.
She fucked them good. The slow kill. She fucked them good.
We've been talking about that since last night. And I saw it after she ran for governor and felt she got really jerked around. Greg Palast, who Mike was playing some videos on just the other day as well, some clips on him talking about, voter purges and how they scam you. He came into that. He intervened in that election and sued to say that they were illegally purging people from this election, and they ended up in a quick courtroom dealing there. They had to put 67,000 people back into the count, so he was successful in that. But certainly
it should be unconstitutional at this point.
I think you guys should be putting.
But the one that we gotta really get our nod to is that guy Ernie Chambers from Nebraska. He fucked Trump good.
No, I'm telling you, this Stacey Abrams looms large in this.
Listen, this one guy in Nebraska, he gave that one electoral vote. He was a black dude that fought off the whole Republican Party by doing a filibuster himself, and he managed to give one electoral college vote from Nebraska, the only one from Nebraska to Biden that gave it mathematically impossible for Trump to win.
Yeah.
You had to see this. This is 183-year-old man.
It'd have been 269 and 269.
Yeah, and he's the one that fucked him.
Yeah, the other thing too, I was going to say, Black Torch, you were talking about ballots and what these guys are talking about. There was a federal judge that ordered a sweep of the USPS, and the postmaster, he completely ignored it. Like, he's going to have to go before the judge and explain why he didn't go and sweep these post offices
because the stuff that was still left behind because of the mails.
Yep, I think it's 150,000 of them. They were protesting in New York about that.
Is there a rabbit they can pull out their hat though?
Nah, not really. Nah,
they did it basically because they know those mail-in votes have been going to Biden, breaking big time, and they're basically knowing some of these states that, hey, if these ballots don't make it there, they're not going to count them. And the postmaster is the same one that tried to cut out all overtime and take out a bunch of postal machines and
The
take up
scanners.
drop boxes. Yeah.
Yeah, but one thing I gotta give, I don't like Bloomberg, but because I'm a New Yorker, but I gotta give him this. Him and LeBron paying for all those fines.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, a lot of people didn't want to talk about it, and they tried to actually put an injunction against Bloomberg for doing that, and they were like, "No, you can't. If he wants to pay, if these guys want to pay for these fines, they can do it." They were trying to stop them from using their own money. Think about that. And you want to talk about conservatism and all this kind of stuff? Think about that. Though you couldn't spend your money, baby. You couldn't spend your money to help you folks out. Couldn't spend your bread. Think about that shit. Think about that. Just think about that. It failed, but think about it. That's what they tried to do.
Yeah, and I brought up all these things with them before, and they said, well, that they seem not to really want to discuss those things. They want to like gloss over them, or like I said, all you are is a liberal. I said, yeah, I'm a liberal. So what? What is that going to do? You still don't have it. And I asked them, name 5 things that Trump has done for black people. They can't name even 2. That's the sad thing.
I'm just wondering, every time they throw that liberal thing out there, are we supposed to say, yeah, man, I'm sorry. You caught me.
It's a slur. They're slurring you.
I always wonder that.
No, it ain't slurring me. I said, okay, so what? I take it and I said, yeah, so what? Now answer the question.
Well, that's all, or you leftist, or you left this.
Yeah, like I'm supposed to confess my sins and take my hat off and and say, I see the light, man. I mean, because I noticed that tactic with a lot of, and we're talking about the real Republicans and these fake ones.
But then when you ask them about what's up with the real serious issues that are going on the right that have tremendously adversely affected you, they don't want to have that conversation. They want to ignore it. It's no big deal. Take the L.
When I asked them about, well, let's say about Trump, what he did to the fair housing and all that, they said, no, he didn't. I said, I showed them the thing. They said, oh, no, this is fake news. I said, this is coming from the U.S. government. It's fake news.
Oh my God.
They have a real problem. First of all, they don't read and they skim. You can't, I told them, you can't skim. You got to read the documents. I sent them a
They don't read. I don't think they read the platinum plan, and it was 2 pages long.
Yeah. Skim what? Skim milk?
Listen,
what these niggas skimming?
I sent them a Senate report on the state of Black America. They told me that I didn't understand statistics. I said, brother, I got 12 math classes under my belt better than you do. I can go toe to toe with you on math any day. And I said, what's wrong with these statistics? Oh, well, you don't know where. I said that. Well, they're from, how do you know how many women and men? I said, dude, you don't, it's easy. You go to Black demographics, you can pull it out. How many men and women?
You know what's crazy too? If you have like 2 sides here, like on the left, as far as what the other side is concerned about the LGBT, immigrants, and feminists being happy. On the right, it's about having the racist people be happy. Which one would you choose?
I don't think that's I think that's kind of like, that's how they want to phrase it. I phrase it like this.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to be wherever group is going to do my interests, whoever's going to help me out and leave me the hell alone.
Yeah. Because I was listening. Because matter of fact, I'm gonna talk about this later on today. But it's like, you worried about what other people are feeling instead of you talking about what you need to do.
Because they have no plan. That's when you ask them where you're going to go from now. They don't have a plan. I'm telling you, they're stuck. I mean, it's like Maslow's hierarchy of needs. They're still stuck in layer 2. They can't get out.
Yeah.
And it's sad because, you know, you want to say, listen, just think about it. Get the emotions out of it. And you can tell, I hate to say this, but a lot of them, you can tell were raised by single black mothers. I'm just saying.
Yeah, that's another side of gangster rap.
You know.
Because we are, because remember, like, we a lot of us, we always knew that gangster rap wasn't about the women, it was about how they were raised. And so this is just another side of it, but just on the political side. Same thing, They're just not saying the B word as much.
Mm.
But they got resentment. They want to go in another lane. All these different things, and you disparage your own people on the behalf of your I guess hurt or disappointment.
Oh, this was the funniest thing. Did you hear Angry Man what he said? I don't want you guys ever talking about from now on white supremacy. It don't exist. I said, what? This is the
Wow. I only hear him when he's on panels with me. I don't really.
He said that yesterday. I was just looking. I scanned through these things and I just listened to him. I said, this is where it comes to. And now you can actually see where the thing is at. I don't know if they got paid or go ahead.
No, I was going to quickly say, look at how many white people essentially voted for Trump in favor of white supremacy, more so than they did before.
Exactly. That's what I was saying last night, man. And then after this, okay, after we saw this, now all of a sudden people want to do a strong pushback against their own people still. We got some work to do. We're
yeah,
we psychiatrists or
no. What I suggest we do is, when I gave the presentation about Obama, the first thing they said, well, this guy named Mario asked me, are you American? Because if you're not American, you can't give this. I said, like, what? What are you talking about? And then I said, I'm American. What are you talking about? Well, if you're not American, you can't give this presentation. I said, like, these are about facts. This is the thing. They try, and now they got a new tactic. They want to divide black people, ADOS from the rest of them. And I'm saying, I'm not playing that game. I'm going with everybody who's want to go in my direction.
I was going to say the racists are not looking at you as ADOS or non-ADOS. They see you as black.
They got. Go ahead.
Yeah, this is the new tactic they play. And I said, you don't get it. The immigrants have an intact culture that we should be adopting, not disparaging them. I said we should learn a lot. And then I told them, you guys want to be SYBM, but then you want to go get their women, and then you want to disparage them at the same time. It doesn't make any sense.
Matter of fact, Xanatos Clutch said that last night.
It makes no fucking sense whatsoever. They talk so hard about Hispanics and immigrants, but yet you want to go and get the women. It's crazy.
And last time I checked, there's like, Africans, Asians, Arabs. They only talk about Hispanics like they're the only ones. Where, as a matter of fact, you got immigrants that got lots of money that's here illegal.
Yep.
Nobody talks about that.
I made a decision. I'm joining the immigrant population. Fuck that. I'm giving up my card. This is crazy. It's crazy. I'm going with it's crazy what they're talking.
Yeah, I mean, they got to find a way to refine that conversation, because, I made a live stream about that a while. Well, not a live, but a video about that. Is the people that we are related to that are doing good things with us, they're taking the brunt of what these other dudes that call us a kata and all that kind of stuff. They're giving them shine more than the ones that work with us, that marry us.
I don't pay those guys no attention. I've been to Africa 3 times. And all that time I went there, everybody says, yo, brother, you coming back, let's work together. Let's do this, let's do that.
I got the same experience in Brazil. Same experience.
I got no pushback. None of this thing. I said, you got knuckleheads everywhere. I live in New York. We got tons of knuckleheads. from every corner of the globe. But does that stop me from making money? I was going to send you guys a video, the guys on the Black Brain Trust, about this political science person. He said, they talk about all these countries are poor, and why is it that all these other people go to those countries to exploit those countries? Those countries aren't poor. The people are poor, but those countries are rich. And that's what I'm saying. You got the Chinese, you got the Japanese, you got the Arabs, you got the Europeans all scrambling for Africa. And these guys are telling us, oh, don't go over there. I'm looking at you, I'm saying, like, what the fuck is wrong with these dudes?
And now the
And
one
you
thing
got
too.
certain.
Go ahead, fam.
No, I was just gonna quickly say, and you got certain portions of the like you don't look at it on a whole. Like people look at the poorest part of an African country and say, oh, look at that and compare it to America, but then completely ignore somewhere like the Deep South or places where they got lead in the water. They don't want to compare those to one of the nicer parts of an African
Michigan.
country. Exactly. And it's like, okay, if you like look at like some of their cities, they got nicer cities than some of these small towns in America.
I mean, I don't know if you've been upstate New York. They got fucking cars in their front yard, rusted cars with fucking animals tied to them in their front yard. This is in New York. So I looked at that shit. I said, like, these guys don't know what the fuck first of all, none of these guys have never been out of America. Half these guys, I don't think they've been to the other side of the country.
Yeah, I was about to say, I don't think some of these people have left the state they live in.
Oh, but you know what's crazy is that some people just have a domesticated mind. It's like almost permanent status. So I'm like, if they're honest about that, they need to just go ahead and enjoy their domestic life and let people explore the world and shut the hell up.
Yeah, but the problem is these guys will see you and see what you're talking and advocating. And then these are the same guys who will try to stop you from doing to freeing other people. And that's the thing. And that's the problem. We have a certain population of people here that's their job just to keep us in our place.
Yeah, I see that. And do you think some of them know that that's their job, or
Oh
it's like
yeah. Oh, I think they're willing participants, without a doubt. Without a doubt. It'd be hard pressed for me not to believe that some of these guys got paid off by some Republican guy to be their agents.
Yeah. And then sometimes too, like when you got 100 people watching, 300, all those people are not typing in the chat. So therefore, they know some people that are watching them like what they're saying, so they'll turn it up and make sure that they're being seen. And then all of a sudden, if they have a channel, their channel probably blow up with those same people when they're talking those talking points.
Yep.
It's a game.
Like I said, I can't wait till after this thing goes and we have this thing stabilized, man. Because I'm going to make my first trip to Brazil. I have to return.
When you going?
As soon as this thing is over, not as over, but at least when we got it some kind of tamp down. So it's probably like January, February.
I might go in. Oh, you gonna go that soon?
Yeah, because as soon as he gets inaugural, that's in January. So we figure if we do a lockdown, that's a month and a half, and then I'm out of here.
Go in April. I might go in April. It depends, because I have in-laws over there, so I might go out there and teach and everything. Because that was my goal. Go out there in April, just to get away from here, and then just forget about everything.
Oh man, shoot. And then after that, I go up to Portugal, and then Portugal to Ghana.
Yeah, Portugal. What's the good stuff about Portugal?
Man, the Portuguese. I don't know if you guys have been
one of the more peaceful countries in the world.
It's peaceful, and the Portuguese are not like typical white people. They've been recolonized by Angola. This woman named Isabella dos Santos. She owns like half the country. And basically, she's an Angolan. She was the president's daughter, so she's basically owns half the industry up there. So a lot of the Africans are up there. It's you have to go there. I've never seen a colony being recolonized by, I mean, the exploiter being recolonized by the people that they were doing it to.
No, I have to look at that. That's interesting.
Yeah, go there, man. I tell people, man, get your passport immediately. I got mine as soon as I could. I checked it and I'm gone. And then I go to Ghana, go to Ivory Coast right there, and Togo, and I'm good.
You think Black Torch? You think you'll retire outside of the U.S. then?
Oh hell yeah! As soon as I finish my studies and shit, I'm getting out of here.
What are you studying right now? I know you're in computer. You have what, master's in computer science?
No, I already have that. I'm doing a master's in biotech now. Well, I can't.
Okay.
I stopped because I can't go to the labs. That's the thing.
Okay. But yeah, as soon as you're done with that, where do you think you're heading?
Well, it's either Brazil or Africa.
Gotcha.
Yeah. So that's the move, man. You just gotta. I'm just tired, man. You know what I'm saying? I'm just tired.
I know. Like you talked about, and I went and looked at that article you were talking about of, Black executives, moving abroad and working abroad. It's definitely something I want to look at when I finish business school.
Yeah. And now you can do the digital nomad thing. If you're on,
Yep.
you have my email address because there's a whole bunch of sites that show you, like, you can get, like, Colombia's pushing for it big, Barbados, all these other places that allow you to do to become a digital nomad, and you get a visa for that, and you can stay there and work and use their those temp offices.
Okay, no, I just sent you a message in the back chat. Yeah, send me your email.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wonder, MOT, do you think that being a culture warrior is the new game?
Yeah, it is.
Like instead of selling game to guys to pick up women, is to pick up, I guess, what, new culture warrior subscribers?
No, it's what it is. You're culture warring to be aggressively stagnant. So rather than not voting at all, you're voting without any type of agenda. So it gives you all the trappings of making it look like you care about the political process without all the knowing the history and anything else of the actual political process. And since most black men act like straight bitches, the only thing they can do is just troll. So pretty much they just vote Republican and troll. There's really no policy discussion because they're not trying to change anything. They want to date the same women. They want to do all the same things. It's just now that they're voting, they're in a place to where they don't have to ask for anything. That's it. It's not hard. So.
You know what's funny about that whole, you just brought that up, and they're asking the women, they're going to take the women who are basically doing this fake femininity. And correct. I just can't. I just can't see it. And then Kevin is helping them to do this, and I'm looking at him saying like, what the hell is going on here?
It's a hustle, man. It's a hustle.
Like, dude, this is why I never respected hustlers, frauds, and con men, because I don't need to, and I will never accept that level of company around me, because at the end of the day, they don't bring anything to the table. They just take things from this table. The only thing they want is stagnation. Hey, stay over there. And here's the thing. I want there to be 100 Kevin Samuels. You want to know why? I don't give a goddamn if it's just one black man that want to move forward. That's the one I want to find. All right? All these other excuses and shit that's going on, it doesn't mean anything. These people have already decided on their own that they're not going to make any types of moves at all in any type of direction. And you can't be sorry that you're seeing that basic truth. You just can't.
It's just really sad that you look at them and they're willing to say, "Oh yeah, the women are ready to negotiate." I said, "Negotiate? What the fuck are you talking about? What have they done?" I'm still trying to.
Like Torch. You got 1 out of 10 with kids. What are they talking about?
I don't know. That's what I'm asking them, and they say, and then you heard the statistic that 2 million black women lost their jobs. So I'm saying,
Yeah, I don't care
so
about
now
that.
they're saying that, oh yeah, now they're ready to negotiate. I said, what the fuck are you talking about?
Like, dude, what it is, they want to get access to things illicitly. So they want the women to lose their jobs so that way they can rush in and go save them. I'm like, yeah. And what happens when you do all this other stuff?
What happens when they get their jobs back?
Yeah. So it's like, okay, let's say things get fixed. Now what? Now you complain about the same child support that you could have dodged because you wanted to deal with the same women. Like, you can't deal with these guys, man.
It's even worse than that. Not only they want you to, there's a thing now that they want you not only now to take these women in, but take control of these, take the children in, and then they don't want to work. I can't believe the hustle. This is what the hustle is.
Hey, MOT, get my screen.
Wait, hold on a second. You're not a hold on a second.
Yeah, but that was my delivery earlier, was that, okay, a lot of these guys want these submissive chicks or want these chicks that lost their job, whatever it is. The issue is, are you ready? Are you prepared? You know, do you have the means to be the man, to be the boss?
No, man, like what they want to do, Art, if they want to stand over her, you seen the Daredevil season 3 when Kingpin got beat and pretty much Matt Murdock said, "I beat you." That's what they want to do to these fucking women, dude. Like
so just to declare victory.
Declare victory. That's the only thing they want to do. And you can't deal with people like that. I'm like, dude, nobody wants to claim a Sac City. Nobody. But these are the people you're dealing with.
That's very sad.
Yeah. Hey.
And these are
nobody
our
wants to claim a Sac. No, these your brothers. Yours.
we can't share we can't be accountable, or what's the word, responsible and all that stuff.
No, it's like, dude, they want the rare Xbox achievement medal. They want to achieve femininity with this type of woman with 5 or 6 kids. That's what they want, and they keep reloading the damn game save until they actually achieve this feat.
And they poke at us like we supposed to be responsible for it.
Yeah. That's like, look, it's like, dude, once you decide to make individual actions, none of this other stuff matters, dude. It really don't. Because at the end of the day, if you don't cross that finish line, you're never going to know what's on the other side. We know what's on this side, but you got to be able to move, man. It's time to move. It's time to organize, and it's time to move. The people who don't want to move, they're already going back to talking about women and WAP. Don't worry about it, man. Don't worry about it.
Oh, like I said, I tell you guys, I miss the talks we had on the Black Brain Trust, because it's you look at the YouTube now with these guys, it's all the same shit. They have there's nothing. It's only
they don't care. They don't care, and it's fine. They don't care, and it's fine.
Yeah,
let me play this clip real quick.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, fair use.
Summer moved towards August. The state's Democratic Party met to select delegates to the National Convention. As usual, blacks were not allowed to participate, but this would be no ordinary election year. 2 weeks later, the Mississippi Freedom Democratic Party chose its own delegates to challenge the right of the all-white regulars to represent the state. The MFDP emphasized that it was open to all citizens.
The Mississippi Freedom Democratic Party is only beginning, and it is beginning on the basis that it believes that a political party should be open to all the people who wish to subscribe to its principles. That means it's open to even the son of the planter on whose plantation you work, if that son has reached the point that he's willing to subscribe to your principles.
The MFDP delegation of 64 blacks and 4 whites prepared to leave for Atlantic City. Their goal was to be seated at the Democratic National Convention as the true representatives of their home state. For many, it was their first trip out of Mississippi. For all, this was the culmination of Freedom Summer, the final opportunity to open up Mississippi to the nation. Atlantic City, New Jersey, site of the 1964 Democratic Convention. Lyndon Johnson expected no opposition in getting his party's nomination, but was concerned the MFDP would disrupt party unity. With the arrival of the Freedom Democrats on August 20th, there were now 2 delegations in town from Mississippi. The Democratic Party would have to decide which would represent the state on the convention floor. That decision would be made by the Credentials Committee. On Saturday, August 22nd, America watched this nationally televised hearing.
It is the very terror that these people are living through that is the reason that Negroes aren't voting, that they're kept out of the Democratic Party by the terror of the regular party. And what I want the Credentials Committee to hear is the terror which the regular party uses on the people of Mississippi, which is what Reverend King was explaining, which is what Aaron Henry was explaining, and which is what the next witness will explain, Mrs. Fannie Lou Hamer.
Mr. Chairman, and to the Credentials Committee, my name is Mrs. Fannie Lou Hamer, and I live at 626 East Lafayette Street, Rooseville, Mississippi. Sunflower County, the home of Senator James O. Eastland and Senator Stinnett. If the Freedom Democratic Party is not seated now, I question America. Is this America, the land of the free and the home of the brave, where we have to sleep with our telephones off of the hook because our lives be threatened daily, because we want to live as decent human beings in America?
We will return to this scene in Atlantic City, but now we switch to the White House and NBC's Robert Goralski.
Lyndon Johnson cut off coverage of MFDP testimony by making a last-minute request for network airtime.
We had an hour before the Credentials Committee. Fannie Lou Hamer made her famous pitch. Martin Luther King. We had the greatest array of people you have ever can imagine, and the Credentials Committee was very impressed. But Johnson was not.
Despite the TV cut off by the president, Mrs. Hamer's message had gotten through. Viewers back home sent telegrams to delegates, urging support of the MFDP. But President Johnson was afraid Southerners would desert the party if the MFDP were seated. He began pressuring liberals close to the Freedom Democrats. Senator Hubert Humphrey, a longtime champion of civil rights, was feeling that pressure. Many believed he would not be selected for the vice presidency unless he helped stop the MFDP.
My only interest in this is an attempt to try to bring about a reconciliation of views in the hopes to keep our convention united with one objective: to defeat Mr. Goldwater in November and to carry forward the Democratic program.
Humphrey assigned Walter Mondale, his young protege from Minnesota, to work out a solution.
See, everybody was trying to think of something that was simple and would solve it and would satisfy everybody. The problem was there was no such solution. And so we'd go around and around and around, and everybody'd try this and try that, and writers would see if they could write around the problems, and philosophers see if they could dream of something to dream over the problem. It wouldn't go away. It had to be resolved. It had to be compromised, I think, in the way that we did it, and it was inevitable that some people would be unhappy.
The committee did come up with a compromise. It offered the MFDP 2 seats at large, meaning they would not represent the state of Mississippi. It allowed the all-white regulars to be seated only if they would swear loyalty to the Democratic ticket. Finally, the committee promised to bar from future conventions any delegation guilty of discrimination. In response, all but 4 of the all-white regulars walked out of the convention.
It may not satisfy everybody, the extremes on the right or the extremes on the left. But we think it is a just compromise. We think it is based soundly on the law. We think it clearly recognizes, without compromises, the basic devotion of this party to human rights. And we think it represents and sets the stage for the overwhelming victory of the man who, more than anybody else in the world, represents the cause of justice and law today, President Lyndon Baines Johnson.
Lyndon Johnson announced that Hubert Humphrey would be his running mate before boarding the plane for the convention. In Atlantic City, the Freedom Democrats had not yet decided whether to accept or reject the compromise.
We've got an offer to our people. We've got a great deal out of this. I think to call this a loss is a bad mistake.
You were talking before of no compromise. Now you've got your 2 delegates in. The regular party's gotten 3. You think you've made substantial gains?
I think we made a terrific gain. You always talk no compromise at a convention until you get the best you can, and you quit.
Are the leaders of the Freedom Democrats satisfied?
I don't think so, and I don't blame them. Nobody ever gets all they want. The leaders and the regulars aren't satisfied either. They're going back to Jackson.
All right. I didn't mean to play this clip for so long. I just wanted people to understand there's a frame of reference here from a historic standpoint. This idea that the liberals, black people are always liberals, and they.
That's from Eyes on the Prize, right?
Eyes on the Prize. Awesome.
Yep.
And want those Republicans, by the way?
Julian Bond doing the narration. Beautiful stuff. Were those Republicans?
Yeah. No, the black people.
The black people, were they Republicans?
Yes.
No. They were their title was the Mississippi Freedom Democratic Party. So they were a faction of the party. But this idea that culture wars like to produce is like or project is this idea that black people, when they went to the liberal side, they just went crazy and we need to go back to pre-1965.
Yeah, well, that's what pre-1965 looked like.
That was pre-1965. Yep. Stupid, crazy, insane, beautiful fucking clip right there.
Yeah, the point
this is the shit these guys just they ain't on this, man.
Yeah, the point that
Go ahead, Art. I'm sorry, baby. Go ahead.
The point that I was making about that was that's what I was trying to say yesterday, that you had those so-called Republicans that they trying to claim they were getting down like that. How come they don't do that now? How come these Republicans don't do this now? All this stuff that they've been doing in history that claim Republican, how come they don't sit there and go in the paint for the black people? Matter of fact, how come they run away from the title pro-black and fighting for the good of our people?
They don't even want to go on.
Well, there was a big shift. No, he's asking an exceedingly relevant question, and let me answer that. All right, because it needs a very relevant answer to this. You see, what happened there was once Johnson and them came in, and after that, the 64 Voting Rights Act and all that came through after this, and they stood up very heavily for black civil rights. Many white people, and what Johnson said, I think after passing, I think I have basically, turned the South over, man, to the opposition. They can fuck with the Democrats anymore.
Yeah, I understand the party switch. We all know that. I'm talking about the disingenuous Republicans today.
Because they were born out of that. The disingenuous natures that much of Republican victory and so forth that they've moved with throughout the South and even throughout the North was basically marshaled by the Southern strategy. The Southern strategy took over. That's what that basically did, you know. And from that, the fact that you had that flip over from the party, okay, that the concepts of conservatism that they talk about, or like what me and MOT like to say, no, you know, no equal protection under the law. All right, their game was still to maintain power. The Republican Party then became a party, of course, not only the wealthy, the rich, but of course those same kind of white racist Dixiecrats. You know, you had your Dixiecrats, but white racists who then came over into the Republican sector, ran the Southern strategy, and the name of the game was to keep you literally from gaining power. This is about gaining power. This is about gaining power.
I should have asked about the black Republicans that claimed it. That's what I'm trying to say.
And the black Republicans who got into that, they literally, because their numbers had dwindled quite a bit, they sat there and basically rubber stamped everything that these guys did. They did nothing to stop any of this that went on. And I got down on a brother. I'm not gonna mention his name, but he's a YouTuber, been around a long time. Been around a long time, and ends his videos by. But at the end of the day, there's a lot of laughing. But when I sat there and said, "You black conservatives supposedly were inside of this party," and you sat back and you let them bring forth certain policies such as mass incarceration, all right, did not stop redlining and all these types of things that you guys knew about, did nothing, sat there and let this go down, and then you want to talk about how the Democratic Party's done this and all this has done that. Y'all sat here and watched your people get torn out the frame, and you did nothing. Did nothing.
No, I was going to add with that.
They did nothing.
With that clip, that whole documentary is 13 hours. So for these guys who are black Republicans and conservatives and all that, I recommend you take the time to watch that, and you will, some of the crazy stuff you're seeing that you all have been saying will just, you'll see how crazy it is. Talking about
vaporized.
But remember that was an Emmy award-winning documentary. And that's when I became a member of WNET, Channel 13. I was like, every year I give these guys some money just because I alone. And I was a youngster. I was getting there, I had no dough really, and I was like, let me donate to these guys because this is the kind of stuff you have to be watching. And that was Julian Bond doing the narrations. But this was how serious this was. That was a brilliant clip. In fact, I'm saying, Mike, I think you should finish playing. I think you should go on by another 10 minutes.
Well, but I think he also needs to play the Lee Atwater clip where he spells out the Southern strategy.
He has to do that.
Oh, that's the one that really, I hit them over the head with that all the time. That's the one.
Well, they denied it. They denied it.
He did it on my channel.
Yeah, they denied it. I mean,
how are you gonna deny one of what arguably the most influential Republican strategist of the last 60 years saying this?
Oh, okay, and remember,
they can't. They can't. I can tell you why they can't. They don't care about history.
They don't.
That's how they can. They don't care.
They don't care. They don't know about.
They don't care about the Willie Horton ad. They don't care about Ronald Reagan flooding these communities of these women that they think they care about full of drugs. They don't care about these shine bones picking up the drugs and selling that shit. The government locking them up forever and shit. Nobody really concentrating on dudes who are not being locked up. Like all this shit is a whole treachery play. And it's very easy to see and look at.
That's exactly correct. That's how this has been going on. They say nothing. They do nothing, but then they want to, like I think MOT, I think you were saying it, a few other brothers out here saying it. These guys did not become conservatives until these guys you hear now that you see most of them until 2016. That's where their game starts.
They became conservatives of convenience. They seen the opening where the LGBT community was supported by the left, so they thought they'll just go come in here and culture warrior their way into a spot on the right to just troll, not to make any changes. And now that this guy is out of the White House, they're going to go back to pre-2016. It was a 4-year period of straight black cowardice.
What was it? Even 6? Was it even 16? Were they even with Trump when he was running, or did they just see him win?
No.
and then jump on the bandwagon.
Yes, once he won.
2016.
That's when they formed this coalition. And I'm like this, fuck them. Let them stay over there. Now you got to ask for shit. There is no forgiveness. So you don't bring these unexploded suicide bombers back into our camp. No, you stay your ass over there until you start asking for shit where you currently are. I don't need this type of unity. No.
Exactly. And that's what I'm saying. I looked at this, I said, like, what are you talking about? There is no us. There's my side and there's your side. And stay on your side. You know.
Well, the reason why I played the clip, mostly because the MOT is from Mississippi. He would know very, very well, the MFDP, explain these points that, people were trying to get out of Mississippi for a reason. I mean, MOT got out too. I mean, he's probably one of the last bastions.
But that doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
And they talk about terrorism. You heard him right here, terrorism. They're going into a little bit deeper here, Mike. I would like you to play more if you guys could. But beautiful clip, brother. Beautiful clip, Mike. This is the kind of stuff that you lay on these guys. They want to ignore this. They want to ignore this. And then to say after I would say Lee Atwater, then came Karl Rove, who was his protege, and continue that up straight up into the Bush era. So I just wanted to break that down, that whole Southern strategy piece that switched over directly, that had this right here gave birth to all of that.
Yep.
What was right here. This is what we're talking about. Go ahead, Mike. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Political allies and national civil rights leaders urged the MFDP to accept the compromise, but the Freedom Democrats voted overwhelmingly to turn it down. In the words of Fannie Lou Hamer, we didn't come all this way for no 2 seats when all of us is tired.
The whole issue around the compromise for us and for me was that it was some kind of political ploy that they understood. But for us, for Mississippi, it was what was right and what was wrong. It was, we had been done wrong. Our rights had been taken away. And you just couldn't issue some 2 seats at large to correct that. And it was a moral situation that had to be right. So it wasn't just a political something to get away with, is that we sit in the rooms and negotiate. They knew about those kind of things, but we didn't. How to sit in the rooms and negotiate way and say, we'll take the best of this, a piece of that. We went after what was right, and it was wrong the way we had been treated for hundreds and hundreds of years. Denied the right to register to vote, denied the right to participate in the political process, and that's what was going on.
Despite the fact that you had a 15th Amendment.
A 15th Amendment.
Despite the fact that you had, and so when these guys come around and say, we need to go back to being conservative. When was it ever a good time to be a Black conservative in this country? When?
Oh my gosh, Mike, just keep playing this. Just keep playing it. I mean, this is just burning. I think
it was 10 years doing Reconstruction until and then it was over.
Oh yeah.
And those are radical Republicans.
By the Mississippi regulars.
And the reason why they joined the Republican Party, because the party who was committing domestic terrorism against them, obviously they weren't going to join that party. Obviously they weren't going to join the other party. So.
And you had those, and those were not the Republicans of today. Those were ones who were
not at all
for things like the Freedmen's Bank and upholding equal protection rights for everyone.
Talk about it.
I mean, just completely different abolitionists in that party.
Talk about it.
This is when they get mad, turn over tables, and say, "Why you always bringing up history and shit?"
You talking about my family?
And you going back to slavery? Yeah, that's the talk. Yeah, they always say
going
that.
all the way back there for context and shit. We don't need nothing like that.
Hey, Mike, finish playing this clip, man. Finish playing this clip. This shit is crazy.
The MFDP delegates made one last appeal for national attention. They tried to sit in the seats abandoned by the Mississippi regulars.
Will you identify yourself for us?
My name is Mrs. Fannie Lou Hamer. I'm the vice chairman of the Freedom Democrat Party.
Where did you get the credentials to get into the building tonight, Mr. Faber?
Some law friends of ours gave us an invitation to come in. We sit with them a while, and we wanted to sit in our own state.
Do you have any kind of credentials that will get you into these seats?
No, we don't. Only as American citizens.
Mr. Sergeant at Arms, have you had any contingency plans for this? None at all. I just stand here peacefully, trying to keep this aisle clear.
Mississippi, when they are before the eyes of the world, they are peaceful and loving. And when they get back to Mississippi, nigger, you can't come in here. Nigger, you can't come in there. Nigger, you get out. Here we are in the eyes of the world, seeing the same thing that happened way down in the deep South.
The MFDP was never seated at the 1964 convention, but their protest opened up the Democratic Party and changed national politics. For some, Atlantic City ended in disillusionment. They had lost faith in America's leaders, but they had come to know their own power.
So,
okay, Mike. Hey, Mike, before you go, because I know what you're getting ready to break down. Okay, very quickly here. I'm gonna say this very quickly. You see how they said that they didn't get seated and they tried to send them back. That's the big problem with blacks in the Democratic Party today. They still don't want you to be seated the way that we need to. You have a lot of resistance inside of the party because of that. That has not ended. Okay, that hasn't ended. Okay, so you got it on both ends of the table, and Greg Palast called that out in one of his last little videos that Mike played. But very key, wonderful stuff. This shit is great. Go ahead, man. Go ahead, Mike. Go ahead.
No. Anybody else have anything you want to jump in? And
oh yeah, you didn't hear the latest from that Democrat from Virginia? She was trying to say, "Oh yeah, we got to tamp down this liberal talk." Another Dixiecrat. It's the same thing coming back again.
Oh yeah, same thing with up in Kentucky with the lady who was McGrath, who was running against McConnell. Oh, and the guy who was I can't remember, his black guy who was running against her in the primary, very progressive, got a lot of excitement, couldn't quite pull it off, and you see what happened to McGrath. In the general election against McConnell.
Yeah, because what's the difference between her and McConnell? Nothing.
Exactly. They both talking about working with Trump and this and that, and
just like the black dude up in Michigan, and he thought he was going to win.
John James. Yep.
Yeah, I looked at him. I said, like, yo, dude. And then he says, oh yeah, I fought my way into West Point. First of all, he's a goddamn lie. You can't fight your way into West Point. You know what I'm saying? You got to get a congressman or a senator. This guy's a fucking, that whole shit, they think we're all stupid. I was in the military. MOTU was in the military. You know the deal.
Yeah.
So I don't know what the fuck is they talking about.
Nah, this shit is crazy. Mike, you getting ready to make a point, Mike. Go ahead.
No. I was just going to make a point that they didn't back down, man. Everybody I know that came out of Mississippi from that time and prior to that to this very day are very thorough, man. A lot of black people in Boston came from Mississippi. Okay, during that time, they got up out of there, said he out of here, man. And they never came back, and they never went back. And so, my understanding of MFDP and people who come from Mississippi, man, is they're very thorough. The idea that these people, including Fannie Lou Hamer, they just sold out black people and they just did this and they just did that, and all the liberals and this is a tragedy, man. This type of stuff out in the Manosphere, and nobody is fact checking them. They just allow them on the panel, spy all that shit, and then they say, "Well, we'll drop the link to see if MOT wants to come up there." But for what?
Yeah, I was going to add, Mike. The reason you say those guys, people are thorough. I mean, anyone. I was reading. I don't know if you all have heard the book, "The Warmth of Other Suns," but it's about the Great Migration, and they were just talking about, the amount of black people who got up and left, and they talked about how far they moved, and they were literally saying people only do that usually for like natural disasters or for like civil strife in their countries. So I mean, someone who has done that didn't come and move all that way to just be effing around. Right. They came with a purpose and a goal.
Still try to stop them. Yeah, they still try to stop them.
They certainly did, and threatened those who were leaving that any family that you would have left behind, we'd fucking take their ass out. So they prevent a lot of people from leaving.
Ban the Chicago Defender.
Gerald Horn spoke about that. Dr. Horn spoke deeply about it. But anyway, go ahead.
No, ban the Chicago Defender, which encouraged people to move for the Great Migration. You know, people getting on trains, they pull you off the train. Where you going? I mean, just all sorts of stuff.
Yeah. Literally at gunpoint, some of these people said you can't leave.
Yeah,
that's what they were saying. You guys be on their phone. Terrorism. Many black people ran from. They were refuge. They ran from the place.
We had a person. We played a clip of another culture warrior who was on the panel a few weeks ago and said, you know, AJC and Red asked him, why were they leaving the South? He asked, does it matter? This is what we're dealing with. This is what we're dealing with.
That's exactly what I'm talking about. That's why I can't have conversations with these people.
Well, I'm not saying you should or we should. I'm saying this is the temperament within the space that this part of history doesn't matter. That we can just fabricate this idea that black people went to the left and that's when everything just fell apart. In reality, when was it ever a good time to be a black conservative? If that was the case.
Man, they sound like Rand Paul right there. He went and spoke to like I think Howard University.
Yeah, he did. They threw him out the frame.
Said something crazy like that about. Yeah, said something crazy about, oh, well, the reason we lost the black vote was because of X, Y, and people were like, dude, what are you talking about? You lost it because you were outright hostile to it. Like
they taught, and then he sat down, he got quiet, and he had to take a lesson. He had to walk out there and take a lesson from them kids. I said, boy, Rand Paul, you what the
because they believe the hype.
Like that again.
They believe their bullshit. They do. I mean, they say it to themselves all the time, and then this thing like I forgot his name. It's Trader NDB, whatever they call themselves.
Don't mention his name.
Okay, yeah, okay, but he said, yeah, we used to control the South. I said, what planet are you on? When did that ever happen?
Control. We have lived in the South, but control.
That's what he said.
Unless you're talking about Reconstruction.
I heard one guy say that you had blacks that were balling in the South during slavery. They were balling.
Yeah. Yep.
They had stage coaches with spinners on them.
Stage coaches with spinners on, with the gangster lean. I mean, I sat down here and I said, where have these people come from? Where do they emerge from? What planet did they come from? What were they thinking? But that's the thing of ignorance. When you're ignorant, when you're painfully, hysterically blind and ignorant, this is the kind of stuff you hear being talked about. But then when you drop a video like this, because I guess there's so much stuff is in my mind right now, just all other things. But this Eyes on the Prize, this was a beautiful fucking drop right here. This is the kind of stuff that just totally burns all of this shit down and just puts things in proper perspective as to what was really going on and how these things developed. It's here. It's literally on video. If you want to watch it, it's work. If you don't want to read, you can sit down and just watch this stuff.
Yeah.
And it'll tell you what's going on. I happen to like to read, but I like to watch this stuff too. You know, I grew up like this. I grew up watching all these documentaries and stuff. My parents, we used to watch this, in my parents' bedroom. They used to make us look at this stuff, and it was just had your head in the right place. This is what we're dealing with here. Mm-hmm. All the Southern strategy, all the stuff that you look at right now that's adversely effective, it all's born out of this to keep you still from voting. That's why Stacey girl, she fucking went ham because of this. They've been running the same thing in Georgia today. Disenfranchising was all day long. And mighty funny, while they were disenfranchising all these black people, where was the Democratic Party trying to stop this? They were nowhere. So still, as much as this went on and she got disenfranchised, many of the black voters got disenfranchised, the Democratic Party did not step up to stop it.
Exactly. Look at Michigan. 1 million black voters they got off the rolls, and they didn't do anything.
And the Michiganders, the Dems didn't stop shit. So you have to look at what's really going on. People, you're liberal, you're right, leaning, you right. What? Do you really it's terrible. Most of these people do not. If you don't understand your real history and don't understand what's going on, please don't talk right or left leaning, liberal or conservative. Please don't talk that.
Well, that's what Anyways, let me just play this clip real quick.
No, go ahead, Mike. Go ahead, Mike. Go say what you're gonna say. Go ahead.
Election. Will you commit here today for a peaceful transferal of power after the election? And there has been rioting in Louisville. There's been rioting in many cities across this country, red and your so-called red and blue states. Will you commit to making sure that there is a peaceful transferal of power after the election?
Well, we're going to have to see what happens. You know that I've been complaining very strongly about the ballots, and the ballots are a disaster.
I understand that, but people are rioting. Do you commit to making sure that there's a peaceful transferal of power?
We want to get rid of the ballots, and we'll have a very peaceful. There won't be a transfer, frankly. There'll be a continuation. The ballots are, you know it, and you know who knows it better than anybody else? The Democrats know it better than anybody else. Go ahead.
Mr. President, the second question is, will you?
Please go ahead.
Why won't
you asked the question.
Why won't you?
Any thoughts on that, Black Torch?
Yeah, it's just the same way I told you. He's not going. Let me explain. He is not going to go quietly into that good night. He's gonna fight until the end, because he knows that New York is drawing up them indictment papers.
Well, he's not. What he's basically saying, he's not going to respect this process. Okay, he's not going to respect the votes. He too was going to deny the votes, just like these other people are trying to deny your vote and disenfranchise you. That's what he's fundamentally talking about. So the Democrats know this better than anyone. He wasn't wrong on that. In this case, he's extremely wrong, but he's not wrong as far as how the Dems and them have also played a role in keeping your vote down and keeping you out of the game by suppression as well, or co-signing onto it as well. So a lot that was said there, just not for his own particular interest in his problems, of which he's literally talking about. He's not going to support the democratic process in this country. He's not going to support that, which has been a constant thing in history for us. So when the question is asked, when has it ever been good for Black people? When has it ever been good to be conservative? When has it ever been? It really hasn't. This has been an ongoing process, and those clips that Mike just played relayed quite a bit heavily to this as well.
Mm-hmm. I forgot
Anyway,
what I was going to say. I forget. I was over here. I was teaching. I was giving my little lecture, and I was done. But it was something I wanted to share with you guys. But it'll come back.
You caught a senior moment, man.
Damn.
Yeah. Oh yeah, and the one I want them to arrest is Giuliani.
On the American public, this is an embarrassment to our country. We were getting ready to win this election. Frankly, we did win this election. So our goal now is to ensure the integrity for the good of this nation. This is a very big moment. This is a major fraud in our nation. We want the law to be used in a proper manner. So we'll be going to the U.S. Supreme Court. We want all voting to stop. We don't want them to find any ballots at 4 o'clock in the morning and add them to the list, okay? It's a very sad moment. To me, this is a very sad moment. And we will win this. And as far as I'm concerned, we already have won it. So I just want to thank you.
You can't even just take a case to the Supreme Court. Like, you got to go to federal court first.
That was my point that I was going to make. So
it's like this, he take his case. They were like, you put everything in one bag and you just drive up to the Supreme Court and be like, look, man, look what I got. What I got in this bag. I got a case.
That
got
was
this
the point
case
that I was going to make.
from like Pulp Fiction.
That's exactly what I was asking, and people kind of like, no, because I was like, the fact that they, because I was asking this in the past, but the fact that they put that new Supreme Court justice in, I think they were anticipating on another Bush v. Gore and have her be the deciding factor.
She was the deciding factor.
Too many. No.
And it's back.
You
And it's
don't need her
backfired.
as a deciding factor. You don't need her as a deciding factor because they got a 7-2 count.
It backfired.
And it's too close. I'm sorry, it's not close enough. I mean, Trump's looking like he's going to lose, pretty sizably when we look at the Electoral College. So this is not going to come down like Pennsylvania like they thought.
If you're talking one state, maybe, but you got 5-6 states that this guy would have to forget about it. He's done. He's finished. So they're gonna jettison this guy like a fucking used condom, dog. I'm sorry.
Fox has already started.
Yeah, he was pissed when Fox called Arizona the other night. I'm like, Fox News called Arizona. You know this.
He told them to call it back, and then they didn't. So
And
so
they didn't though.
But the part that we're not looking at, where are all those established Republicans supporting them? I haven't seen them say, hey, they're like watching, like, okay, good luck.
No press conferences. No cameras anywhere in sight.
I don't see nobody.
You only saw Newt Gingrich and Giuliani.
Listen. All you have to do is watch the stock market. The stock market is telling you everything. They want this guy out.
They want him gone. And
let me play this clip real quick.
Yeah, Mike.
Fair use.
Each week, American History TV's Real American Bible Film Century.
Oh shit! This fucking Mike.
And let our republicanism so focused and so dedicated not be made fuzzy and futile by unthinking and stupid labels.
Oh, yes.
I would remind you that extremism in the defense of liberty is no vice.
Oh, shit. Call it my nigga.
Thank you.
I like that horn. That's like Public Enemy.
Brilliant clip. Brilliant.
Also, that moderation in the pursuit of justice is no virtue.
Any thoughts on this, Black Torch?
Yeah, but I think the Lee Atwater one, when he said we can't say nigga anymore, we got to say
horse busing, states' rights.
Yeah, states' rights, tax cuts, and all that. That said it all, because that goes right to the heart of all their bullshit that they're talking.
Yeah, but we've played that clip in 7 different languages, including
yeah, but they still don't want to. I think we got to put it in Braille because these dudes still not getting it.
No, I mean, you know, we played it in the we played it in Dumbass, and still nothing.
Hold on a second, Mike. You want to play that clip again because he said something very key. You didn't ask me what I thought, so I'm gonna fall back.
No, because he's the newest person on the panel, so I just.
Okay. Replay that one more again. Mm-hmm. Something very key, Mike. Just drop that. This, Mike, you cooking, my nigga. You cooking.
I know the line you're talking about, Nagon.
Drop that one more again. Just drop that one more again. Nah, niggas gotta listen to this. Drop that one more again.
My fellow Republicans, I accept your nomination with a deep sense of humility.
The 1964 Republican Convention is one of the great historic political events of the 20th century.
There was a battle going on for the soul of the Republican Party between emerging conservatives like Goldwater and the party's moderates, the Romneys, the Rockefellers.
Generally, when there's that kind of divisive primary battle, you want to try to find a way to mend fences. Goldwater took the opposite approach. He basically blew the fence up. He basically cut the wound deeper.
Republicans agree heartily to disagree on many, many of their applications. But this Republican Party is a party for free men, not for blind followers and not for conformists.
He was saying to the moderates in the room, we don't want you. I can't think of any politician ever.
The good Lord raised this mighty republic to flourish as the land of the free, not to stagnate in the swampland of collectivism, not to cringe before the bullying of communism.
Goldwater is mad, and he's not afraid to let everybody know it.
It was the epitome of articulating clear positions that so many politicians shy away from now.
It is a delusion that a world of conflict will somehow mysteriously resolve itself into a world of harmony if we just don't rock the boat or irritate the forces of aggression. And this is hogwash.
Goldwater's convention speech is known today for one line, the line about extremism. That you cannot say this. Goldwater ultimately settled the argument. This, he said, is my favorite line in the speech. So,
these guys are
with particular relish.
I would remind you that extremism in the defense of liberty is no vice, that moderation in the pursuit of justice is no virtue.
Please right there 1 second.
One line, because
you see when you talk about conservatism and you talk about extremism in the face of what they consider liberty, meaning they can tear you out the frame any which way they want. There is no equal protection on the law or anything else like that. This is what these guys embrace in this type of thought. This is what's been used against you consistently throughout time in history. He just articulated this. This is the RNC 64. This was critical. This was critical. This is what's running these guys. And this
was the other side of the Democratic Party, by the way.
And this is what these Negroes are talking about rolling up and siding up to. They're not down with you. These motherfuckers will come at you any which way they can. You saw that with the president here. I see Mike's running a constant theme here, but you have to see what you're looking at. Look at what you're looking at here. This is conservatism. This is what these Negroes are embracing, that they've used strategically against you. These guys, I'm starting to believe these guys may be homosexuals. Maybe they want these gray boys come up there and bang them in the ass or something.
Now we gotta take down the live stream, man.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mike.
Let me finish playing this clip.
Encapsulates the uncompromising nature of the conservative wing of the GOP.
And it gets a huge reaction in the hall, big standing ovation. But a lot of the political leaders of the Republican Party are very unhappy about this. If you look at Nixon's reaction, he's smiling, but he's not applauding.
I think it was a great speech. It was tough talk a few decades before tough talk really became popular. And maybe that's why there's no President Goldwater.
Goldwater lost in one of the biggest landslides in American history.
He really ticked off a great many moderate Republicans who said, well, if you don't want me in your party, I'm not going to vote for you. And a lot of them didn't.
Even though he didn't win, the influence of the speech was felt later.
His strategy was give Americans a clear choice. President Bush was a big admirer of Goldwater. He adopted that strategy, and it ended up working.
It's become clearer that, in fact, it was Goldwater, and it was this set of ideas that actually captured the soul of the Republican Party and define it to this day.
And you and I are going to fight for the goodness of our land. Thank you.
think that said it all. Our land.
Hey, I'm sorry about that comment. I will back everything I said. I'm sorry about that comment. And I disavow. I will rescind that comment. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have done that. That was a mistake. But it just gets me emotional because I just sit here and I look at this, and these guys, they don't know what they're talking. Oh man, they just don't know what these guys don't have a clue as to what they're talking about out here. Mm-hmm. They don't understand the Goldwater 64. We talked about this many times on the Brain Trust. We've had this before. Mike understands it. MOT understands it very well. We a lot of the brothers understand what this is about. Black Torch understands this. This is the cornerstone to many aspects of the more radical side of what conservatism is all about. And that's why if you're going to call yourself a real black, that's why I say if you're going to call yourself a real black conservative, you are a black nationalist, and that's why people don't understand what I mean by that. But when you put it in the context of how these guys are rolling, then it makes sense.
Now go on. You know where they run behind Thomas Sowell.
It's crazy. Sorry about the comment. I screwed up. Yeah. I understand if you guys are mad at me about it.
No, it's fine. Let's move on from that. No, MOT. I mean, you have anything you want to touch on in terms of that clip?
No.
I think MOT might be mobile. Yeah, I mean, these are factual clips. This is not something that we just made up. I know some people like to think that we make up our talking points. Well, you guys are on the left. Well, what about this guy? I don't. Do you think you're gonna get your child support removed by this guy? I don't think so. He was no friend of black men.
He's no friend of yours at all. These guys said that in the face of what they consider what's not freedom, whatever that might be, they have a right to use extreme moves on. Extreme.
The arguments.
Do these people understand that?
The arguments that they give us is that, man, why, you calling what we say, I don't like what's going on with Lucifer that you following. Why don't you come over here and follow me with Satan? I mean, that's what it is. It's like, okay, well, you calling him Lucifer, but you want me to follow Satan.
You got to look at it. You got to look at it from a real. You got to look at it from a real, logical and unemotional thing. And you got to say, you just got to say, what is their agenda? Their agenda is either to cause massive destruction among us, among black people in America, or keep us in this state of confusion. And there's got to be somebody's getting. I think if somebody did a forensic accounting of these guys, what they got paid, I believe you'll find out that a lot of these guys are agents, because a lot of these guys are working full time as quote YouTubers.
Yeah, but not these particular guys that came on, the most the voice of everyday brothers and stuff like that. They're not making that kind of. I mean, if they were, they wouldn't be buying Mini Coopers and things like that.
It would be like what's that dude's name? The one that used to be a cop.
No, we're not mentioning no names. They said don't mention no names.
No names, man.
No names.
The guy that used to be a cop that works with Blexit and all this stuff.
Okay.
He's a YouTuber.
Yeah.
I think he getting paid.
Well, he gets a lot of. I'm pretty sure he gets a lot of advertising dollars and stuff like that behind him. I mean, I think he went to the White House.
Yeah.
He did.
Him and that.
Some of these guys are getting paid.
And that other chick too, the one that be going hard in the paint. That's pretty much young. That always, I'm talking about.
We won't mention her name, but yes, they all got paid. Yeah, follow the money, and you can tell where their allegiance lies.
Well, Diamond and Silk got paid too, $20,000 each.
They sure did.
Yep, and that's what I'm saying.
Like lately, I mean, for that whole 4-year run.
No,
that's
just a stump for an old boy. They got $20,000 each to do that. People thought that they were, generally, doing it. I mean, they were generally doing it, but they were compensated for their buck dancing. So what I'm saying here is, I think only certain people are getting bread, but the other ones are not, and they're aspiring to get that bread, but they can't get it.
That's right.
Exactly. And 20,000 is equivalent to, I guess, in year 2020 is just 20 things of silver.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Like, these guys are grasping so hard to get to that point, and they always fall short.
Yeah.
Because
you got to copycat for a while before you get paid, man.
Oh yeah,
I was gonna say the money too is the money is in the long term. The educated people can continue to get the money. The Thomas Sowells, Shelby Steeles of the world. These guys don't even want to do the work to get to that level.
Nah, because that's the thing. You have to have some kind of frame of reference, and they don't really like to talk about that. It's like there's two factions of the culture warring, right? There's active duty, and then there's this fringe element,
sleeper cells.
Yeah, the sleeper cells. That these guys, they're just waiting for their time to come, and nobody's ever calling them. It's kind of like in that movie Safe House with Denzel Washington and Ryan Reynolds, when he was just bouncing the ball around the room, waiting for that call. And he finally got that call. He jumped out.
And they take it out on us. They take the frustration out on us with the low hanging fruit.
Well, because that's all they can do. Because they can never go to a MAGA convention and say the things that they're saying, and people would sit there and agree with them, because they don't even agree with Trump.
And like you were saying before, if they went to a barbershop, they get their ass kicked. I'm just keeping it real, man.
Yeah,
stuff they say,
bruh. Yeah, from a black perspective, yeah, you would incite an incident. But from a MAGA perspective, if you went to one of those MAGA events, saying the things that you're saying in person that you say online, people would look at you sideways. They look at Trump sideways when he does it. We played the clip last week on MOT before he got flagged. So the white guy from Arizona said, "Yeah, I voted for him in 2016, but I'm not really feeling him now. He has to calm down with the rhetoric." I think it's a great.
That's exactly right.
He has to calm down with that type of stuff. If they won't tolerate the president saying it, why would they let you come in there and say it with your black face?
You know what? Do you know what the country is seeing? They're seeing the constant riots in white cities, not black cities, white cities like Seattle and Portland and all these other places. And they're looking at this and saying, if we don't stop this, it can happen in all these cities.
You see the other shine, man, with the shiny head. He's well crafted, man. He shows his teeth. He got that American flag in the back of his room and back on his wall and stuff like that. He's well crafted with his language and whatnot, and so he has a fine balance. These other guys, they're too extreme in their ignorance, not so much in just their behavior, but their ignorance. And so this shine says, the KKK brought my grandmother toys for Christmas, gifts.
He'll never live that down.
Yeah, and if you
wait, did I hear you just say that?
Yes, you did. He said that to me on
oh, yes, and they got it on tape, fam. It's on tape.
But he won't say anything like that in the position he's in now. He knows that'd be the end of it.
No, but the clip is on YouTube. It's on YouTube. The Mazunga that he debated, they clowned him for that.
They sure did.
They clowned him for that. They never let him down. It's all over YouTube in the quote unquote whites in the Mazunga spaces, and so they clown him for what he's saying. You really think that you can say
that type of stuff
to these guys on that side, the stuff that you're saying here? You think they're going to take you seriously?
I just don't. And can I ask a general question to the group? How are we ever gonna develop or get ourselves out of this if we don't cut these people off and don't associate with them?
Yeah. That's why I say don't jump on panels. Don't jump on panels. with these people on there. When they log on, you just log off. If you're ever in any one of these spaces and one of these Negroes of the shine, jump on, just jump off. You give them no legitimacy because what they want to come through with is highfalutin emotion. They're not trying to make sense. They're trying to overturn tables. That's it.
Pure madness.
Nothing else to say. There's nothing else
talk
to say.
about. You hit it right in the head, MOT. They got nothing to say. When we put, we had it was on the Brain Trust. We had a thing on Barry Goldwater. We had it up there. We talked about it. We tried to get these guys. These guys didn't even know who he was. They didn't know who he was. Hey, Mike, am I lying about that?
No, man. They thought Goldwater was a James Bond flick, from the '60s or something.
or maybe a special type of drink. But
I mean, we had a
They didn't know. They didn't know who he was.
We had a book review last year, 2019.
Oh yeah, we did.
Of Gold, Dollars, and Power. Okay, and they didn't know what Bretton Woods was. They thought that had something to do with Cadillac. Okay, like a Broham, a Fleetwood, Bretton Woods. My daddy had one. My daddy had a caddy like that too. This is who we're dealing with.
So they didn't even take the basic economics and what is money and.
They don't care, man. They don't care. They don't care.
It's a fact. I mean, it's funny, but that is true. That's the level of a lack of information, lack of ignorance you're dealing with. If you're going to be a conservative, you're going to call yourself that. If you don't know Barry Goldwater, you don't know the speech, you don't know the RNC 64.
They didn't know who Michael Steele was.
If you don't know,
and
no reason to talk.
And that's amazing. They don't even know Michael Steele, who helped build this called modern day Republican Party up. But that's crazy.
In fact, his future in the party looks to loom live, man. Because after this, because a lot of other black conservatives, I mean, undercover, what I say, conservatives, Republicans, and so forth, they went against Trump here. They got what they wanted, and they're going to re-anneal. They're going to re-anneal underneath Biden, and they're going to have a new Republican Party coming out. And these guys are going to put together a new game. They have to make a shift. They have to make it. They got to turn the corner. And,
isn't there a big demographic hole they're about to jump into? I believe it's going to be the average age of a Republican is like 65 or something like that.
Yeah,
and
that's what we talked about last night. I think we talked about it this morning. That there's a big in the next 10 years, the demographics shift. They're not going to be able to keep up with it.
Wait till the census comes out.
Yeah.
Since the 2020 districting lines, doing the whole game big. It's a big move. So party understands they're gonna make some changes. So that's why Trump's got to go.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like they can't run on the same leaded fuel that they've been running on all this time. And so, the Democratic Party right now is running on. It has an EV machine going. I mean, I know that there's a lot of discussion about these Rainbow Coalition people over there, they're getting into office. Yeah, you see them making moves, but you're not doing anything to organize and counter that.
They're doing nothing. They're talking shit. They're doing nothing, and that's why I say you guys got to organize. If like I said, a lot of these guys are here for the women. We say for the women, child support, those things. Do we believe that there should be child support reform? You damn right, I believe that. Do I believe
Let's look at what Black women get out of the party itself. They have some of the highest rates, some of the highest enrollments of post-secondary education. Okay, the SBA says they have some of the fastest growth for small businesses within minority communities. Okay?
That's right.
They have access to media, immense access to media.
That's right.
They have access to through platforms like the Congressional Black Caucus. Okay, there's infrastructure and stuff available for them, and so what's happening here is that there is no reason for them to go to the GOP. What are they getting out of old Mazungas? They're not getting anything out of it.
I was going to say, Mike.
I want to make one other point here. I want to make one other point to piggyback on Mike's piece. I just found this out just recently. I found out recently that Black women starting in business are actually favored to get loans, small business loans, over white women because they say their payment history is better.
Yeah, that's been the case since 2007 when they released a report that Black women are more likely to pay back their loans than any other group of people. That's been known for years.
But they're moving on this business wise. So what Mike says, that point of why should they go and run over there when they got everything taken care of over here? What's their incentive to move?
They have
when they
seats.
get fed right.
They have seats within. Yeah, they have seats within Congress. Why would they leave?
I was going to ask too, Mike.
You got a veep. You got a veep in the White House now, aka sister sorority to my frat, sitting up in there right now, aka getting ready to roll up in there. What y'all talking about? They busting with milk. Oh man, go ahead, brother. Go ahead, man. Go ahead, man.
I was going to quickly ask Mike. Do you think it's fair to say that Black men have access to at least two of those out of what you've listed with, higher education with Pell Grants under Obama, as well as, CBC as well? We may not have the media platform. In the Democratic Party.
I would agree with that. I would agree with that. I think that it's how you leverage the infrastructure. Right?
Correct.
Yeah, because what these guys want to do is they want to spray paint and put swastikas everywhere on the infrastructure of the Democratic Party. No, that doesn't work, man.
Yeah, because I was saying, like the dude last night was kind of painting it as it's the party of Black women, and I was kind of alluded to it last night of, Black men, if they organize, and even if you look at the people in positions of high power, Black men have a lot of power in the Democratic Party. Are these guys organized? I talked about Obama earlier. I said last night, Clyburn's got to be, top 2 or 3 right behind him with what he's done for this election.
Okay. For example, Stacey Abrams down in I keep using that because it's a perfect example of the time right now. It's just the stellar, most perfect example. Now here she did bringing in Georgia, but look who also was benefiting from that from the Senate perspective. Now, if this guy gets elected and he comes off ahead, why not comes off ahead in this runoff? It's going to change the Senate a bit. It's going to change it. Yeah. They voted in our favor.
And you got a brother coming in, yeah.
And might put the vice grips on fucking McConnell. This is what we're talking about.
Well, what happens? He won't be leader anymore.
What I'm saying is, you got to be able to think out here. You have to start thinking. You become a coach of a thinking Black man. You got to start to think. Everything's not all black and white. But see, these guys, like Mike's saying, he's right. Walking around with swastikas painted everywhere. Oh, we can't do this. Talking crazy. All right. All right. Castigating everything. Okay. Separate yourself.
You can't urinate on the infrastructure and then say, well, it's not doing anything.
It's whack.
You can't do that.
Go ahead.
I mean, right now, I would probably say in 4 years, Garland Gilchrist, Lieutenant Governor of Michigan under Whitmer, he's a huge progressive and he's 38. That
Young
dude
guy.
is sharp. He's a tech guy, computer science. He headed up Google and Microsoft and helped run Obama's campaign from a technology perspective. This guy he's a wild card out here. He's a huge wild card. He's a sleeper right now.
That's right, Mike. Great point. Great point. That's what's going on. That's how I'm saying we're terribly on right now. But brothers got to think clearly. These guys running around don't know Barry Goldwater, don't know this, don't know that, don't know history, don't have any idea of what's going on, can't think politically, crazy as fuck, talking out the sides of their asses. I've made a full part there early in a little bit. I'm very sorry I did that, but this is the level that it gets me at this level. It bothers me much that these guys are this far out of it.
But you know what? But you know what? I think this is a product of the idiocracy of what's going on in the neighborhood. We have low educated people.
Keep bombing them, Torch.
Low educated people making these decisions that they're so-called leaders and things like that. And when you ask them questions, they have no idea, they have no facts, because I don't understand how you can, when you ask somebody a specific question and they said, I don't know that, instead of saying, I don't know that, they said, well, they'll come up with some other thing. And I'm saying, hold on. And people listen to this. This is the problem. I mean, it's the idiocracy and that's the thing. Unless we start saying that, listen, you are ignorant of the situation. You don't know the facts. Don't say anything. Just sit there and listen. Don't say anything, like a child. And that's how you got to treat them, like children.
No, but their pride and their ego doesn't allow for that. So you have to be mindful that what we're doing isn't so much as fun, but it's a necessity in this space to push back against all this type of stuff.
Okay, my question to you, Mike. My question to you, when you say that, will you let a child drive your car?
But these are not children.
No. But their mentality is the one of children.
Well, yeah. But at the end of the day, they're not children. And these guys are getting up and they're grabbing a lot of space, a lot of airtime, talking crazy, and got grown men, made men walking around thinking crazy behind it. You can't let this stand on its own. It has to be challenged at certain levels. And I agree with Mike. You just can't let this shit roll.
No, I agree with that. I'm not saying, but I'm just looking at it from nothing. And then another guy to look at is that guy from the guy from I think it's like he's the mayor of that town in California, Stockton, California. He's another one.
Mike Tubbs.
Yeah.
These guys are all in the same circle of demographics. They're all millennials. Okay, he's a late millennial, but I'm saying there is this huge wave of Black men who are coming up in the space, and they have nothing to do with rainbow ideals. Okay, that's why I push back against these guys when they say, "Oh, it's just a party of Black women." What are you talking about, man? Like this guy right here, in the next 4 years, he's next up, man. He is next up.
Yeah, he is. But what also feels,
this dude is a tech powerhouse. He's a real technocrat, real progressive, and I don't want people walking around thinking that guys like him don't exist. Okay,
agreed.
Guys like Mike Tubbs don't exist. What's this other brother? The one out there in Camden, New Jersey, I think it is.
The one that took over the town and
hold on a second.
The mayor of that town. I forget his name right now.
Yeah, the one that fired all the police and they made him come back. Yeah, that guy.
Yeah. There's a lot of up and coming Black male progressives within the left, and so the idea that you should just abandon the party and go to the right where you can't find any sort of solidarity over there. I'm sorry, man. That's a bonehead move, man. I think that's a bonehead move personally.
Again, it's an emotional move.
And I was a little bit shocked seeing that you guys came after Mike, calling him a communist or a leftist.
Marxist. That's the one I love. Marxist.
Yeah. Marxist.
He said you're liberal, left-leaning culture warrior. How? We talk policy, but culture warriors don't talk policy.
And said and basically some of these people saying that they watched the Brain Trust. That's why I was wondering, did we do our job? We must have. Guess we didn't get the job done right. I don't know.
There's some people who go to. I was an undergrad for IT. I saw guys who thought that they can just come in here and wing it, and try to fly by night, and it doesn't work. They got on academic probation. And then they got let go. Okay, they got let go from school, got suspended, got kicked out.
You're gonna get torn out of the frame thinking like that.
Yeah, and so they thought they could just come in here and wing it, and that they can make it until what do you call it final semester, and everything will be just cool. No, that's not how it works. So I've seen these type of guys before. It's a medium form of prison culture coming from them, where they can't be told anything. They know everything. you know, they reject any sort of science. They're anti-intellectual. They don't believe in that type of stuff. You know.
So they became the MGTOW of politics, you think?
Somewhat.
Well, no, don't put that on MGTOW. Let's not put that on MGTOW. This is QAnon. They're QAnon people. Don't put that on MGTOW.
QAnon, okay.
Yeah, because MGTOW has it had some good things, and then you had the extremists. But don't
MGTOW has some very, when you understand MGTOW for what it is, has some very good principles. I still very much consider myself in that realm, no doubt. But as far as the extremist aspects and the racist and the racial aspects, and just when you really see where the true Mazunga is coming from, he truly wasn't coming from key MGTOW principles. He was really coming more like, let's get a separate space to keep niggas out, so they won't mess with our women. That's really where these guys are coming from, and some of the key MGTOWs out here who saw that called them out on that. Even some of the white guys did, that's why you had the fracturing and the breakdown of the movement in so many ways, because the alt-right and these guys came in and took it over in X, Y, and Z. So,
but I just look at this as it's just the emotional, because when you talk to these guys, it's all emotion. It's all emotion.
Let me read this caption real quick, because somebody in the chat was asking about Garland Gilchrist. It says, bringing Michigan state government fully into the 21st century is a top priority for Lieutenant Governor Gilchrist. He brings a lifetime experience to the task, receiving his first computer at age 5 and setting up a computer lab in the community recreation center using computers that he built himself at age 16. Lieutenant Governor Gilchrist studied computer engineering and computer science at the University of Michigan, graduating with honors, and later had a successful career as a software engineer at Microsoft, helping to build SharePoint into the fastest growing product in the company's history.
SharePoint.
Let me finish reading this. During his time in Seattle, Gilchrist served as a social media manager for the 2008 Obama campaign in Washington. This dude is next up, okay?
He's heavy duty.
This dude is next up. He's the one that torpedoed John James's campaign.
Yeah.
Torpedoed him.
Yep.
And so this is this is like the future of the left in terms of masculinity and Black men. And so we have to be mindful that when we have these conversations, that we can't allow people to come in and just hijack it and say, oh, rainbow flags, BLM. This guy's not BLM.
and firebomb the place. Like you say, put swastikas everywhere and come in with a lot of...
At this point, that's what a MAGA hat is. It's a swastika.
It's swastika.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is.
Or put a dress on all Black men, what they want to say. Yeah.
With coming with a lot of aggression towards you and acting like you're way out of line. I mean, these guys are way out there, but it's the supreme ignorance that is what we have to fight against. And that's always a fight. It's always going to be a fight, but that's why they always have to be pushbacks. We have to have these conversations. We have to have, more critical clips. That eyes on the prize stuff, man. We damn near should have a live stream just damn near on that. I mean, I swear for God that it would burn so much of what these guys are talking about just down right there.
But what it reminds me of
was ever good. And I saw one brother who was that brother who got in front of Trump and asked him, when was it good for Black people, man? To be to make America great again. When was it ever great for us?
That was at a debate, right?
No, that was at a town hall. That was at a town hall.
He kind of danced around the answer.
And he went into a Bojangles type dance and and it's ran for the question, man.
Well, it's funny. Remember the Black dude that Trump said, this is my Black guy? He quit the Republican Party.
Wow.
My African American. Yep.
What Nagone was touching on, it reminded me when because my dad, he's a staunch Republican. I call him the broke Black Republican. I mean, he has that elk, and he's in the 70s, but he has that ilk where he only comes around black people spewing stuff. And I'm like, Dad, are you around other black Republicans or white Republicans? Somebody said, no, I'd rather be around my opposition so I can prove how smart I am. And I'm like, really? And I'm sitting there like, what? I'm even ashamed saying this because my dad. But he goes into that evangelical stuff.
Yeah.
He's on that Pat Robertson BS.
But see, that's at least I can respect people who are black who at least follow. That's why they're Republicans. I can at least see that because it's very much ingrained, especially if he grew up in the deep South.
Yeah, he's the sky is falling Republican though. He's one of them.
Yeah, but that's how most conservatives live, right? Most conservatives live in fear.
Because you could argue.
Yeah, they do.
Because couldn't you argue Ben Carson falls into that same group in a sense?
But what I was going to take it home with it to bring out Brother Nagon's point, because he tried to use biblical stuff to justify being a Republican. Y'all hear those before, right?
Oh yeah.
So he was talking about the Jews, and I said, Dad, do you know the history of the Jews? I don't want to hear it because you're gonna make me change my beliefs. So that's what makes me think that when it comes to the whole history part, they know if they know any kind of history, it's a wrap.
They can't because they can't defend it.
It's the cross of Dracula.
It and they turn to dust. They turn to dust when it's like sunlight hitting their ass. So I mean that's what you're dealing with. And that's why we consistently have to do that. And I remember I was talking to Mike MOT and them, and they were like, well, I was like, I said, I can't talk to you guys anymore. Like, nope, we have to stay out here. We have to consistently bash this and we have to straighten out the point. And, to some degree, it bothers me because I know I get really angry at times and I just shouldn't get like this because I just hate ball-ass ignorance. But we have to address this. This can't stand on its own. It cannot. If you're going to be in this space and you're going to call some Manosphere, this kind of stuff can't stand on its own. You can't let these guys come in here and just hijack stuff and talk crazy. When the real facts right here that's so far different that he was balling during slavery. Yeah, he was out there balling during slavery.
Well, listen, when they told
these kind of comments are made.
When they said we used to control the South, I said, what?
I'm not buying that whole story. I'm hearing a lot where they say, well, wasn't there many white folks that own slaves? I'm like, bruh, own them or not own them, they still controlled slaves. What are you getting at?
And if you didn't own, if the majority didn't, why did you support the institution so much?
And a lot of black folks populated the South during slavery. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, you do. Do you know how many populated them during slavery? 3.5 million.
Damn. So you gonna tell me like 1% of white folks own slaves in the South? Are you kidding me?
Well, this is true to an extent that they were the capitalists, right? They were the ones who had the economic means to actually own a plantation.
But why did whites?
Most of the people rented slaves. They just like rented cars and everything else they have. They rented them.
Yeah, Avis.
And they paid these guys an amount. They paid.
Damn.
So they may not have been slave owners, but they were still
exactly.
slave controllers.
Right.
You know that.
But why did they support the system if it was so? That's my thing. Why did you support a system if it didn't benefit you at all? If it benefits this small group of whites?
Because they were involved in the supply chain.
Exactly.
And plus, it was aspirational. They played the aspirational just like they play the poor white today. Well, you may not own slaves, but if you work hard and you do what you can do, you too can come in here and own slaves as well. And that's what they were fighting for. The average cracker out there, they call them the crackers because they crack the whips and everything else like that. So they call them crackers. Okay, but they put these guys out there on the battlefield, and that's they put them out there in the battlefield. And these guys fought. Most of them got killed. Most of them did not own slaves. They didn't own any slaves at all.
They didn't even own the land that they worked.
They didn't. Many of them were working damn near side by side with them. But yet they had the whips, so they kept supposedly the slave population in line by cracking the whip on them and keeping the field work going. While they were damn near out there with them themselves. That's why they called them crackers. That's the word. But they went out there and fought, and they did not own slaves. They didn't own them.
And the Irish be trying to say, well, we were treated like slaves. I'm like, no, you weren't. That's indentured servitude. You worked your debt off, and during that time, you found. Matter of fact, you got a long history of being cops now because you were slave catchers.
Well,
They don't want to know about their history. They work with the Native Americans to catch slaves.
We don't want to get into the Irish history. That's a boy. That's a long one.
Yeah,
because
Art.
But
Yeah, now Art, I want to ask you a quick question.
There's a lot of truth to what he's saying. I mean, yeah. Go ahead.
Nah, you were saying your dad is staunch right wing. So like, has he like supported everyone from like Romney to McCain to
All
Bush?
of them.
Oh wow.
All of them. And then the thing was, you know how, because I mean, matter of fact, the family, I'm probably one of the only ones that talk to him. The family don't talk to my pops, man. And because I talk to everyone, I learned how to filter unless you start poking at me. You start calling me stuff like Mike V was attacked. I'm like, no, I gotta say something. But
wow, even goes back to Reagan.
You know what? Yeah, goes back to Reagan. The second term.
Oh wow, he's consistent.
The second term of Reagan, that's when he went with Reagan for some reason.
Mm-hmm.
And then after that, he went with, Daddy Bush. He was against Clinton, I mean, so it was the whole thing. Matter of fact, we got in a fist fight over Bush.
Wait, whoa. A peaceful person like Art Newstall gets into a fist fight?
No, basically, I got clocked, or not clocked, but slapped. And then, the first slap was like, huh? And then he did it again, and then I had a reflex, and he was on the ground.
Damn.
And this is over Desert Storm.
Yeah, did you use like your Pascal pieces or something like that?
I don't know what it was, but I felt real bad. I felt real bad because my dad's a bully. By the way, my dad's a bully, so that's why he thought he could do that. And so I was trying to leave. I was trying to get out of there, and he turned me around and said, "Don't you leave? Don't you get leave whatever?" Because I think he said something about, this is during Desert Storm. He said, "Yeah, Bush gonna be a hero or whatever." And I was like, "Bush, really?" He said, "What do you mean?" And he started getting belligerent and blah blah blah. And I'm like, "It's not even worth it." So, matter of fact, I'm just gonna go home. And then that's when he, try to get physical over some politics.
Nah, politics, man.
That's the one thing you don't discuss in the bar: politics and religion.
Brazilian Portuguese said never talk about religion.
He wasn't a veteran, was he, Art?
Yeah, he was a now.
Oh, that's why. That kicked in. You sort of said Bush not gonna be a hero, and that military training kicked in.
Because I just questioned it. I was like,
Yeah, but Bush never, his family, well, his father was, but the rest of them didn't do anything.
Yeah, but he's not saying 2000. I think he's saying 1991.
Yeah, Daddy Bush.
It wasn't. Yeah,
Oh, Daddy, but I thought he meant the
Storm.
second. I thought he meant the second Bush, because they went back to the desert for that one.
Yeah, because Art was in his 30s at that time. He getting his ass.
No, I was in my teens. I was in my teens.
In his 30s, you get his ass slapped.
I got the Bush. You got to say which Bush. Okay, that's.
I think I was 19 at the time. 19.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah, that's how young I was. Like, damn, because I remember I told you guys my educational base was America's Black Forum, Tony Brown journals. I used to watch that religiously when I was in my team, so I stayed informed.
Okay, so you knew what's his name, Randall Robinson. Yeah, all those guys.
James Brown, Juan Williams when he was conscious.
So he's on Fox News. He's doing something. I don't know what the hell he's doing.
He's a Democratic commentator.
I was gonna say, he's kind of their black guy on the left that they go to.
He's their punching bag. But I mean, I used to watch it all the time on the weekends.
Comey, what was the other guy?
Armstrong Williams was on there.
Yeah.
That's when I started learning. See, when I watched that, I saw how professional black men with ties, very, very astute, well spoken. They had different views, but they treat each other like brothers. That's the mindset that I was brought up on, and looking at that was the best example.
Yeah, and like it is with Gil Noble.
Well, that was my show, man. I grew up on that.
Yeah, and guys, you know that you can get the shows. There's websites that actually you can go there and you can download Tony Brown's journals and Gil Noble's shows.
Yep. I was in Tony Brown's studio when he was doing a show. I was
your
there.
frat brother, man. You should be there.
Yeah. you know this. But like I said, I support all my frats. We even Roland Martin.
Even Herman Cain.
Herman Cain. Yeah. Well, listen, I didn't have any. I didn't have anything against Herman Cain, man. Really, I really didn't.
Yeah, but Herman Cain paid the ultimate price.
Yeah, that's what they disrespect the hell out of him after he died. Y'all saw that?
Yeah, but
they never acknowledged. Go ahead, Mike.
No, I was just saying they disrespected him when he ran for office. They didn't back him up. They
didn't went down.
He was high in the polls. 70%.
High in the polls. He was number one for a minute there. He was number one. Then they dropped a Holbagger on him. Holbagger came out of left field. Some Holbagger. It was terrible to think that he was back.
Pre-Me Too, huh?
But he had a Holbagger that came out of left field.
Precipitation for Me Too. It was the precipitation for it. No one else was going through that.
Yeah.
It was only black men that were really hit with those sort of RICO charges, so to speak. So I'm saying
he was tested.
No, he didn't galvanize a base. He didn't do that. He should have.
He was starting to do it, and then they shut him down. He was starting to get that done.
He had the tour.
He had his 999 plan and all that. I was watching him real close. He was cooking for a minute. But go ahead, Mike. Go ahead.
No, I'm just saying they tore him out the frame. But this is why I don't understand these guys who think that going over there is going to be beneficial for them, right? And so when you give them these examples of Michael Steele, Herman Cain, Shelby Steele, all of these guys who ended up over at the Hoover Institute and whatnot, Council for Foreign Relations, those guys are not rocking with this yo-yo in the White House, man.
No, these are the guys that were going against them. Even the former president George Bush was going against this guy. Mm-hmm. You never saw him anywhere. They were going against him, undercover. They're going against this.
What was the guy, the propaganda guy for the White House, the one that looks like an alien?
You talking about Carville? Not James. You talking about James Carville, Democrat?
No. The one for
alien.
The one that looks. He's got a big bald head, and he's the right wing dude for Trump. The dude, and he hates Hispanic people. Oh man, what's his name? Stephen Miller.
Okay,
yeah, that dude. Yo, that dude ain't gonna let you get nowhere near that White House.
Nah,
man.
This is why they don't know anything, because they don't need to know anything. They're trolls. They don't know shit about any of this stuff.
No, these guys are trolls. I understand it, and they're clout chasing, and they're trying to catch an ABL deal. I know what's going on. I mean, I see what's going on now. Before I thought we could really have some kind of discourse with these people. Forget about it. You can't have it.
No,
but I think him, the guy that you just mentioned, I think he paid his dues hanging around with white folks. Photo ops. He was going in their groups. I mean, he was actually working with them. These dudes.
It was Stephen Miller.
No, he just mentioned ABL.
Oh, that's well, ABL. Come on. He was what they call a useful idiot. They'll deal with you until they need you, and then they'll shoot you in the back. And then
he's the necessary minority. My friend is black.
He knows all the lyrics to use me.
That's right. Yeah, I have a black friend. That's exactly what
he doesn't rock the boat. He does not rock the boat.
Plays the game.
No, he's DM, designated minority.
Exactly.
DM all up in his DM. And so for him, he's been invited to the White House. He has a show on RT now. He made it out the Manosphere.
I'm not hating on him either.
No. I think that
I had to give it to him.
Yeah, I mean, but that type of guy, it takes a lot to be.
Not hating them. I mean, like, this dude don't represent our interests.
No, but I'm saying
that's
it takes a lot. I'm saying it takes a lot to do what he does and with a straight face.
He can have it though.
I'm saying there's a job for everyone, right? There's a job for everyone, right? But him, guys like him, women like him, they have to really play that up to their advantage. And you know, how much are you willing to compromise is the question, right?
Exactly
and so
right.
for people like us, we care about the process. We're political vigilantes. We're not culture warriors. There's a difference. We're vigilantes. We take the law into our own hands and basically, you know, give it to these guys the way it needs to be given. And so that's why we do what we do here. I mean, a lot of people say, "Oh, why don't you guys get back to doing, you know, talk about women?" No, we're not going to do that. We're a little bit busy right now doing analysis and pushing back and providing facts, and they can't refute it. And so,
yeah. And then they got, you know, when they come at these shows that want to turn into a woman conversation, there's shows for that. They have other shows that do that.
They turn the conversation into about women when it doesn't need to be. We could be talking about, you know, public banking, and somehow it becomes gender based. And it's like, no, this doesn't need to be maligned in this way. You know, that we're talking about something that's legitimate, and you don't want to talk about it within the context of its legitimacy. You just want to, you know, genderize it. No, I'm not down with that, man. I think that if we can talk about policy, it should be agnostic. It doesn't need to be specifically, because you're never going to get anyone to sign on and say, well, we just need to do this just for Black men. Look at the social equity platform for legalization of cannabis. Although Black men were disproportionately impacted by it, there was no real language behind it that specified Black men, but everyone knows the codified portions of it was targeted towards Black men. And so that's the way you approach, you know, policy. But
we talk about policy. But see, the key thing that they want, that P word that we bring up that they hate, is policy. Because they don't have policy. They can't speak from a policy perspective or talk about policies that they could come up. One person, we asked him about policy, he came up with a what did he call it? A petition or some shit. So for something, I mean, these guys don't understand policy. That's all we talk about here. That's all we really talk about when we get into any of these ideas that will affect Black men, Black community, you know, on the whole, your wealth, your safety, your well-being, all of that. You know, you got to couch that in policy. And
well,
you're not gonna get that from them. But anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, because speaking about that is when Obama took the thing where they make a distinction between powder cocaine and crack cocaine. He says like, nah, that's and he fixed that. They got upset. They said, no, you can't do that, because they knew it's gonna impact the jails things, and the jails went down by what, 200,000 or something like that.
Yeah.
You know,
they knocked it down quick. I mean, plus the amount of time they were giving you.
Yeah.
You could have a gram or 2 grams of cocaine and then of crack, and you were getting 20 years. And these guys could be walking around with a kilo, and they were, you know, the Mzungu could be walking around with a kilo, and he was getting 5. 5 years. We had to do 85% of your sentence in federal prison if they caught you on a federal charge. So you were doing less than that. But you know, here you got another guy with a whole lot less, you know, and that was specifically designed to target you.
And all he had to do was a year and a day.
Yeah, most Black political prisoners from the 60s and the 70s still serving time, 40 years in.
Still in there.
What was the last dude that they just let out? Bobby Seals?
No, it was another brother also. They let 2 out.
Yeah.
And that was about 3 years ago. And them cats just got out, and they did 44 years. Some ill shit saying that they killed a cop, and they still couldn't prove that was actually done. So they ended up cutting them loose anyway after 44 years. One of the ladies who was supposed to go in there with it, she broke camp, and and got out and went to Cuba.
Oh,
So
that's Joanne Chesimard.
yeah.
Yeah, she escaped. Yeah.
Yeah, escaped. So so these are political prisoners. We have them. We have them here right now. Still here in our jails, languishing.
And you ask these guys who's Joanne Chesimard and all these other, they don't know. They don't know nothing.
Very, very, very good black torture. I'm getting a little senile, I guess.
No, because you know what? I used to read because I used to go to the library every day, and I used to sit. And my favorite book was The Spook That Sat by the Door.
Man, and that was a book. And you notice they made a movie out of it, and you never see that played.
No, because that movie the book is powerful.
The book is crazy, but the movie was crazy as well. It was well done, and they don't play it. I don't think you can find it.
Hey, Mike, we ought to just do a movie night where we can just look at that, because you guys got to see that, man.
I saw the movie.
On what?
The Spook That Sat by the Door.
Oh man, we got enough of those in the Manosphere. I don't need to watch them.
No, but this is you get okay. I got the joke. I was slow on the intake on that one. No, but I'm just saying how the guy took the situation and moved it to do a revolution. Man, it was interesting.
Yeah, that was awesome. It was basically a CIA. It was a CIA game. They took that right out of playbook of the CIA, and they didn't really want that to get put out there. They didn't really want that to get put out there like that. The movie was a little bit too fucking real, and you don't see it played here. I don't even know if they even have it on YouTube.
Yeah, I think it's on YouTube. I saw it. I think I saw it on YouTube.
Yeah.
Well, I'll check it out.
It's on YouTube. And then they have the interview with Sam Greenlee, breaking down the behind the scenes.
There you go.
So
Is he still alive? Is he still alive?
Oh, he's been gone.
Yeah, but that would be a nice movie to remake in today's contemporary movie. Yeah.
Oh, they ain't gonna remake that unless you put some white people in it.
With Hollywood's policies, you ain't ever gonna remake.
And it was very professional. That movie was very professional.
I mean, but you can redo the movie like that. How kind of like Tariq Nasheed does this shit.
Oh, Hidden Colors.
Yeah, documentary.
Think so? Yeah. Well, okay. Yeah. Some as an indie film. Yeah. As an indie. Yeah. You could do that.
It would have to be. I think it should be overseas.
Yeah, you could. Yeah, you could do that.
That's the only way that they can do it.
Interesting.
I mean, you can get it professionally made overseas and get it distributed into the United
Right.
States.
Yeah, that's true.
And stream it over the internet, so they can't really mess with you.
But that interview, he went in on Jesse. He said Jesse Jackson was going in hard trying to make sure that he didn't show the movie. Because a lot of people want to see it.
A lot of those guys were afraid. That movie, a lot of guys were afraid. That was the CIA blueprint, man, about how to really kind of infiltrate, build an army, and take down the government, man.
He taught him martial arts, taught him chemistry, planning,
guerrilla tactics.
That was a real CIA playbook. That shit was real.
Who's Carl Williams? Who's that?
Oh, he might be changing his name.
Oh God.
Guys come in there with their corporate names, getting yanked out of work.
Oh yeah.
Instead of Spook Sat by the Door, it'd be the nigga that was on the panel.
Sean's on panel. SOP.
Oh my God.
Well, like I was saying, I used to sit down and read these books, and I told you, I read so many books, and the ones I kept, the one about
Did you ever read Afro 6 by Hank Lopez?
No.
I read that shit. Was about 13.
Which one is called? I didn't hear that.
Afro 6.
Afro 6. No.
Read that shit.
Okay.
Read it.
Did you read
by a Latino dude? But
okay.
Great book. Read it.
But I want you guys to read this book called "In Search of Enemies" with John Stockton.
I haven't read that one.
Oh yeah.
No, we need to compile a book list so that way we can
Yeah, book club.
Get this out.
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
Because I listen to BGS throw some books out there. They're really good. You know, I got his books. You know.
Yeah, I have
his book selection gives people arguing with you.
Yeah.
I don't. It doesn't matter. You know what? The more facts you have, the more better you are because I'm learning things. You know, I like to look at his books and then I go look at the back and see who are they reading, who are they taking that material from.
Yeah. Who did they cite?
Yep.
Where you
And
go
then
to
I
those
go
books.
and read his. That's why I learned some real interesting things when the person cited this thing, and then I looked back at the book and I said, "Oh, I have a whole totally different opinion of the book now."
Oh, definitely. I mean, I got everything. I got Daughters of the Trade and all that just because of him.
Yep.
Yep.
And
Yeah, took my brother onto that to Daughters of the Trade. He's reading it now.
And Slave Coast. I mean, all those.
And they owned us. Did you get that one?
The one that I'm trying to work through now is the one about the white women slaves. Slave
Oh no,
owners.
no! This one is close to that. This is the white
they were her
women that
slaves.
own slaves.
Yeah,
that
they
own
were her
slaves.
slaves. Yeah, they were her slaves or something like that. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, they were her property.
Yeah, they were her property. Yeah.
Yeah, I got that one.
Okay.
Oh. It wasn't called the Genie Bus trilogy, was it?
Oh my God! I still think she screwed some of them players.
Oh, absolutely, she has. I mean, you do your. I mean, you know better than some of us, but you do your research on slavery, man, or just that time period. There's a lot of screwing going on back there, man.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of us are light skinned for a reason.
No, and things and people don't realize they had slave bordellos where they just had the guys was just making money there. They didn't have no plantation. They had just bordellos.
Yeah.
Yeah, and especially if you ever see Feast of Our Own Feast of Our Own Saints. I think that's what it's called. Feast of All Saints.
Feast of All Saints.
Man, bruh, this is about Was it New Orleans or just Louisiana?
No, I think it's about Louisiana. Yeah.
New Orleans, Louisiana. New Orleans.
No, yeah, man.
Oh, you talk about the quadroon balls and all that.
The octoroons, all that, all the bear.
Great when the girls are born. Yeah, when the mixed girls are born, they put them in this brothel, and when the mixed boys are born, they send them off to college. That was deep, man. I was looking, I was like, wow. And then, there were two mixed chicks, because it was Jennifer Beals and this other chick. Jennifer Beals was fine. Anyhow, they were arguing about having, doing their own stuff or whatever. And this lady was like, why I gotta do all this? I'm free. I can do whatever I want. I'm free. And then when she said that, she didn't realize the people a little bit further down were in the fields picking cotton. So she turned around and had eye contact with another lady picking cotton. So, it was a trip because, that the thing is they had to be in a brothel, but against their will. But she felt that she was free.
Yeah.
But she still looked at the field Negroes after that statement. That was one of the most powerful scenes I ever saw in that movie.
But the field Negroes looking at her like,
right.
Still a fucking slave. Fuck up out of here.
Right.
So that's how they were looking at it. So it was ill, but that unfortunately is our past. And but past is prologue. I'll just leave it at that.
Well, they want us to, and you know what that expression is. If you fail to know your past, you're doomed to relive it.
Yeah.
And these guys, they don't have no clue about that. None.
No understanding.
They think about them being house Negro saboteurs that they're gonna get a better seat. All right, man.
That's exactly right.
All right, man. Yeah, all right, bro.
And what they don't understand is they'll choose one Negro, put you out there, use you up and kick you to the curb, but they'll grab one, and these guys are fighting to be that one Negro, man. They're fighting to be
for position.
That one overseer. They're fighting for that position. On the plantation. No.
That's why you never see. That's why you never see two black shines. The political shines in a room at one time, man. They'll knife each other in the back.
Oh yeah.
It'll be a Mandingo fight.
And we seen that on what's the name show when the two of them was going at each other.
Django.
We can't give no names.
Was it Django? Candyman?
It's just the two of them.
Oh, we can't even do.
One was a Pookie, and the one was the ultra conservative. They were going at it.
Yeah.
Well, you're talking about that clip that came out where they started yelling at each other.
More than that. Yeah, they were, and then one ran off the panel.
I said this was a Manosphere.
Oh, I know you talking about.
Yeah.
One had pressed hair, right? He had pressed hair, and the other one had bald head.
Oh,
receding hair.
No name.
No, it was a shine off. No, it was a shine off.
No,
because I never realized why they can't get along with each other until you just said that.
It was a shine off.
Yeah.
Because
they can't. There can only be one.
Did you see the press hair dude go over the Afro, the Afro professor? You see when they went at it?
No, that was Manosphere all day.
That was hilarious.
That was
because remember, because him and the other dude, they worked for PBS that got sued. They were going after Obama. We can say Obama, right?
Yeah.
Can we say Obama?
And they jettisoned those guys once he got out of office.
Oh yeah. Well, come on.
Right.
Right. Jettisoned.
Come on.
Space. Come on. Space junk.
What a
Space
coincidence.
Come on, you were a useful idiot. You showed we got our mileage out you. Now goodbye, and that was it.
Yep.
The lease purchase, man. Lease purchase, option to buy. They didn't want to pay the balloon payment. They just sent it back.
So that means Joy Reid got a permanent fixture on MSNBC.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. She's
AM Joy. Oh yeah, man.
And don't be surprised if Roland Martin they give him back a show.
Roly Poly.
Yeah.
Roly Poly he put in that work. So
yeah, Roly put in that work. Roly, quite frank, he catching a few dollars behind the scenes. I don't think he wants to go back to the.
No, I don't think he would.
No, he don't want to go back.
Go back to CNN.
Too many restrictions, man.
Yeah, too many restrictions. They got him lined out, and he's catching dollars.
But where could he go then? What can he do to benefit his?
No, he's gonna stay exactly where he's at right now.
I was gonna say they call him on occasion to come and talk anyway.
So he's gonna try to build his own TYT or something.
Yeah,
he already has it.
He already has it.
Yeah, I mean, if it goes,
So what's gonna happen to Brother Allen?
Who?
What happened?
Who's speaking?
That's D.
What's gonna happen?
D, what's up, baby?
Hey, what's up, baby?
All right.
Oh, what's going on, D?
Just here trying to cook some food to eat, man. Some breadfruit, Mike.
Okay. Get some banana pudding, man.
Hey,
He gonna gain his way back.
Didn't you hear that they making that breadfruit a superfood now?
You did? Yeah. I sent that out to. I sent you that.
No, you sent us the recipe for your herbalist thing. Yeah, that's what you sent us.
What were you going to say, DE?
Yeah, I was the Reverend Al in New York. But what's going to happen to him? He's going to get back his prime time slot.
I don't know, man.
God,
I
no.
think what they're
God,
talking.
no.
Oh no, that would be horrible.
That may happen. DE may not be wrong about that because I
don't want that non-talking guy going back on TV.
And they keep bringing that shine back. They keep bringing his ass.
They got to bring him back because
he might.
Black men try to turn their back on us, trying to turn their back on so they're gonna have to bring him back and try to get us back in line.
They got him on Morning Joe all the time, coming on Morning Joe. Well, the National Action Network, we got they got this shine. I mean,
oh man, but Morning Joe is just another horrible representation, man.
It's the worst, but they may bring him back. I think DE may be right about that.
Called him off the bench.
Yeah, they call him.
So they need a lefty in there.
Yeah. They had him retired. They had him retired to the weekend, backwater schedule. But they may put him back on prime time. They might.
Well, yeah, because he's accustomed to the protocol. So
Yes, he is. Yes, he is.
That's
and they finally figured out how to read the teleprompter. But
yeah. They may bring that shine bone. Yeah, I do think we're gonna see some.
But he'd be like winded after like 5 words, man. You can hear him reading. It's like, oh man, get this dude.
Well, he had surgery. Yeah, he had some surgery. So he's not at his best health.
Yeah, but I think they need to put a young millennial up there. I don't think they. I don't. Huh? They are.
No, I'm saying they've already done that.
Who?
In terms of like social media, that's because
no. I'm talking about on TV. They need a young millennial.
So they would put them on the cable, like
yeah. But millennials don't target that demographic, that medium, right?
Millennials don't listen to that too much. They're
okay.
They're internet based. Millennials are more on TYT.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, TYT is a $30 million operation. They got
$30 million
after $30 million. So
exactly correct.
I think Roland only got like $1 million or something like that. He probably
he's a little over. I get the reports for him because I am a contributor to his channel.
Mm-hmm.
So he lets you know what when you get your donation. He's a bit more than that right now.
But when
he's gonna get more money. Go ahead.
No, I was just saying that that's not a cheap operation, right? That he's invested a lot into that. So I remember there was somebody in the Manosphere who was trying to tell us, we could start our own, channel, similar to like why reinvent the wheel when Goodyear already made the tire, man? Like if he's rolling the way that he's rolling right now, I don't see the reason to try and reinvent what he's doing. I think what he's been a big advocate the last 9 to 18 months for BMs. So why rock the boat? Rock his boat. Why rock his boat? Why not leverage the infrastructure? But see, that's the problem with a lot of
you're right, Mike.
That's the problem with a lot of these dudes. They want to create new infrastructure without leveraging the infrastructure that already exists.
That's already there. That's exactly correct. And let me tell you,
because they don't want to cooperate. That's the problem.
I just want to say this, Black Torch. You right about that. And your man Roland, he watches the Manosphere. I can tell you that.
Oh, remember those days that he was actually saying things that we discuss?
Yeah, because he watching it. He watches Jason Black. He watches Tariq Nasheed. He watches all. He has to watch all that stuff by job, right? By job, because he has to monitor different content that's already percolating. To get an understanding of what's trending in the market. I mean, there's something called dashboard that some people use for social media where they can pull in multiple feeds at once, and it just kind of gives them a
snapshot
wide angle. It gives them a wide angle view of what's actually trending in the social media space. So he has to know that if somebody in this space did 2,000, 3,000, 5,000 views on a video, he has to go watch it. It's incumbent.
Or even a few hundred, because he scoped Obsidian, he scoped Angry Man, he scoped BGS. He's seen all of this because he hit it. Well, I'm not going to get on. I can tell you from a firsthand experience. He said, "You guys have good subjects. Just cut down the fighting." This was said a little 2 years ago, almost 3 years ago.
But you can't.
Back. So he's watching you, and if you think others ain't watching you, you're wrong. You're wrong.
Well, we know the Republicans were watching because the last month or so, all that money started to flow.
watching hard, and talked about the problems with black men and all this stuff, kind of party and all that. They've been watching hard. That's what I'm saying. Some golden opportunities with respect to the Manosphere were missed because when I say you could have got a lot more money into this thing, because a lot of these guys were watching it and they were taking a lot out and running with it. That should have been monetized, but I don't want to get all into that because I know a lot of us don't think politically, but a lot of people are watching you, and they're watching you now, and they're listening to everything you're saying. The minute you think they're not listening, that's when they're listening at you the closest.
Oh yeah, because they're looking to. If I was the Republicans right now, I'd be saying, okay, what do we got to do to get back in power, and figure out all our weaknesses and come out with a strategy.
Well, you got a bald-headed shine. Combs up in the Manosphere, and he's on big networks.
Go ahead, DE Raptor.
Go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry, was DE talking? I didn't hear him.
Yeah, sorry. All they had to do is looking for the people who are preaching, black men who are preaching black first. All the black men said, look, we got to get together and do what we want to do. Not following it. All they got to do is listening onto them and come in the back channel and say, what do you guys want? And work on it. And send somebody in, sit down and talk to you. Say, look, we hear you. We're serious about this. Let's talk about what you guys want and how we can get it done.
Hey, let me play this clip real quick. This is breaking news.
Did I not call it?
Look at this shit.
All right.
Yep. They're going to have to standardize or federalize all elections. They're going to have to do it.
Even if he gets one or two states, if he loses Pennsylvania and Georgia, it's over.
No.
He lost him already,
what
man.
What this is about is standardizing the process across the board.
Oh,
That's
okay.
what they need to do. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, they also need to make it
election needs to be federalized.
Yep, and to make it electronic, so you ain't gotta go in no stand in line and all this other crap.
So you put it on your we now got a.
You cut out DE.
Yeah, we now got a what they call the real ID, right?
Yep.
You got your real ID. You walk up to a polling station. They look at what you go online or something and see where you're supposed to go vote, or if you got a phone, you vote with your phone. Period.
But the other part too, what really helped with this voting was the convenience part. Because some people just, believe it or not, they don't look at it as serious where you can have to get up and stand in line. They're like, man, I don't feel like it. But the fact that you could just throw that stuff in the mail, I think that really made a difference.
Yeah.
There's no reason why there should be a drop-off polling station at a post office.
That's crazy.
Yeah, it
That's
doesn't
crazy.
make any sense at all. I mean, why are we investing all this money into the post office system if we're not going to have any innovative technologies behind it? I mean,
that's why I said electronic voting.
Yeah, I mean, you have somewhat electronic voting in some states and whatnot, like Utah and whatnot. But what I'm saying here is, like DE Raptor was saying, I was saying this earlier this week, that you can put an RFID chip inside of a state ID.
Yes, you can.
If that's going to be the case, a U.S. passport card can have an RFID chip in it as well, because it's national and it can go across borders. You can vote from anywhere. Okay, as long as there's a machine available, you pop it in or you tap it with NFC, near field communications, and you select your and it brings up a ballot for you.
Right, but there's still, from a security, there's one thing you gotta because you gotta make sure that person, because they have it's that two-factor authentication is something that you know.
Authentication, right? So your biometric thumbprint, something.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna add to it.
Yeah. Four-digit PIN number or something like that.
Yeah.
IRS has been doing this for 20 years.
Yeah, we know that.
The IRS has been doing this for 20 years. So people say, oh, the election could be hacked. No one ever complains about H&R Block doing your taxes online and stuff. Oh, well, your taxes could be, ransomware or stolen, online through these applications. They never say that.
I think the post office dropped the ball when they had a chance to give everyone an email address. once they dropped that ball,
Really? When was
yeah,
this? When
Yeah,
was
this
this?
was years ago. This
this was years ago. They were proposing the post office was going to be the email address of record for every American, and they was going to give every American a unique email address.
This was like 2000, 99, 2000.
Yep, and they rejected that.
Yeah.
Which I think was it was a total mistake.
And they also missed out on the ability to gather, like if you at somebody, right, the ability to manage that system, right, that form of social media where we at Black Torch, and it automatically highlights you and sends you an alert that you get, you've been mentioned in a comment or something like that. They could have used that for communicating with people, right? The idea to send somebody a message or something like that through that system, that could have all been managed by the post office, but they dropped, like you said, they dropped the ball on that.
And the post office had an opportunity to be a bank. They also dropped that.
It was a bank. It was always a bank.
No. But I mean a real bank where you can go in, because the post office, like when I lived in Japan, I had a Japanese bank account, but it was at the post office.
That's all in Asia. That's all in South America too.
Yeah, and that's what I'm trying to tell them is and you could have ended all these underserved people, because the post office is ubiquitous in these communities, and they could have had bank accounts, they could have cashed checks, they could have did all those things.
Yeah.
The post office dropped the ball on a lot of things.
It was like that pre-1965.
It's not the post office that really did these things. Anytime they propose that the post office do something, you got people like Amazon and FedEx who say, you know what, if the post office get this, we're going to be losing out. So they get their congressmen to shoot it down. Or their lobbyists,
Yeah.
But it hurts in the back. In the long run, it hurts.
Yeah, it's definitely hurting now, because imagine if you had an official post office email address. Oh man, you can get your everything done.
Not just that, but the idea of putting an election a ballot system inside inside every single post office, where you can just kind of have it printed out, QR code scanned, and that all that infrastructure is already existent. I don't know why there's so much pushback against it, but I mean, obviously they don't want Black people voting, both sides.
They don't want you banking. They don't want you doing a lot of things.
They want you to be completely underserved. And I'm saying a lot of this could actually be solved with some form of organization and push. I mean, if some of these guys who are going to the right would say something like that, instead of saying, well, the left is, they're hacking all the votes, they're suppressing all the votes. In reality, you really don't have a counter to what you're claiming. And so for me, I mean, you and I are IT people, Black Torch, but I mean, we look at this and we're like, nah, this could be easily solved.
Oh, without a doubt. I tell them all the time, and I said, you got to look at technology as an enabler, not a disabler. And these guys told me, oh, this is going to fourth industrial. I said, listen, what are you talking about? Now Black kids don't have to go to the university. They can just go and get certificates, and they could be out and working with 18 months.
But not just that. I mean, there's no reason why anybody should have to pay for community college, man. There's no
Mike, they bought a house in February, and everything associated with that house was done online. The only time I went into the computer office is the day of the closing, when I had to sign, 100,000 pieces of paperwork.
Yeah.
But everything was done online.
Yep.
That's involving a lot of money. This freaking voting thing is, man,
me and some fellas are working on a scheme, so I'll let y'all know.
Go ahead, Art Newsome.
Yeah, a couple of days ago, I was told that only 10% of Black people voted. Is that true?
No.
It had to be more, right?
Oh, it was much more than that. If you look at the New York Times did an article on how many people, and they were shocked by the amount of Black people. More Black people voted then they voted for Obama during Obama the 2008 election.
2012. Yeah, I think
2012.
2012. Yeah, I think
Yeah.
he probably Biden may have got like close to 2008 numbers as far as actual black turnout.
Yeah, because the reason why they voted in such long numbers because the Democrats knew that because the voter suppression was so right in your face, it forced people to be proactive. It forced people to be proactive. So remember, there's a lot of false statistics going around. I wouldn't.
Right.
Yeah, you had 100 million people who voted early alone, who had voted before election day.
Listen, I live in Brooklyn, right? The where I go to vote, the line was at least 2.5 blocks long the first day of early voting. There was old people, young people, everybody was standing in line.
No need for that. I mean, no need.
I know, but they were so engaged because they thought that this election and people were going to try to intimidate. Like we had a bunch of numbnuts come from Long Island and they started to come through Brooklyn with these Trump flags and shit, and they thought that they was going to intimidate people. You know, that's what they were doing.
And the other thing too, did y'all hear that they had to beef up more security for Biden?
Oh yeah, he's the what they did is to give him he's already to present the president, so you can't fly over his house. His family gets automatic protection. The Secret Service already kicked in.
But I think probably too that there could be some potential assassination attempts.
Not with it, not anymore. He's the
Well, I mean, with Trump and his rhetoric.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
People saying if Trump really pushes some of these crazy people to really think that this was stolen, you never know what some of these dudes might.
Well, then if that's ever proven, that's sedition, and that is another charge that they can lay on him.
Now, I remember we had a talk a while ago. I think it might have been on Black Brain Trust about if once Trump is out of office, wouldn't that leave him more vulnerable for all the different things that's coming down the pike?
Sure.
From the
court
system.
Oh yeah.
Yep. One
Oh
he's
yeah.
gonna have to do is he's gonna have to hire attorneys to defend himself. State Department's not gonna do it anymore, and that's gonna.
But he's broke. Where's the money gonna come from?
I heard one attorney say.
His supporters.
I heard one attorney say if there's one attorney up there who's crazy enough to represent Trump, it's gonna cost him millions.
I think Alan Dershowitz was taking that charge.
It doesn't matter because the New York State New York and New Jersey is looking first dibs on him.
So he's not moving back to New York.
I'm sure they're gonna get him for the Didn't someone say something about stealing some money from a nonprofit?
Yeah.
And that was a big case.
Yep.
And he's at minimum is going to do the same amount of time that his former attorney's doing.
Well, no, because then it's a RICO charge. Then it's how many times they did it. And then his daughter's involved, his son's involved, his son-in-law's involved. It's going to be terrible.
I'm not worried about him. I'm worried about Biden's going to have an uphill battle trying to undo the stuff that the carnage that he created.
Yeah, he's gonna have to basically get rid of Trump. Basically, politicized every department, even the CDC and stuff. So you got to restore faith in all those institutions.
Right, but you know what? He complained about one thing: the deep state, and the deep state is there for a reason because of people like him. Why you think everybody there was these constant leaks that was going on? It was the people in there that saying, "Hey, you know what? I can't say it, but I'm gonna leak this information."
Yeah, I would say every White House has problems with leaks. Now Trump's just a whole nother level of stupidity. I mean, you got a guy who Bob Woodward literally just started interviewing people, and they didn't even know who he was. Literally just started asking all sorts of questions, and people just gave him whatever he wanted.
Because they're not professionals. They're not seasoned. These were interns that Trump hired because nobody wanted to be associated with him.
Yep. Anybody who wanted a job in his administration probably wasn't qualified to do it.
Come on, Hope Hicks. Come
Now,
on.
do you think that you think McConnell will work better with Biden than he would Trump?
Nope.
It could be worse.
Yep. It's gonna be like the Obama era with McConnell.
Yeah, but the problem with McConnell and the thing that he's worried about, this was a close call for this one. And that's what I try to keep telling you. The demographics is changing, and they don't know how long they can keep power.
2022 doesn't look good for Republican senators. They got a lot of seats they got to protect.
Yeah, Mitch hand is falling off his arm, ain't it?
Yep.
Well, he can't even walk. You saw him the last time he tripped and almost hit his head on that podium.
He's gonna be the FDR of speakers.
Did they ever figure out what's wrong with his hand?
I think he got MS.
Yeah, his hand.
I think he got MS.
Yeah, that's called karma.
Well,
Hate to say it, but
yeah,
a lot of
because
bad things.
MS is when you start losing the muscle abilities and your extremities. Yeah.
Yeah, my aunt has it.
I'll tell you who I'm surprised got reelected. Susan Collins. I thought she was done.
Wow.
She's a Republican, treated like a Republican. She's not bipartisan and all that dumb shit.
But she's scared now because her state went blue.
I don't care.
She's scared. She's really scared. She is going to be the one that you can put that pressure point.
No.
Well, we'll see. I think those guys in those states now are starting to realize what's going on.
I'll tell you what, McConnell's gonna have to give in on a stimulus. He may not want to. He comes to give in on that.
I already said, like, the first day he gets signed in, he's doing the stimulus.
Oh, like I said, these guys, Trump, he shot himself in the foot because when he got out of the hospital, he says, I'm going to give the biggest stimulus, whatever, and then he did nothing.
No, Mitch McConnell.
You know what? You know what? I'm thinking more deeper here. It might be a little 10 or 4 hattish. Is it possible that Mitch McConnell and the rest of the people in the Senate purposely held back the stimulus so that Trump could
fired? Hey,
is that possible?
Anything is possible. Because I didn't understand why Trump didn't press McConnell to give up that money.
Right. That stimulus he wouldn't have lost with that stimulus.
And you had some people who were dumb enough the last time he gave it out. Trump put his name and signed it. Some people generally thought Trump gave him money.
Right. Worship me, love me.
Well, so
that
that's
might have
why
been a strategy. It might be a back because we talked about that before. Like, is it possible that these people are undermining him while he's trying to run?
Well, man, I think it could have been legit. Like, that could have been a legit reason, because especially if you see that you get tipping point to like get this dude out of here and yet still like maintain some semblance of control. Because like I said, you got what you wanted. You got a bunch of judges. You got a majority on the Supreme Court. You got a tax cut.
Well, that majority of the Supreme Court can change any minute. All Biden has to do is add 2 people to the Supreme Court and make it 11.
Yeah, I don't want to. I want to expand it by like 57.
And you know what? On the other side, because it sounds like there is some hunger for a woman to be president, right? What? Is it possible? Yeah, is there some hunger? Because remember, Kamala kept saying the Kamala presidency or what have you. Is it possible that she could be trying to undermine Biden so she can hurry up and get in that seat?
Nah, I don't think so.
Not
now. Work together?
No, she needs Biden to be successful or she's never going to get in that seat.
I'm talking about while he's president.
Yeah, she needs him to be successful because if he's not successful, it goes on her too. So it doesn't work like
I
that.
guess you're not hearing me. Like if he, if he could be proved to be incompetent, where his faculties are gone, or he's dead, or whatever, any of those types
No,
of things.
I got you. I got you. But listen to this. Listen to this. We just got through a brain dead president. We just went deal with one.
Yep.
So what? He was never there. He was playing golf. He was incompetent.
Watching Fox News.
But Art, you didn't look back at Reagan. You remember how Reagan looked in his second term?
Yeah, he was.
Even
he forgot a lot of stuff. I don't recall.
His first term, he was like not there. People were talking to him. George Bush was doing all whatever Reagan was supposed to be doing.
Yeah, because he got that rib shot.
Yep.
So
and I was going to say too, the other thing with Kamala Harris, if I'm her, I wouldn't want to be the president at this moment because you got so much stuff you got to clean up.
Yeah.
You want to wait till 4 years from now after the heavy lifting.
She's making history already.
Yeah. After the heavy lifting's been done, then you got some momentum going in a good direction.
And you guys really think that Joe Biden's going to do to himself? He's going to call Obama in that office, and Obama and him going to work this thing out.
No, that's the DNC. They didn't make these choices. Somebody else made these choices for them. You're going to do what we tell you to do, or it's going to be curtains for you. But what I'm saying here is they really didn't have anything else that they could select from to go against the establishment of the Republican Party. And so it's not their choices. They're not making these choices. Somebody else is making it for them.
Yeah, I'm gonna say this: Obama's gonna be a very big integral part of this administration.
Oh yeah, advisor in some whether on the record or not.
You can count on the old boss. Gonna look like okay. Here come the new boss, just like the old boss. That's
yep. And he lives in Washington, so you know he's going to be there every day.
He's going to be there on the regulars, and I would have him in there as well. So that's
what about his wife?
And he's effective. He'll be effective.
What about his wife, Nicole?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Kick her to the curb. Keep her out of the game. She'll she'll do a thing, but just keep it to the curb, man.
So Michelle,
Obama will run it.
You don't think Michelle have any political aspirations?
No, she don't.
Nah, I don't think so. No.
Okay. They want her to be the VP this year, but she was like, nah.
What about grooming the daughters? You think they groom the daughters for that?
She'd have been a problem. She'd have been a problem if Michelle.
It's going to be her and Kamala. It's going to be her and Kamala maybe 4 or 8 years down the road.
Exactly.
Maybe, but I don't think she likes the politics, man. I don't think she wants to. I think she likes to, being in the White House and being the.
It's the status. It's the status that she likes, but not the.
Yeah, she's a lawyer though.
That's right.
Yeah, having to go out and campaign and play all those games.
But
she wouldn't really have to do much
raise
work.
Money.
She really wouldn't have to do much work in her favor. She wouldn't have to do much work. I mean, a simple social media campaign and that's it. I mean, she's already a shoo-in, right? She wouldn't have to do a whole lot of legwork. And so she's not, because she says she doesn't like being seen as this overly aggressive woman, black woman, or the black woman stereotypes in the interview a couple of years ago. She said, I don't like that. And so how do you engage geopolitically speaking with other men if they already have that perception about you, and if the media already painted that perception about you, that image of you, that you're this toxic black woman who can't be negotiated with.
Who can't be reasoned with. But I tell you what, though, Trump and them was scared shit of her coming out here running. They were spackling their pants. They were terrified. Trump was terrified of her when he thought that this other woman coming in here, Kamala, was a joke, but he was terrified. He was terrified of Michelle. I can tell you that.
It'll be interesting to see Biden's cabinet too. See if someone like Abrams gets a position in there or something after what she's done.
She's definitely got to get something.
Same thing with
Stacey Abrams. Oh, Stacey Abrams. She looms large. She looms large in the administration. She looms large.
No, she'll be in charge of housing and urban development.
Yeah, so she's gonna get rid of what's his name?
Ben Carson.
Ben Carson.
You mean no brain surgeon?
Temple of Grain.
You don't want a brain surgeon to be over HUD? Wow. Okay.
They gonna flip him out the window, boy. He too much jumping out the window. He out the window, boy.
Yeah, but you know what?
Will Kamala
could take. She should look at how Angela Merkel acts and try to emulate that.
Only thing that Kamala's got to do is sit back, shut her mouth, don't be seen too much, take good orders from the VP. From the press, like he did. Take a backdoor game, play it low key. That's what she needs to do. Don't do a whole lot of waffling and raising a whole lot of issues up in here, making shit look crazy.
You can't really borrow from Angela Merkel's template. I mean, she is a
not U.S.
Yeah. She's a scientist by trade.
Yeah, she's a technocrat.
Yeah, she's a scientist by trade. Speaks 2 different languages and only turned politician after the fact, right? So she's cut from a different cloth.
But very sharp woman, understands governance, understands it.
Well, she learned on the job. They taught her.
Sharp chick, sharp woman, fucking sharp. But this woman's got to fall back, play the VP. The VP role is not to be the heavy. Fall back, chill, and take your orders and go.
Well, she would probably be the best one to talk to the women and women's issues and be the face of all these women programs. So I think they would utilize her in that respect.
A good healthcare program should be one who would be good to sell it.
Equal pay. It makes more sense, about fair anything about being fair and all these different things, and people just get the applause, and we women, we getting this and blah blah blah. So she's probably the one that would be able to fan the flames of angry women.
Yeah, but that's the issue with the Republican Party. They don't have that level of diversity and imagery. The optics is not there for them.
Not at all.
Their women think just like the men. They're just as racist, right? and they support this sort of optically patriarchal idea that America is moving away from slowly, especially on the left. They're really moving away from that. And so the idea that the Republicans really don't have a response to that. That's like I said, diversity is their biggest downfall. It's not just about gender diversity, but just the ethnic diversity. They don't have it. Bobby Jindal, they kind of left him out there to hang and dry. Nikki Haley doesn't even identify as an Indian woman. She talks with a thick accent, thicker than Lindsey Graham. Like this is really, really strange, man. John James, left them out there to dry. Quite a few of them, man. They just have a big managerial problem internally, and they don't know how to fix it. And the only way to really fix it, in terms of battling the left, is to go out and pick up that diversity and put them on the front line. But they won't assemble a roster, a 12-man roster. They should have done that.
What's the percentage of anybody remember the percentage of white women voting for Trump again? Anybody remember?
Wait, in 2012, 2016.
2016 is 52%.
Yeah, I want to say it was close to like
52%.
52.
And I want to say this year it was like 60 something.
This year?
I would say this year is in the 60s.
You don't know, man. I haven't heard it yet, so I don't know.
The thing was like this year is like 58% or something like that. Some states are like 63, but in general, about 50.
Yeah, but you got to get an overall average because some states will be higher than others. So you got to average out and see exactly where they lined up. We haven't gotten that information yet. I'd be very interested in hearing that. They're still counting votes, so we don't.
The chat
that should let you know the mindset. That should let you know the mindset of white people in this country.
Well, they vote for what's best for their men.
They ain't gonna do that. They gonna do that.
Roland was going off about that on one of his recent shows about how many white folks voted for Trump. He was like, "This should be a wake-up call to some people."
Yeah, it should let you know.
They'll be talking women's lib, but they be voting. You know what? We want to keep our men in charge.
60 million came out and voted for him. Big number, bro. Damn. Big number. Big
And
ass.
we
Big
work
ass
with these people. We go to work with them. You know what I'm saying?
Shoot, some of them may be your boss.
Yeah.
60 million people, a lot of folk. That's a lot of
Your
folk.
in-laws, for those people that intermarry, your in-laws.
Yep, in-laws.
Well, the thing is, MOT should actually rename the stream to betting on the wrong horse. Because that's exactly what happened. I think I saw that Roland Martin was going off about that. Yeah, I just think that this is the last hurrah for them. I mean, if you really look at the Republican roster, they don't. What's left on their roster after this guy leaves?
Nothing.
Tom
And
Cotton.
Mike, he helped to cook the party. This guy came in there and cooked these dudes, cooked them through a lot of these guys. A lot of people ran. You had good people in there who ran from some of this. They were horrified. They were horrified by what was going on. A lot of people stepped off. So now they got to re-anneal. That's exactly what they have to do. And you played a video a while back. It was maybe 2 weeks ago where you had these conservatives on. The conservatives like, nah, we got to get rid of this guy and we got to come back and move the party back to the center. These were conservatives talking. And I was like, oh yeah, that's the kind of talk I like to hear, because now we're listening to the real conservative players in the party, and they know they got to bring this to the center. You can't govern from the far right. You can't govern from the far left properly. You can't do it. You have to be centrist in your positions, and you have to be able to incorporate everyone kind of into the game to start to buy in. If you're center right or you're a little center left, people can kind of deal with that at certain levels, but you're not dealing with the wing nut part of the game. You got these nuts and these cultists out here running behind this guy, but yet, he got finished off. But I'm going to say this too. I think this because of how Trump was. He bought out a lot of the the PWT, and you guys can figure that one out for yourself. But I think those people are going to be one-time hitters. You're not going to see them come through here much more. You're not going to see them come through like this.
Well, you got to get rid of the QAnon people too. Like you got one lady who got elected off of that,
which is some crazy shit built around a cult and built around this guy, and he's backing all up. Which is some crazy shit that they threw out there that was internet created craziness. But you're gonna have that kind of thing, and plus I think COVID and stuff added to some of the madness. You know what I mean? It just did. It just did. So this was a kind of an unusual kind of election. But the Republican Party is going to have to reform, and it can't reform under Trumpism. Can't do it. And that's
what's going on, Farrell?
What's up with y'all, man? No time, no speak, man.
Chilling, man.
Farrell, what's going on, man? What's happening, man? What happened to you, bro?
Man, nothing much. Just driving through Pence land in Indiana. So
you got a full load, or you empty?
Oh, I got a full load. I picked up at Strasburg, Virginia. It's nothing but it's a miracle for Purdue taking it to Illinois. So a little short run.
Hey, let me ask you: are you in an over 26,000 pound truck or
over 26?
You over 26? Okay.
What's the mood like out there? Like people like out in Pence country, like pissed or?
Man, I'm gonna tell you the truth, man. They highways are still trash, bro. Potholes everywhere, especially on 70. MOT knows, man. 65. Oh my gosh, man.
I just left out that
yesterday.
Man.
Left out that it's like the construction's there, but it's like, it's been here for like past 3-4 years. Like, what y'all doing?
Like, infrastructure.
Shutting down lanes, 55 miles an hour. Ridiculous.
Exactly.
Infrastructure shoddy, man.
Just messed up, man. But man, I'm glad y'all having this conversation, because I was going to ask. I'm glad you clarified, Mike, because I was going to ask, what do the Republican Party? What do they need to do? To like get their roster up, because he really did Trump really did drop the ball, especially the people who he ran out. So I'm like, I looked at it when he first got.
He ran out all the
yeah,
people
that's
he
what I'm
needs now.
saying. I was like, wait a second, this type of conservatism that I'm looking at, I'm like, this is really not. This is nearly not the actual pendulum model of what conservatism is. And when I see these dudes on the internet, I think they just clout chasing just to either get views or, but I don't like to play like that, man, because you send false information and ideology. Like that ends up not being good in the back end. So my whole thing is that this now that when Biden and Kamala, the whole Democrats come in, I want to know about this so-called. I want somebody to elaborate me more about this LGBTQ platinum plan. And so many people was up in arms. Yeah, the LGBTQ platinum plan. Like,
what's that? I don't know what that is.
Where did you get that from?
No, I was it was actually people was talking about it online. And I was like, that's why I'm asking y'all. Did y'all ever hear about this?
No, this is news. This is news to me. It might be a disinformation campaign, but there has been a rainbow wave, so to speak. This last week or so. We have to understand. We talked about this earlier, but we have to understand that demographic is well organized, well funded, grassroots and otherwise, and they have an agenda. Okay, they're here to one, set trends, two, break records, and three, solidify their place within the party. This is the template that they're running off of. These guys.
We can't
say that again, MLC.
And we can't because most people want to cloud chase around the particular process and troll rather than work together.
Exactly. That's what I want.
Facts.
Exactly.
Facts.
So you say, I know you guys said organize, and that's actually the most strategic thing that we can ever do. So when you organize, and are you guys? What's like the actual goal? Like how many people? Does it have to be like a certain percentage of people that we need, or what's the white man agenda?
No. I mean, if you're just talking about them, let's just keep the focus on them and not us. They have a lot of representation. For them is big, right? They want representation for their demographic, and so they run off of that and just that. And what's happening here is that they're finding solidarity within the left, and because there's nothing on the right for them to go to. But tell the culture warriors that they don't understand that. And so they have a lot of support. Pete Buttigieg and all these, and it doesn't necessarily have to be a rainbow person. It can actually just be a straight person, right? They build solidarity over the last 2 years or since 2016, and so they've been in protests and demonstrations and things like that. People know them on the ground, okay?
Right.
And when it comes to brothers who want to go to the right, nobody knows you because you don't go from behind your keyboard and with your talking points because it's not welcoming.
Right.
Okay, that's the difference. These guys in this space don't understand that. You cannot be a culture warrior outside of this. That doesn't work. So that's the determining factor is finding solidarity. The left is really good at building solidarity networks. And so they tend to win a lot in areas that brothers don't seem to really get, right? So that's all I'm really saying is that they understand the bigger picture. We haven't really figured that out yet.
It's just I just keep hearing, and I like it how you guys, because I was listening for a good minute, and how you guys would say that we hate that we don't like it when it comes back towards the women, and acts like we going face off with the women. And my thing is that, and I've said this on a panel on Edward Anderson, I was like, listen, if you have guys sitting over there just trying to go on the right, they're just trying to tear down the gynocracy. I was like, dude, I believe the environment would take care of that itself. That's just my opinion. But I'm like, that's not the way to go about it, just to tell somebody to go right to tear down the gynocracy. I'm like, that's more of an emotional outrage output. That's how I looked at it. So I'm like, go ahead.
No. Pharaoh, you hitting it right on the head. Yep. That's exactly what that is. And on top of it, when you start to ask him, well, okay, you just want to get enraged. How are you going to actually counteract some of this for real, if you want to see some changes, what are you really going to do? They don't have any answers for anything like that. They're not trying to organize anything of that nature. They're not about that life. They just coming here, popping that yak like you just said, and they're out here, cloud chasing and screaming and trolling this side of this side of the discussion, and that's all they're here to do. That's it. Create chaos. Go ahead, Mike.
I'm saying being a culture warrior to them is fun, man. It's like a hobby.
Yeah.
It's fun. They put on the flannel T-shirts and the button downs, the MAGA hats, and the fatigues and stuff like that. And they can just walk around and play dress up, and with airsoft guns. That's the lifestyle. They're never going to take this from me. They're never going to take this from me. My Second Amendment, or that's how they think. And by the time 2022 comes around, midterms come around, these guys are still talking the same thing. Never made an inch of an advancement.
That's exactly correct.
You can't even get the guys to come over there and support our scholars, man. Like Dr. Tina Son and Dr. Tommy Curry. And I know, and shout out to DGS, he's rounding up all our scholars, like Dr. Ronald Neal and them. And he talks about the black male independence. And I'm like, man, do y'all even come over and like listen to like what's going on, like what we need to do? I mean, and it's like, you're no better than the so-called CompuServes that sits under black women that be at home playing Madden King. You two are no different. All you do is not gonna make a move. Go ahead, Mike.
No, there's two sides of the same coin. I'm saying what we do up here, man, is just really do analysis, nonpartisan. I mean, I don't consider myself to be on the left or the right, especially. So I'm a progressive. At least I consider myself to be one. And so I want social transformation within the system for the best interests of underserved people, more importantly, black people. So
right.
When I speak, I don't speak from. They'll try to paint me as if, oh, you're just this liberal commie and stuff like that. But the reality is, their ignorance is what's riling them up.
Yeah, I never heard any of y'all cake for leftist or Democratic leanings. Like, I'm sorry, but they don't literally listen to y'all show a lot. Well, listen to us. So that's what that shows. I mean, I don't. Go ahead, Nicole. I'm sorry.
Nah, man. Keep rolling, bro.
No. I mean, look at it this way: the Mississippi Delta has liberals in it, but they are no friends of black people on the left.
Oh, hell yeah, yes.
Yeah, they're no friends.
Definitely right.
Yeah, so it's different if you go to Colorado, which is considered now to be a blue state. They're more libertarian than they are far right.
Yeah.
And you do have your moderates and your soft progressives over there who fight for legalization of cannabis and then turn the state into an $8 billion empire.
Oh yeah, that was interesting that they did that. But didn't you hear about what they're doing in the Caribbean? They also doing that also with the cannabis.
Interesting.
Yeah, cannabis is going to be big in the it's going to be big, and Complex Design is always telling us that him and engineering cannabis that we need to get involved.
Hey, bro, Tanzania just passed a law not legalizing it for youth, but growing it.
Yeah,
because it's money. It's
because Europe is the biggest customer. So yeah, I mean places like downtown Denver, the tech spots up in there. Those places are blue for a reason. The tech industry is extremely liberal.
It is
extremely liberal,
and that's why Trump wanted to shut them down.
Yeah, because it's that millennials are the ones driving the tech industry right now. So yeah, you're gonna have not just a blue wave, but blue infrastructure everywhere, digitally speaking, cyber speaking. So that's something that the right has not been able to contend with because they don't seem to look out for. If you look at the red, let me pull up a map real quick so that everybody else can see what I'm seeing. Let me pull this up.
Well, why are you doing that? Yeah, because if you look at the tech centers like in North Carolina, Charlotte, Raleigh area, that's all blue. Atlanta, where Georgia Tech is, and Emory, it's all blue.
Yeah, and Georgia State.
Yeah, it's all blue.
The most productive areas of economic growth are coming out of blue sectors, not coming out of right sectors. Let's look at Arkansas. There's nothing really popping coming out of Arkansas. Maybe a couple of military bases and some industrial contracts there, but that's the extent of it. Nothing innovative is really coming from Arkansas. Mississippi is basically a third world country. It's not that far away from being Haiti.
Sorry about that, MOT. Sorry about that.
Well, no. It's the forest state of the South, so yeah.
Yeah, he escaped. He's a refugee.
Yeah. He got it.
Yeah, I got out. I left.
Also, outside of say like St. Pete, what Orlando, Miami, Florida's the same thing.
But when you look at Mississippi's got one of the lowest GDPs of any state in the union. It is a third world.
Some of the
West Virginia and a few other places are a little bit less, and they are de facto third world countries. Now Mississippi's more black, West Virginia's more white, but the poverty levels are about the same. Lifespan about the same. It's fucked up. You got third world countries inside of the United States.
No. Look at Alabama. I mean, I think Renaissance Man is a refugee from Alabama too. So,
well, Alabama has one city, that city where they have the rockets, and that's where all those engineers come from.
Mm-hmm.
Huntsville.
Yeah, because they offered me a job down there, and I told them Alabama. I said never gonna happen.
God damn.
I tell you what, if you're making $150,000 down there, you are
going.
I'm
gonna leave from Brooklyn to go to Alabama. Come on, it's never gonna happen.
No. The transition is too savage.
Yeah.
But if you could make that transition, you can live. You know, if you could make that transition. But yeah, that's a tough one. That's a tough transition, no doubt.
That's a hard transition. My bad, Mike.
No, I was just gonna say, look at Louisiana, another state that relies heavily on tourism. You know, once the hurricanes come in and smash things up, then it's a good night, Irene, for them. So Missouri,
nothing,
right? Kansas, nothing.
Well, no, Kansas, no, that's not true. There's a lot of aerospace companies in Kansas.
Well, you got KU. You got around KU.
You got Cessna. You got all these people in Kansas. That's
located in
that's down there.
It's nearby Wichita. Yeah, by Wichita.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I can tell you, Dallas, Austin, San Antonio, Houston, all those are high tech. Even now, the blue is coming out of Nashville because Nashville is getting all those finance companies. They're leaving New York.
And states like Oklahoma feed off of Texas, right? OKC is a couple hours away from Dallas. So there's a lot of that moving back and forth of logistics and
3 hours. Yeah.
3 hours.
Yeah. So it's in a prime position. But I'm saying 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I mean the Ohio. You throw Ohio in there. Although they go red, man. They're hemorrhaging every year. They don't have any industry anymore.
Well, they already said that that people in the middle of America, middle state, they are actually having population decreases because people are running to the coastal areas where the jobs and the money is. They're saying there's a drain of literally a brain drain, believe it or not, going on inside the United States regionally, and they're leaving these areas and they're going to the coastal areas, North Carolina. Of course, big government centers, Virginia, moving to Florida, New York, Jersey, and so forth, and going out west, to California, AZ, Arizona, another growing area. This is where people are going. They're emptying out of these states, man. They're starting to empty out.
Yeah, but
there's nothing there. They're emptying out.
I was looking at some of those areas, and they're offering free land. I'm serious. Some of them offering 10 acres of land free.
Oh no, Vermont is actually going to pay you to live out there.
I had a contract there. I still have one. I still have an open contract there. I just haven't been working it because people just don't want to go up there. $10,000 they're giving.
Yep,
they're giving
Vermont.
$10,000, and they're giving another $1,200 for like a moving in expense that they have now. So ultimately, it's like 11,000 or almost 12 grand that they're giving you to come into the state and move in. Move in. This is what's going on right now.
They're doing the same thing for OKC or Oklahoma now because Tulsa. So they're giving you $10,000 to move there during COVID to work remotely.
I'm not wouldn't go to Oklahoma.
Vermont.
So you mean that they're giving out socialism for you to live there?
That's what they say.
It's not socialism. What they call it is incentive.
Check this out. Oh, okay. The government of literally the state government of Vermont does not have enough people to properly run the state.
That's
you got areas. You got areas, highways and shit like that need highway coverage, cleaning. They don't have enough people to do that. Yep. They don't. State police. They've got a limited number of them, so you can drive them into the hospital. Maybe one.
I can vouch on that. Going through 95, they definitely understaffed.
They have nothing there, man. They don't have enough people to staff the state. They're open jobs, and I'm sitting there saying, I see people complain, I ain't got no work. Motherfucker, I can get you 10 grand in your pocket.
They don't want to go up to. They don't want to go up there.
It's kind of cold. But fuck it.
And
if I was dead broke and had no dough and had no opportunities, I'd be up in that motherfucker.
We all would be up there. I told people like when I was broke, I drove a cab. That they don't understand that.
I'd be up in Vermont. I'd get me one of them snow bunnies who's up there around for real. I'm balling. Here I am. No, seriously, and you're going to work. You're going to work.
Yep.
And any black guy up there is making money. That's unbelievable as it may sound. There is no resistance to you up there. None. Zero.
And I think those positions are going to be open for a good minute. I can go ahead and say my generation, which, I'm a millennial, man, we don't have no type of work there. Bro. I can go ahead and admit that right now.
You can go up there, walk into a $40,000, $50,000 job right now.
Yep.
With not great skills.
Well, because
if you're a tech person or IT guy, it's over. It's a wrap.
Well,
it's
don't forget
fucking wrap. Go ahead.
No, don't forget that they make the F-35 up in Vermont. So that's their industrial complex that's up there for them.
Yeah, but that's the only one little spot where you have jobs. And let me tell you something. That's the only one little spot you've got. That's it. The government doesn't have enough people to staff it. They can't staff the government. I can tell you that right now.
No,
there's only two.
Vermont. The woman's like, we do not have enough workers here.
We don't know where it's at.
Somebody's talking in the background.
No, it's this MOT managing people.
Oh, okay. Yeah, but if you go up there, it's only what is it? There's only got microbreweries, molasses, because my boy used to live up there, and I used to say like, wait up there, and he married a snow bunny, and he says like, I ain't going back to Brooklyn. I said, okay.
No, and snow bunnies, and they thirsty.
Oh yeah,
and they're thirsty. You a brother, and he's a halfway decent looking one up behind it. You a decent brother up there. It's shooting fish in a fucking barrel. So you're not gonna have a problem there. If that's what you want, you got that. You got that. And you got plenty of work. There's no unemployed. You will not be unemployed. You'll not be unemployed there. You will go to work. The government does not. The state governments, the town of Italy that I was recruiting for, Carl, get us some people, man, because we don't have. They were talking about they didn't have enough people to even do the janitorial work, and they were paying a very high rate for that. They didn't have people do janitorial work. I'm like, what? There are enough people to clean up the fucking place. Oh man, it's fucking crazy.
And go ahead, Mike.
No, I'm just because somebody in the chat asked for us to pull up the opportunity zone map. I'm not sure which place they're looking for, but this is an explosion of all the opportunity zones from HUD, and so you'll see a big swath of them up here. Interestingly enough,
That's Alaska. Oh, you didn't go there, yeah.
No, this is the opportunity zone here.
Yeah, but that's part of Alaska. That edge right there, that's Alaska.
Okay.
I was up there.
Okay. Yeah. I'm saying that these massive opportunity zones in Alaska, more so than in the Black community, right? So there's this idea that, oh yeah, Trump did this, opportunity zones for Black people. Yeah, really? Point them out. Yeah, point them out, bro. Because I'm not seeing them. I mean, there's so much confetti. There's so much confetti over here. I don't know where to, I don't know where to begin, right?
It's what?
I mean, Mississippi is littered with opportunity zones for a good reason. I mean,
Yeah, but you gotta see that's a misnomer because an opportunity zone, they gotta give you, it's gotta be matching with the financings to get to that opportunity zone.
that's for people who are going to park their money, right? These investors who don't want to pay capital gains tax. This is where they're going to park their money. They have to keep it there for 10 years.
Yeah.
If they don't think there's going to be a return on investment, they're not going to bother doing it. That's why, this map has not changed in the last year and a half. It hasn't changed. So I don't know, man. I know people on the right love their faithful leader, but
45, you mean?
yeah, they love this dude, but they got to actually, materialize what it is that they're saying in these in this platinum plan or whatever agenda he put out there. Well, you say opportunity zone. Well, Trump did opportunity zone. Okay, well, point out where this is materializing on the ground.
Well, you don't even have to do that, Mike. All you got to do is look at all the promises that Trump promised with jobs and see how many of those fulfilled. Look at Wisconsin with Carrier. That was didn't happen.
I thought that was Indiana.
No, it was Wisconsin.
Okay.
Carrier, I think there was another company that was also, and they were moving to in Mexico too. I got to look it up. There's a whole thing that I can send you guys did a fact check of all Trump's economic promises.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
We got Pablo Frescobar on the panel, man. What it do?
Hey, what's going on, guys? What's up? I had to get in on this one, man.
Mm-hmm.
Man, I've been on several streams in these spaces over the past 30 days or so, telling brothers, man, that throwing all of their hopes into conservative politics is just as fanciful and ridiculous as throwing it in on the liberal side. This was predicted by a black man, Michael Steele, way back in 2012 when he was the chairman of the Republican Party. He told them, you need to begin to break ties with the alt-right because of the demographics of the country is changing. You will not be able to win future elections consistently if you don't. You know what they did after they lost to Obama? They
got rid of him. Yep.
And he is proven to be prophetic. He told them this is what's going to happen if you don't break ties with him. And so, I liken the American political game, and I'm not saying that you shouldn't go out and exercise your right to vote or anything like that. But when you get so wrapped up in this crap that you think all these conspiracy theories and they hiding ballots, they hiding ballots in the back of the post office, and they got thousands of ballots in somebody's trunk and all that kind of stuff. When you go down that road, you've lost it. You've lost all reason, and you're not beginning to think for yourself, right? So, yeah, that was pretty much all I had. Like I said, Michael still predicted this and told them that this was gonna be your fate. You know, I'm an SYSBM man. It's my plan in the next, 6-7 years, to be a next patriot. So I don't care what they do, but I'm not planning my life and my moves based on politics.
Oh, well,
Then that's it.
no, Pablo, you tried to explain to them why the votes were coming in the way they were, and they still didn't get it. They said no. They come up with charts and blue graphs and all these other things, talking about, oh, I don't understand this. And you said, hold on, it was the Republicans' idea to hold these votes.
Yeah. The Republican-led legislature of the state of Pennsylvania, they run the state house, the state legislature. They had the Secretary of State and the governor, I believe. Guess what? They wrote the rules.
Yep.
And the reason they wrote the rules the way that they did, and I'll repeat it, they didn't want Joe the plumber sitting on his couch on election day watching all of these mail-in ballots coming in for Joe Biden and running up the score, and him looking at the TV and saying, well, shit, the Dems are winning, I might as well not vote. So they told them, no, you can have these mail-in ballots, but you can't count them until after the polls close. And it backfired on him. Trump was going around telling his own supporters, hey, don't mail it in. Go in and walk in and vote. Well, guess what happens sometimes when you wait until the last day? Something comes up, your kids get sick, you get a flat tire, it's been a rough day, and you don't go in there and vote. How many thousands of people do you think that might have happened to? I would say quite a few. So that was his own fault. You bank the votes when you can get them. You tell your constituents, I don't care how you get here. Mail it in, fly it in, walk it in, do whatever you need to do, but get it in. He didn't do that.
I think that Trump was trying to also, he thought that he could keep that mail-in vote from being counted, and that's why he told his people that.
Well, that's what he did with his post office dude.
Well,
Yeah,
he also thought that he could keep the conspiracy thing alive. Oh, don't mail it in. It might get eaten by the post office. Walk it in there. You understand what I'm saying? And so his own impulses kind of got the best of it.
Well, I think it was really more of a Democratic a move. The Democrats, I think they played this one real smart. They sat back and said, "Listen, this is what we are going to do. We're gonna mail in our ballots. We're gonna come in here and we're gonna take a COVID safe approach. This is how we're gonna go about doing our thing, and we're gonna probably come in a little bit later. On some of the early voting or coming on November the 3rd. But let's get our ballots in. Let's get our people in now, and that's how they pushed it. That's how that was being pushed all around. I know that was certainly done in my state because that's what we were doing here. So so they really pushed that. That was what the Democrats pushed all around the country. I thought that was a pretty smart move. And so they banked so many votes before election day that by the time the Republicans really knew what was going on, the Democrats had millions upon millions of votes banked, and hence you're seeing the results of this now because they knew it was going to be a big outflow, and I think it was a pretty smart strategy. So they let Trump talk and let him do his thing, and then they said, bank these votes, fellas, bank the votes, and we'll see what we can get on election day when you walk in. But let's bank these votes right now. Let's get everything in. So they registered people and banked them. It was smart. The Democrats had their act together on this one. Dave Plouffe and these guys who were advising them, the president and all these guys were on top of this. It was a smart move.
Hey, let me play this clip real quick.
Here's an example, Nagone, of what you're talking about working for the Republicans in Florida.
Yeah.
In Florida, because of what happened in Bush v. Gore, those people down there, no matter whether they're conservative or liberals, it doesn't matter. they make sure they go early.
Yeah, let me play this clip real quick from Michael Steele. Fair
Yeah,
use.
that's my man.
Episodes. You can subscribe there as well. And remember, new episodes drop every Tuesday. We have two big names with us in this segment. Our first is Michael Steele. He used to be the chairman of the Republican National Committee, but says he will not be voting for Donald Trump on Tuesday. Instead, he's backing Joe Biden. Mr. Steele, thanks for the time.
It's good to be with you.
You've never been a fan of President Trump, but you came out and publicly backed Joe Biden recently here. What was the breaking point for you?
There were a lot of breaking points over the last three years ago or so. Look, I've worked with Donald Trump in the past, so this wasn't something new. I did not support his candidacy in 2016. I thought that there were better men and women qualified to be president who ran in the Republican primary. What was disappointing to me was to watch their wholesale capitulation to a guy who was neither Republican nor conservative. But that is what it is. Okay.
Wait a second. What did he say? Let me play that back again.
You know. Trump in the past, so this wasn't something new. I did not support his candidacy in 2016. I thought that there were better men and women qualified to be president who ran in the Republican primary. What was disappointing to me was to watch their wholesale capitulation to a guy who was neither Republican nor conservative.
Shit.
There's something wrong with my monitor. Something wrong with
shit. Shit.
Something's wrong here. Something's wrong here. I think I got a blue screen of death. I got the blue screen of death here. Let me play this again. Something's wrong with me. I gotta download the drivers.
It's good to be with you. You've never been a fan of President Trump, but you came out and publicly backed Joe Biden recently here. What was the breaking point for you?
There were a lot of breaking points over the last three years ago or so. Look, I've worked with Donald Trump in the past, so this wasn't something new. I did not support his candidacy in 2016. I thought that there were better men and women qualified to be president who ran in the Republican primary. What was disappointing to me was to watch their wholesale capitulation to a guy who was neither Republican nor conservative. But that is what it is. Okay. Since that time, it has been important for me to assess not just the policies. Look, I like tax cuts just as much as the next fella. I love our Supreme Court nominees. I know two of them from our Catholic circles. And so all of that's fine. But at the end of the day, something that has been an important linchpin for the American people since our founding is our faith in the character and our trust in the individual. So character matters. The ability to lead through difficult times matter. And I found the president wanting on both of those fronts. That's my personal assessment. Voters will make their own. But for me, as a lifelong Republican, I've been a Republican since I was 17. I just turned 62. I've been in this game a while.
No, Mike, stop right there. Did he say 2016?
Yeah, that Donald Trump became a Republican. Yeah.
Yeah.
No. I'm talking about his experience that mirrors the conservatives' experience. So he just became a Republican in 2016.
No, he said
right?
he was in a
No, I know. I was being funny.
Oh, okay.
No.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm just.
But Michael Steele said something that's really poignant. That he was neither Republican nor conservative.
Conservative. He tore his ass out the frame. Let him know exactly what the bottom line was. That's what we say these hood servers are not.
So you have a lifelong Republican
we're dead on
up against people who just became conservative in 2016 because they didn't have no political skin in the game and they just wanted to troll for you.
Exactly.
And call themselves
conservatives and not conservative.
Yeah, but here's the thing. They need to be having these panels. I mean, like, all of them need to be getting together and showing us what the fuck they're going to be doing for 2022, right? That's what they need to be doing because it's quite obvious why they're not doing that because they bet on the wrong horse. And the only thing they want to do is culture warrior their way and sashay their way through this next entire political system. And we got to stop them from doing that, man.
No, I mean, they didn't just bet on the wrong horse. They got a camel out of it. So, you know,
a thirsty fucking camel.
What do you call a donkey that's inside of a hole?
Dead donkey.
No, an asshole.
Yeah, right. Yeah, right.
Oh man, Republicans got to go back to the drawing board on this one, boy.
They really do. They really do.
No. The drawing board includes a wrecking ball because everything that they ran up until this point, there's really no point in voting for the party anymore. They're not going to overturn Roe v. Wade. They're not going to take away any of that stuff, dude. They're not even conservative. The only thing they care about is corporate tax cuts. That's it. And gaslighting y'all with this AM talk radio and Fox News. That's all they got.
Well, and think about this, MOT.
But they did gut the Voting Rights Act.
Yeah, they did.
But MOT, think about this. In those 3 years of when Trump took over, what law did they ever overturn to help men out?
Right.
None.
Is that?
None.
Exactly. They didn't stop any of those things. And I asked these guys, I said, do you think, if he had 3 years to do that, he hasn't done nothing. Nothing.
And about the voting rights thing, does it look like it stopped anybody from voting?
It just pissed them off, and they voted.
Yeah, it just made them vote more.
Let me
finish.
Yeah, fair use.
I was a Republican when it wasn't popular. I was a Republican when no one would give us a second look. And I remember inheriting a party in which that was the case back in 2009 when we were just resoundingly defeated in 2008 and Obama sitting there. So those issues all played a part for me in terms of where the party is and where the party needs to go in order to return to being a governing party that the American people would trust.
Mr. Steele, obviously you led the RNC, and I'm curious what you think the Republican Party looks like on November the 4th. Win or lose, does the GOP survive because it is shedding so many longtime veteran members, loyal members like yourself?
Yeah, I refer to myself now as a Motel 6 Republican because someone's got to keep the lights on, And so I'm on the front porch going, no, it's still good. We're open. But we got to do some cleanup inside before you come in. And I think that's what you're going to see happen. You're going to see a lot of hand-wringing, whether Trump wins or loses, because the internal identification of who we are and what we believe and what we stand for has got to get vetted out. Are we the party that stands with Vladimir Putin? Are we the party that stands with Kim Jong-un? Are we the party that puts children in cages? Are we the party that believe that they're fine people on both sides? Or do we believe something different? We're a party right now without a platform. The National Party basically gave up and said, well, whatever Trump wants us to be, that's what we'll be.
Oh,
shit. I don't believe in that. I don't ascribe to that. So I want to fight over those ideas and those values. And we'll see how it turns out. It begins regardless, as you know. If President wins, the battle for 2022 and 2024 begins. If the president loses, the battle for 2022 and 24 begins. So that is going to be a big part of our identification with the American people.
Mr. Steele, we appreciate your time, sir.
You got it. Take care now.
Brilliant breakdown.
Well, wait, hold on. Now, imagine not knowing who Michael Steele is.
Mm-hmm.
Imagine not knowing who Michael Steele is.
Are you surprised?
Imagine not knowing who that guy is, who's talking about how these people are not who they. I guarantee you, if I were to somehow get in contact and pay Michael Steele like $1,000, could you look at this clip and tell me what you think of it?
I drop a G on.
He's been a Republican since he was 17.
17. He's 62.
Not 2016.
16, man.
Not 2016. 17.
Right. I was looking at him when he first got when Trump got in. I was like, and it was just obvious. I'm like, y'all do know this man is not a conservative, right? Like, how did that go how did that go over y'all heads, man?
Because they never had it in their heads. These guys were never conservatives. They don't know what a conservative is. They said a conservative is somebody who has family values and and talks about they have responsibility for their actions. That's what they call a conservative. I mean, it's crazy. Most black men are walking around don't have responsibility for themselves and are not hard working. I mean, it's just they don't have family values. I mean, it's ridiculous. I mean, these guys don't know what they're talking about. But like I said, they're here to throw rocks and really kind of troll, this side of the game, and don't know. Here's Michael Steele breaking it down, the way it needs to be broken.
Anybody else have anything you want to say about Michael Steele's interview? All right, let me play the clip again because it's very informative.
Joe Biden recently here. What was the breaking point for you?
There were a lot of breaking points over the last three years ago or so. Look, I've worked with Donald Trump in the past, so this wasn't something new. I did not support his candidacy in 2016. I thought that there were better men and women qualified to be president who ran in the Republican primary. What was disappointing to me was to watch their wholesale capitulation to a guy who was neither Republican nor conservative. But that is what it is. Okay. Since that time, it has been important for me to assess not just the policies. Look, I like tax cuts as much as the next fella. I love our Supreme Court nominees. I know two of them from our Catholic circles. And so all of that's fine. But at the end of the day, something that has been an important linchpin for the American people since our founding is our faith in the character and our trust in the individual. So character matters. The ability to lead through difficult times matter. And I found the president wanting on both of those fronts. That's my personal assessment. Voters will make their own. But for me, as a lifelong Republican, I've been a Republican since I was 17. I just turned 62. So I've been in this game a while. And I was a Republican when it wasn't popular. I was a Republican when no one could, would give us a second look. And I remember inheriting a party in which that was the case back in 2009, when we were just resoundingly defeated in 2008 and Obama sitting there. So those issues all played a part for me in terms of where the party is and where the party needs to go in order to return to being a governing party that the American people would trust.
Mr. Steele, obviously you led the RNC, and I'm curious what you think the Republican Party looks like on November the 4th. Win or lose, does the GOP survive because it is shedding so many longtime veteran members, loyal members like yourself?
Yeah, I refer to myself now as a Motel 6 Republican because someone's got to keep the lights on, And so I'm on the front porch going, no, it's still good. We're open. But we got to do some cleanup inside before you come in. And I think that's what you're going to see happen. You're going to see a lot of hand-wringing, whether Trump wins or loses, because the internal identification of who we are and what we believe and what we stand for has got to get vetted out. Are we the party that stands with Vladimir Putin? Are we the party that stands with Kim Jong-un? Are we the party that puts children in cages? Are we the party that believe that they're fine people on both sides? Or do we believe something different? We're a party right now without a platform. The National Party basically gave up and said, well, whatever Trump wants us to be, that's what we'll be. I don't believe in that. I don't ascribe to that. So I want to fight over those ideas and those values. And we'll see how it turns out. It begins regardless, as you know. If President wins, the battle for 2022 and 2024 begins. If the president loses, the battle for 2022 and 24 begins. So that is going to be a big part of our identification with the American people.
Mr. Steele, we appreciate your time, sir.
I thought this was really, it's so good. I got to watch it one more time, but
great.
He said, are we the party that believes there's fine people on both sides?
Great.
Negroes in the Manosphere saying, just outrageous things. This is the guy. This is the muscle behind the party. This is the muscle.
This is it, man.
This is the architect of the party right now. He's saying, we're a party without a platform, and you got guys saying we should go over here and do what? Troll the left.
Exactly. Hey, Mike, your clips today have been they've been stellar stuff. This is he broke it down and defined to you exactly what this is and said basically the party has to be cleaned out. We got to clean this shit up. We got to clean it up. He's not saying I'm a Democrat or anything else like that. He said I'm a old school Republican. I believe in our values. All right. I believe in a lot of what we're doing. We got to clean this thing up. We got to re-anneal. We got to put this thing back together again. You know, we have no platform. We stand for nothing right now. Mm-hmm. And these shine bones are talking about let's run over here to nothing. For what? I mean, that's what I'm saying about political thinking. These guys are not serious about anything. They're here just to troll more so than anything else. They're not about anything serious. I cannot, because they know nothing. They have nothing in their heads. And here's a guy, Michael Steele, former RNC chair,
the architect.
I'm still holding the light on. Disturbed, highly disturbed about what's going on in the party. Highly disturbed.
Yeah, wow. He's the architect, and so he's saying, you know, I'm going to clean it up. I'm going to clean all this up. Once get this guy up out of here, I'm voting for Biden. The most conservative man, black man, says I'm voting for Biden. Who's Michael Steele? I don't know who Michael Steele is. What are you talking about? Yeah. You know who Herman Cain is because he passed away recently, but you don't know who this guy is. This is the architect.
Exactly. And wish that shed a light that they wasn't true conservative themselves. Ain't that a damn shame?
They were never conservatives. I always said these guys are not conservative.
He's the Bill Gates of the Republican Party right now.
Yeah, exactly.
Hey man, they got to re-anneal. They got to rebuild. He said it. We got to clean this thing up.
Yeah, these guys are running on, you know, Windows ME. This guy's saying, yo, we need to get to Windows 10 at some point. You got to upgrade this operating system.
At some point.
Yeah.
And he's not the only one who thinks this way. He's not the only one in the party who's thinking this way. Many are.
It's this mind-boggling that this only came out the other day. This guy saying this. This is just before the election. And so he's saying all of this. Are we the party that says find people on both sides? Putting people in cages. Like, how is it possible that you can call yourself a conservative, a new black male conservative, which is what, you know, this other yo-yo on the other channel said the other night. What new black male conservative, you know, this new wave, get over here and get with it. Here you have the chief architect of the conservative movement in Democratic Party today. The Republican Party today saying this stuff is a mess. We don't have a platform. And you want us.
They had nothing.
You want us to engage. Renaissance has his hand up. Go ahead, brother.
No, I wanted to quickly say I had to come back up and I heard that because it really hit me when he started going down the list of like you said, children in cages and find people on both sides, all of that. It really hit me how far the party had drifted. But I was gonna say it'd be one thing if these people were saying, okay, Michael Steele, we know him. He's going to be a major architect and re-engineering, renovating, putting the party back together. Let's rally around him and really have a black male voice there. That's one thing. But the fact that these guys just want to go over there and don't really care that this party stands for nothing. It's like if Trump said, okay, let's deport all these black people, or, you know, you all should go and, kill these black people in the party would go along with it. Like, it's just crazy to me that people, black men in particularly, don't have any problem with being around people who have no principles whatsoever and are literally pandering to white supremacists.
It's unbelievable, man. It's
unbelievable. And he told you, Mike Steele told you, we have to clean this up. He said it.
He's saying about the Republican Party what we've been saying about the Manosphere.
Exactly. So we don't represent this. Very serious. This is a ridiculously crazy on the time clip. Very on time. Great stuff, Mike. But this is exactly what people need to see.
That's pretty telling too, that he said that the National Party said we'll abandon our platform and just go with whatever Trump wants.
They don't have a platform. There is no platform. There is no platform. They have nothing. That's what he's distressed about. They have nothing. They have nothing. And they're going on this guy, this madman in the White House with no character, no nothing, an extremist talking craziness, and said this is what they're going with. And this is what these Negroes are signing on to and saying, this is our movement? Are you fucking insane? No principles? An unprincipled
Here's what happened. Here's what happened. They spent decades creating reprogrammable meat bags, and then a con man just came by and took their meat bags away from them. That's what happened.
Yeah, they'll clean house though, man, because that was ridiculous, man. I'm like, my thing is, and the platform, and let's say hypothetically speaking, let's say if they did have a platform, you running a platform based on a man who got in the White House based on hate, man. I'm like, if it's that type of platform that I'm going to have, it shouldn't be like, man, I can understand why now. I can understand why it was the back and forth, man. And that's why I say it was troll. What it is really clout chasing and then to make money. But I say that's a dangerous way to doing things, man. That is very dangerous of doing things.
You seen it clearly, fam. You seeing this shit mighty clear. That's exactly what the deal is.
Listen, if they ran Michael Steele 2016 and 2016, surefire he would have won. And it would have flipped the
He would have had no shot. He would have had no shot. Not against Trump.
No. If Trump was not there. If Trump was not there. Yeah.
Oh, like him versus all those guys? Oh man, Michael Steele would have killed it.
Yeah, he would have wiped the board. He would have wiped the board, and we would be in a different situation today. Like I'm not, I don't consider myself to be a conservative, but the way he thinks and whatnot, man, it's just like
there are some that I'm gonna vote for.
Yeah.
Wait, Mike, you think he could have won in 2016 if he got the nomination?
If
versus the people who was up there.
Yeah, versus the people who was up there.
Oh,
hell yeah.
You're saying I thought you were talking. Are you thinking a general election as well?
Yeah, I would think so. I would think so.
I think he would have.
The only reason I
Michael Steele versus Hillary Clinton.
Yeah.
The only reason I kind of push back on that is he wouldn't have got the big surge that Trump got in the Republican Party.
But he's a populist. So Trump's a populist. But this guy, he's toting the line of the party, right? He upholds the values of the party. Trump doesn't uphold any values of the party. So
because he wasn't one to begin with.
But had Steele running against Hillary, I don't know. Would have been I don't know what would have happened all the way around the fence, but I would have gone with Steele on that one. I'm sorry.
That would have flipped.
I would have gone Michael Steele.
I understand that.
I would.
I don't know if he would have got because Trump got so much of a surge, even though the party didn't like him, they kind of held their nose because they got so much of a surge from what Trump, and that's what really propelled Trump over. I don't know if Steele would have got that same surge just pandering to the Republican base, the typical base.
Oh, because that's when. Go ahead, Emily.
Well, think about it. Herman Cain, before what happened to him, he quickly rose to the top of the pack.
He certainly did, and a lot of people were looking at him. You damn right. A lot of people looking at this guy before they had the Me Too joint hit his ass. Me Too before Me Too. That's what got him out of it. And it was the white boys who put that on him. But at the end of the day, that guy was getting a lot of eyeballs and a lot of juice was going on. He had risen to the top candidate up there. He was the top candidate. Michelle Bachmann and them were down with this dude. I mean, hate to say it, man, but that's kind of how this was rolling. He was. Yeah, that crazy ass bro. But anyway,
you all could be right. I just tend to think Republicans seem to, at least they got to get rid of that mentality of seeing black people as sort of toys and mascots and got to take them seriously as candidates. And I'm yet to see it.
Yeah, but he said what in 2009, 2010, you got in order for the party to move forward, you have to clean up all of the supremacy and whatnot that's in it, the nationalism of white men in there, and so. That's what I'm saying. What I'm saying is he saw the future of the party 10 years ahead, 20 years ahead,
did,
and was like, this, we have to move in a different light. And
from a capability standpoint, I think he's definitely capable. I just don't know if the base will move and be progressive enough to embrace his vision.
But that's the crazy thing. But that's been my point about these guys going to the right. Because if they won't back Steele, what makes you think they're going to
They're going to back you. That's the whole thing.
A lifelong Republican can't get anything, but a temporary Republican is going to get everything.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Ain't that some
Makes
shit,
sense.
man?
Nah, man, but when you break
Makes sense. Makes sense.
When you break it down, they don't want to deal with it. But when you ask somebody, who's Michael Steele? I don't know.
I was so shocked when y'all asked that and they did not know. I was like, for real?
Yeah, go ahead, man. I'm sorry.
No, you good. I was like, when you guys asked them that and they said they didn't know, I'm like, bro, are y'all serious right now? From that point on, I was like, okay, y'all just cloud chasing now. No, hell no.
Nah, man.
That's all it is. That's all it is.
Hey, let me read the super chat real quick. Goshen, thank you for the $100 super chat. Good afternoon, brothers. I sincerely appreciate the balanced coverage of the 2020 election, along with other informative topics of discussion. Hey, thank you for that super chat, Goshen.
Okay.
Yeah, man, nice one, man. Nice one.
Yeah, thanks, man. Yeah, man, thanks for super chat, man.
Yeah, I just want to play the clip one more time for those who are just arriving and have not seen this before, and see a real conservative in action.
It's a golden clip. This shit is gold. It's gold.
All right. Fair use.
Out and publicly backed Joe Biden recently here. What was the breaking point for you?
There were a lot of breaking points over the last three years ago or so. Look, I've worked with Donald Trump in the past, so this wasn't something new. I did not support his candidacy in 2016. I thought that there were better men and women qualified to be president who ran in the Republican primary. What was disappointing to me was to watch their wholesale capitulation to a guy who was neither Republican nor conservative. But that is what it is. Okay. Since that time, it has been important for me to assess not just the policies. Look, I like tax cuts just as much as the next fella. I love our Supreme Court nominees. I know two of them from our Catholic circles. And so all of that's fine. But at the end of the day, something that has been an important linchpin for the American people since our founding is our faith in the character and our trust in the individual. So character matters. The ability to lead through difficult times matter. And I found the president wanting on both of those fronts. That's my personal assessment. Voters will make their own. But for me, as a lifelong Republican, I've been a Republican since I was 17. I just turned 62. So I've been in this game a while. And I was a Republican when it wasn't popular. I was a Republican when no one would give us a second look. And I remember inheriting a party in which that was the case back in 2009, when we were just resoundingly defeated in 2008, and Obama sitting there. So those issues all played a part for me in terms of where the party is and where the party needs to go in order to return to being a governing party that the American people would trust.
Mr. Steele, obviously you led the RNC, and I'm curious what you think the Republican Party looks like on November the 4th. Win or lose, does the GOP survive because it is shedding so many longtime veteran members, loyal members like yourself?
Yeah, I refer to myself now as a Motel 6 Republican because someone's got to keep the lights on, And so I'm on the front porch going, no, it's still good. We're open. But we got to do some cleanup inside before you come in. And I think that's what you're going to see happen. You're going to see a lot of hand-wringing, whether Trump wins or loses, because the internal identification of who we are and what we believe and what we stand for has got to get vetted out. Are we the party that stands with Vladimir Putin? Are we the party that stands with Kim Jong-un? Are we the party that puts children in cages? Are we the party that believe that they're fine people on both sides? Or do we believe something different? We're a party right now without a platform. The National Party basically gave up and said, well, whatever Trump wants us to be, that's what we'll be. I don't believe in that. I don't ascribe to that. So I want to fight over those ideas and those values. And we'll see how it turns out. It begins regardless, as you know. If President wins, the battle for 2022 and 2024 begins. If the president loses, the battle for 2022 and 24 begins. So that is going to be a big part of our identification with the American people.
Mr. Steele, we appreciate your time, sir.
You got it. Take care now.
All right, man.
Is there a historical precedence for what he's trying to do, though? In the sense of, have you ever seen a party that has drifted this far away and been able to be put back together?
The answer is no.
No. These guys got to do a serious rebuilding act. And Michael
the only
still
thing they can do
broke
is
them.
separate and become their own party. I've seen that, but I've never seen what he's talking about.
He's got to rebuild. He understands what they have to do. Other people have been talking about this, on the conservative side of the fence. In fact, Mike played a video before where we heard, this was maybe a couple of weeks ago, where we heard kind of the conservatives that were having a conservative banter amongst conservatives make some of the type of comments. And this is what's going on inside the Republican conservative ranks right now. So they know they have to rebuild the party. That's why when people are sitting here talking about, well, will Trump run again in 2024, 2022, fuck that.
No, he ain't getting back. He ain't getting back in that seat. I'm sorry, bro.
Player. Ain't
yeah. So the street conservative is going live saying, I promise you ninjas have nothing to celebrate. Man, you need to shut your discredited ass up. Your ass bet on the wrong fucking horse, and there ain't no reason to tell us there's no reason to celebrate. Like, dude, this is the time when we supposed to be coming together to figure out where we're going. These dudes are still trying to cloud chase and twerk for fucking super chats.
Exactly, man. And I'm saying even right now that what's the name, they'll be in office. I'm like, we need to figure out where we're gonna go from here. I'm like, black men just focus on the wrong thing, man, and that's why. I hate to be divided like that, but I say it just is what it is.
We're not divided. We're not divided because not everybody wanted to move forward. Donald Trump was the perfect excuse not to do anything. It's not like they were going over to the conservative side to do anything.
Right.
They wasn't going over there to change shit. They was going over there to stagnate the process.
Mm-hmm.
That's right. And that's what we're dealing with. And here's somebody, if you mentioned this guy, I remember him talking about white supremacy, and he did to fight white supremacy all day long.
I mean,
now that's out there in his track record, but now he's over here supporting these guys, Proud Boys, and these motherfuckers, and talking about white supremacy. Come on, dog. Come on, dog.
Okay, well, here's the other thing. This is the same person.
I can't believe.
This is the same person who said, don't vote. I don't see a need in voting. This president said this stuff for years.
On panels too.
Yeah, and now this is your track record, fam. You got one. Been around a lot of years.
Oh man.
So listen, I think
this shit going on now is crazy. Go ahead, Mike. I'm sorry.
No, I was just going to say, I think if Michael's, I don't know how long it's going to take for them to rebuild the party. Maybe 4 years, if that. Even if they do rebuild it, I mean. Okay, so they brought Michael Steele in what, 2009, and he was out of there by what, 2016, 2015.
He's out there 2010, 2014.
Nah, he was out of there before the primary started.
Yeah,
I know that.
And I mean, around 2015,
even in his time in there.
Then they got Rance Previous. And then they went and got him, and he was supposed to, build it up and and get ready for the 2016 joint
backwards.
And he was out 2014.
Reince Priebus sound like a Bond villain though. Reince Priebus.
Yeah. Kind of like Sebastian Shaw.
Yeah.
But the thing is, even when Steele was in there, I mean, he had to deal with Rush Limbaugh. He said, "Hey, I'm the leader of the Republican Party," and Rush Limbaugh got upset. He ended up having to apologize for him. It's like, no, you're the RNC chair.
You have to apologize to a lot of people.
Yeah, for saying you're the leader of the party, which that's what the RNC chair is.
No, but I'm gonna tell you, they had some race issues with him as well. I'm saying that. I'm just gonna call it out because what he was trying to do when he was talking about getting some rap songs, working with some of these other guys, doing some stuff to really bring young black people in, the party started to chafe at it. They didn't want to see blackness coming into the party. Even though they said they wanted it to deal with Obama, they didn't want to deal with that. They didn't want that shit, man.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't want that shit. They were fucked up, man. The guys were fucked up. The Republicans were fucked up.
Roland Martin even said
he
they
dealt
put
with more shit than he had to with those people. Believe me.
Yeah,
Right.
Roland Martin even said they put a $5,000 limit in place. So he had to go to like after that he had to go to like a board or someone to
he
get
couldn't
approval.
spend money. He couldn't spend money. Yeah.
Like at his own discretion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Couldn't spend money.
They didn't want him welfare balling on their dime. I mean, crazy shit. I mean, he dealt with, but really he was ahead of his time because the stuff he was talking about, these guys went up on and they walked themselves into a corner. So I understand the position why what Michael Steele. When I first saw him in the beginning, I was questioning about him until I started listening to this guy. This guy was ahead of his time, man. Very smart guy, very good, very smart guy, bro. You know, he saw this shit coming a long time ago. Now he's in the catbird seat. He's like, we got to rebuild the party, boys. See, people still going to try to hold it against him on this Biden thing, but they can't because there's so many conservatives are behind the scenes with backing up Biden as well.
He voted for Biden.
Huh? Yeah.
He voted for Biden.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
They're trying to think that, some people try to hold it against him because he was a conservative and he voted for Biden. I'm like, a lot of conservatives.
Man, it's a lot of people that flip,
conservatives
man. It's a lot of people that flip. Hell no, I agree with that.
All your trad cons except Condoleezza Rice have come out and support Biden.
Yeah. And Condoleezza is down with Bush, and they're down with that whole thing. So they kind of got quiet. She's part of the Bush family, if you know what I'm saying. But the Bushes behind the scenes were backing up Biden as well. They backed him up because you never saw Bush the younger out 1 minute campaigning. I wasn't at the RNC. Hadn't said one thing about this motherfucker. Not one word.
So what was he supposed
This
to?
silence was deafening.
What was Michael still supposed to purchase with $5,000? I mean, did he have to go like on OfferUp and go get a laptop or something like that? You know,
$5,000. That 5 G's. Short money.
Yeah, he couldn't get the Beats.
RNC cash short.
Yeah, he couldn't get the Beats headset. He just had to get the white ones. You know,
They get it from Walmart. The Walmart.
Get the studios, not the pros.
Yeah. I don't understand. What was the value of putting $5,000 limit on the card, though?
It was just literally one of those things of, hey, we don't trust this Negro with the money. He might go do something like, go spend on plane trips and flying, doing everything, but he's supposed to be doing.
I mean, everybody has Cheapo Air, app on their phone. I mean, that's more than enough money to get back and forth on Spirit Airlines. I mean, we saw that in the Manosphere.
Man, we creating Spirit Kids and stuff, man.
Oh my God, this shit is the fucking worst. But that's absolutely true.
Yeah, just hamstringing them, Mike. Just hey, you don't trust you to do your job. Just be here and be the figurehead that we wanted you to. We saw Obama as the top of the ticket as this black guy, so we need another black guy at the top of the ticket, and that's really all we need you for.
They needed something to counter. They just thought the black face was going to bring a lot of people into the party when they actually had work to do. And Mike wanted to do the work, and but they wouldn't let. They actually hampered him. They actually hampered him there. So I see him kissing ass on with some of those guys earlier, but it was my view. Okay, you RNC, but they didn't really tighten you up the way you really needed to. And Colin Powell saw this a while back. Like, I ain't fuck with these guys like this. I'm still Republican, but I see what's going on in this party. A lot of people started leaving. There were some people who were old staunch Republicans. I keep bringing it up. Eisenhower, his daughter, President Eisenhower's daughter, and all that. She backed Obama up and got out of the party and went independent. A lot of these people got up out of there. A lot of people got up out of there from what they were saying. They didn't want to fuck with it. So they left. They just left the party, man. A lot of people left, which was which I didn't think was a good thing. Michael Steele, he was a little bit ahead of his time, and I think his time is right now.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
He's a conservative futurist, which is extremely rare because conservatives don't really change their colors like a zebra doesn't change its stripes, and so. That's part of the issue why they can't diversify the party. But Michael Steele was seeing this and was like, this has to be changed. There has to be some form of revisioning within the structure of the party and the optics, because
he saw that more than 10 years ago.
Yeah, that makes when you start talking about bringing in more diversity, that makes me wonder what way are you going to go. Are you going to try to appeal to more women, more black people, more Hispanics,
That's what I was about
or
to
just
ask
all
about
the above?
Well, you gotta bring more black people in that party.
Yeah. I mean, the way they had the RNC this year, like it wasn't just Trump, but what's old girl's name? Candace Owens, that also farted in the party too. That
Sure did.
Everybody's in the party passing gas, man. And so that's essentially what's going on. I mean, he said the
Somebody wants to roll in with a flamethrower. So
he said he's the Motel 6 Republican. He keeps the lights on. That's he understands that things are broken. Solo cups everywhere and chandeliers all over the place and shit like that. And so I don't know how you rebuild the party at this point because it's all fractured, man. You got glass vases and stuff, shattered in 1,000 pieces.
Dirty Argyle sweater laying all over the floor.
Yeah.
So you think it's going to have to be an emerging third party or something like that?
No, I don't think so. No. I think you can really nail. I think you can really nail the party.
I think
it just you don't have a historical precedent of anything like that.
Hey, you can do it. You can rebuild the organization.
Hey, man.
You got to purge it first. You got to get certain influences out of there. You got to get Trumpism, the Trumpy shit, the fuck up out of there. You got to get them out of there.
Yeah, but they have to remove all the SWAT stickers from everywhere. I'm saying
exactly
you gonna have to, especially if you're trying to get trust back from the people, man.
And the other thing you have to remember, the people who even going back to Buckley, I mean, people like David Brooks talk about even Buckley was a racist. So it runs deep. It's not just Trump has brought it to the surface, but it runs deep in the soul of the party.
It runs deep, but you've had conservatives to sit down. I mean, Nixon, I thought he was fairly racist himself with his Law and Order game, but he was able to work with certain black folks in within his structure. Now we did come in with some highly fucked up shit and did target black people for the drug business, to turn down your volume politically. But at the end of the day, you did have people that were inside of the structure that you could potentially kind of get some action with, because Rockefeller and these guys were people who you could deal with. That wing of the party, where you had a more, let's say, more liberal wing. I don't like to even use that term, but let's say a more center, maybe more center left wing of the Republican Party that you could use to bring other types of people in, has been removed. So they have to really begin to open that up again and start to get back, your Rockefeller Republicans and so forth, and start bringing some other folks in, that can refill, the base. But you're gonna have to, the Tea Party and then this Trumpism. You gotta cut all that shit out. You gotta end that shit. You gotta get a lot of those extremists out of the game. Where they keep say, nope, you can't rest your hat here. You can't call yourself Republican.
Yeah, they gotta break away from the alt-right. They really do. He said that.
They gotta run lean. Yeah. I mean, that's essentially what it's going to have to come down to. They have to establish the principle that we're the Republican Party, we're the conservatives. No, not those guys over there. I don't know what you're talking about. No, us over here. We're the real conservative. We have the protein. Those guys are just shitlins. That's what they are over there. So
that's right.
That's the shitlins.
That's right.
All right, let me play this clip real quick, man. Fair use.
Still being counted in many states. But let's talk about these lawsuits that President Trump has filed in several states, including Pennsylvania, Georgia, Michigan. He's alleging that Republican observers are being kept away from the area where the votes are being counted. What do you make of these legal steps that the president is taking?
Well, look, right now, I think the president is seeing the writing on the wall. He's seeing that the numbers are not trending his direction in key states like Pennsylvania and Georgia. And I think he's sending his folks into court to try and pause the vote count where it's not going his way. For example, in Michigan, he's trying to pause the vote count. But that suit was thrown out today because the judge, when looking at the evidence, said, I'm not sure it's going to matter much since Biden is already ahead by 150,000 votes. So the key that's happening, the two flaws in these suits that we're seeing in those four key battleground states are that there's not much evidence of what is being alleged as the wrongdoing here. For example, as your reporter noted in Georgia, the Savannah, Georgia ballots, the 58 ballots that allegedly came in after 7 p.m. when they got in court today, there was actually no evidence showing that those ballots came in after 7 p.m. And the other issue is these lawsuits are in many cases about a number of ballots that won't make a difference. Just like in Michigan, Biden's ahead by 150,000. So the ballots they're alleging problems with are not going to make a significant difference for them in those battleground states.
Jaden Horan, some of these lawsuits, they're very puzzling. I mean, even if the president does prevail, even if he does win, they don't actually change anything for him. I mean, we did have one instance where legal action did result in a court deciding the outcome of an election. That was, of course, in the year 2000, when 5 justices in the U.S. Supreme Court stopped a vote recount in the state of Florida, effectively handing or appointing George Bush president. But is there any reason to believe that anything will change for President Trump right now with these lawsuits?
Well, I think first and foremost, the most important thing we need to understand is that in any election, the outcome is determined by verified votes. So whether the candidate is a Republican or Democrat, whoever is trailing, they have the legal right to look for redress in the courts. And it is, frankly, it is a legal distinction whether or not they go to a place where it will make a difference. But it doesn't actually make a difference in terms of the legal argument about needing to verify ballots, and especially for down ballot races or for other various things that may have been on a ballot for a voter. For example, in California, ballots can be 37 pages long. The president may very well challenge there. I'm not saying he would, not because it would change the outcome, but it would, again, examine instances where we need to make sure that election officials, and remind viewers, there is no uniform standard for election officials across the country for how they count votes or what they look at. Right. So it is highly crucial that we give candidates, whether they're winning or losing, the opportunity to redress. We can sit here and say that they shouldn't do it, right? But that doesn't mean that they don't have the right, and that doesn't mean that as we look at it, we should allow the process to play out, including the process of examining ballots.
Right, but what is the point of it then?
Well, the point is, of course, that the candidate is looking for instances, statistically speaking, of anomalies. And if there is, then you have a recanvass. Yeah. And a recanvass is different than a recount. A recanvass is where you physically examine the ballots. We saw this in New York. We brought this up multiple times on this program, where there was a 20% error rate or rate of discarded ballots that were mailed in. And they had a recanvass. All of the candidates, all Democratic candidates in that Democratic primary, sued the state for access to view the ballots, which is different than counting. Right? Okay. To view, to verify. And so that's, that is what the strategy of the administration is. And I think we have to be very specific about that. And then, if it looks that there is a statistical anomaly, then guess what? The count is the count. If it falls within a recount margin, right, you recount and we move on.
Okay. Douglas Sloan, Vice President Joe Biden is now just about 6 electoral votes away from claiming the presidency. He did talk earlier in Delaware. Let's listen to some of what he had to say.
We continue to feel, Senator and I, we continue to feel very good about where things stand. We have no doubt that when the count is finished, Senator Harris and I will be declared the winners. So I ask everyone to stay calm, all the people to stay calm. The process is working. The count is being completed, and we'll know very soon.
So, Douglas, what would you be looking for now? At what point are we going to be able to say, look, this is the definitive result, this is it, it's over, let's move on?
Well, ideally, you would look for those final votes to come in from Nevada, those 6 electoral votes. They're waiting to count, I think it is the mail-in ballots that are coming from, I think it is Clark County outside of Las Vegas. In Nevada, which essentially would put Joe Biden at 270 if you include Arizona's 11 electoral votes that the AP has given him. And quite frankly, anyone that is looking at Arizona and the votes coming in, those final electoral votes being counted, realizes that it's in all likelihood going for Joe Biden as well. But Pennsylvania, the head of the Electoral Commission in Pennsylvania today said that she expected that this could be a done deal in Pennsylvania by this evening. So in all likelihood, we will know the outcome of this election by tomorrow. And I fully expect Joe Biden victory here. We're looking at Nevada, Arizona, Pennsylvania. That puts him at 290. And my sources are telling me that Georgia is going to come in for him also, which would put him at 306. So we're looking at a resounding Biden victory, hopefully by this time tomorrow.
Right, just to clarify something, Douglas, would Joe Biden be able to claim victory even though there are outstanding legal cases?
Well, you would need to talk to the attorneys to get further clarification on that. But I'm your election guy here. I'm your vote guy here. Yeah. And I mean, yeah, this is a matter of counting the votes and having the states verify them. We have been all the votes have not been counted in many of the states that have already gone for Joe Biden.
Right. Okay.
Right. But we know based upon the number of votes that come in that Donald Trump is not going to be able to close that margin. Right. And we have declared Joe Biden the winner in those states.
Okay, Katie, we need your expertise here. Pending the outcome of these legal lawsuits, can the former vice president claim victory?
Depends on what the lawsuit is and where it is and how many votes are at issue. So, for example, in Michigan, where Biden is ahead by 150,000 votes, if President Trump was alleging something wrong with the ballot counting there, it would need to be facts and evidence written into a lawsuit, into a complaint that would comprise or supersede 150,000 votes. That's unlikely. And we can look back at Bush v. Gore and what happened there. That was a very close race. I think it ended up being 537 votes that made up the difference in 2000. And at that time, Al Gore was not going to push it. He was not going to say one way or the other that one candidate had won. He let the courts deal with the lawsuits and move ahead. And that's because it was so close at that point. And I think we may see something similar in Georgia, depending on how huge the margin is. So if the Trump campaign files a suit in Georgia with real facts and real evidence of a problem of the vote counting, we could see something similar. But I haven't seen any indication, any evidence, any even rumblings of something like that in Georgia so far.
All right, Joseph Williams, it looks like Joe Biden is firmly on track to become the next president, but it will be a narrow victory. Before this election, if we looked at what the media was telling us, if we looked at what the polls were telling us, they were talking about a landslide victory, a big margin between him and President Trump. There was talk of a blue wave. Any thoughts on how everybody got this so wrong?
Well, it's chapter 2 with what's the matter with polling and pollsters. I mean, certainly, if you judge by polling, yes, it did definitely sound like there was going to be a blue wave. But even up until Election Day, I was hearing sources telling me that beware of a blue mirage, right? That it may look like the Democratic candidate Joe Biden had gotten out to an early lead because of all the early voting, but that President Trump's supporters show up when they show up, and they show up when they're needed, and they pretty much performed to pattern. They showed up on Election Day, they showed up in great numbers, and that's not to dispute the fact that Biden did very, very well. I mean, if you look at it, he is probably on track to gain the most votes, the most popular votes out of any presidential candidate in modern history, and that's no mean feat. But the difficulty we have here is the fact that you had a lot of Democrats running in, a lot of Democrats and Republicans running in tightly gerrymandered districts in the House. You had a lot of state losses you had a lot of Democrat losses at the state level, and you had a lot of dealings with the Electoral College, where that kind of softens the blow for Republicans a little bit, where states get one that don't have a lot of populations, and it adds to the Electoral College total. So I think writ large, Democrats are the only people who can win a presidency and decry that it was a horrible thing, while Republicans are more concentrated on the fact that they won and are taking office.
Jaden Horan, regardless of whether President Trump prevails in these lawsuits, is the intention here to cast as much doubt on the integrity and legitimacy of the election?
Well, I mean, I would say this. You know, as your previous guest said, there certainly wasn't a blue wave, and I would call it the red undertow. But I would then say, you know, the Republican Party can then take, you know, something from the playbook from the Democrats in 2016, with rather than accepting the results of the election, they accused the American people who decided on President Trump, that they were victims of Russian interference and actually did not choose who, in fact, they chose. And so I wouldn't be surprised if some Republicans, I would never advocate for this, seek to undermine the Biden presidency by calling him an illegitimate president. That's certainly going to be a narrative. And I think, but more importantly, though,
who's going to be in favor of this? Who's going to be in favor of denouncing the president after January 20th that he's illegitimate? Who's going to do that?
That guy who just said it.
Say that again.
I mean, if he's highly unpopular and he loses in a landslide, which it looks like he's losing in, they probably want to wash their hands of him.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just telling you, that's the playbook.
If it was close, we'd be in trouble.
Oh yeah, but I'm telling you, that's the playbook. That's what they.
Go ahead.
No, I'm just saying that's the playbook that they're going to try to do. They're going to try to say, oh, you know, the election was, it was rigged. There's this and that. That's how it's going to be.
Mm-hmm.
And you got to understand this. They're going to treat Biden like they try to treat Obama. You know, give him a hard way to go.
The thing is with that, and I was going to ask, I don't know, do you all, I mean, if Biden does end up winning Arizona, Nevada, Georgia, Pennsylvania, I mean, do you all consider that a landslide or?
Yeah, fuck yeah.
Yeah, hell yeah.
That is a landslide.
Hell fuck.
That is a landslide for real.
Hell fucking
shit.
yeah. Hell fuck.
No, because
he was not supposed to win the states. He wasn't supposed to take all that outlay like that. Man. Georgia? Arizona?
Bruh. I live in Atlanta. My county was one of the counties that actually was one of the, it was Fulton and my county Clayton where I reside, was the one that actually turned that shit blue. I was so shocked, bruh. I was like, Clayton? I'm like, wow.
Isn't Clayton next to Buckhead?
We're south side. We're south from
oh, okay.
And this is after other purges have been done on the voting polls to try to take these guys out. And they still were able to do this throughout the South. And this man is down by 4.5 million votes. This was a trouncing. This was a rejection of this motherfucker. He was rejected. This is not good. The party knows they can't come back from this. They can't come back from this rolling like this again. Ain't no way it's gonna happen, babe. Can't happen.
And I was gonna say with 2020, with when the new Congress and Biden take office, if they try to play the game they were playing with Obama, they're playing with fire with 2022 because you know, people get upset that nothing's really happening and they see Republicans just kind of blocking everything. You might see the reverse of what happened in 2010.
That story's not over yet because you still got this runoff. It's 47-47 right now. You got this runoff. You got this runoff right now with Weinock and them. They could get it. You know, you got to understand these guys got to be careful what may happen. Republicans got to be careful because if they come out too crazy and start fucking up and creating a lot of problems, being that this guy's going to get in there, that could affect the current Senate races that are up in the air at this stage. That could affect that. That's why McConnell and them are trying to keep shit cool because they understand that you start getting people real riled up, and next thing you know, you got these runoff elections. People will come in and get your ass the fuck on up out of there.
And guess who has a deciding vote in the Senate?
You know it, Kamala.
That's right.
So that's why he's worried because he may lose his position, and once he loses his position, and he's a secondary dude, he finished. So that's what they're looking at. So it's still tenuous. This is a real problem for the Republicans. They got problems.
And running on what you're saying about that runoff, you got, I'm sure everyone who's in Georgia right now hyped that, you know, looking like you're going to put the spate for Biden. That's only going to give momentum for them to come back out in January.
Exactly. And you come out here acting all froggy. You come out here all froggy.
Stacey Abrams is going to probably be all in that and on their ass.
Oh man, she on that. She coming for that ass. She coming for that. She came for that ass already. She got a nice chunk of it. She got a nice piece of that ass. She gonna get some more of that ass. So this game is very serious. The Republicans understand everything is on the line right now. Everything. That's what's going down. Anyway, go ahead, Mike.
All right, this is the last clip. Fair use.
To talk me through the next hour, you would be those three. Michael Steele, it cannot be said enough that both campaigns at this point see this the same way. Joe Biden, the person with multiple paths to 270, Donald Trump, it would appear, with a legal path to delaying the inevitable, which looks like a very, very, very long shot chance of hanging on to power. Is that how you see it?
Yeah, and that's how they've seen it for some time. This is not revelatory to the Trump campaign at this point. It's certainly not revelatory to the Biden campaign that, oh, wow, we have other options to get to 270. Oh, gee, we only have one way to get to 270. That's been kind of baked into this process for a few days leading up to this election, when you started seeing the just huge turnout in early vote and absentee ballot voting. When you were at the 50 million mark 10 days out, you were planning. And I know the Biden campaign was recalculating what that would mean in states like Michigan. You're tracking where that vote's coming from and how it's beginning to settle in the campaign infrastructure. So what we're seeing right now is two things happening. One, Donald Trump having the typical Donald Trump temper tantrum when he doesn't get his way. And two, his campaign having to respond to that temper tantrum. And just throw lawyers out like throwing spaghetti up against a wall at these states, and hoping that a judge somewhere who may be sleepy enough and not paying attention to what the law actually requires and gives them an opening to cause the kind of havoc that they think that they can get away with and sort of gum up the works.
Well, I mean, to that end, Rudy Giuliani, fresh off what Donald Trump describes as the Hunter Biden flop, is there doing what? Fill in the blank. What is Rudy Giuliani doing in Pennsylvania?
What? He's doing Rudy. What else is he doing? It ain't law. I mean, it's not. I mean, yeah, he's just doing Rudy. Next. It's just,
All right. Well, you just made me feel about not zipping
I like how he did that.
taking that live. But I mean, in all seriousness, I can't follow the thread on what in their heads the legal argument is, because last night in that atrocity, Donald Trump going to the East Room, further desecrating the premises, which I didn't think was possible after the Republican convention, by declaring fake victory, something so egregious. Chris Wallace, Chris Christie, and Rick Santorum kicked him in the teeth for doing it. Said he wanted voting to continue in Arizona. He wanted it to stop in Michigan. I just don't understand what the legal argument is if they have realized that the only avenue they have is a legal one.
So last night was just egregious on all levels and all fronts. It was an affront to everything we stand for as a republic and as a democracy. And the reality now is, again, as we saw from last night, Donald Trump did not read what was on the teleprompter. That was extemporaneous Donald. That was riffing Donald. And so now everybody's trying to play cleanup and catch up to that. The problem and the truth is that in order to have a legal challenge, you have to prove that something illegal occurred. You have to prove that there was some type of defect in the law that requires a remedy by the court. And that defect would manifest itself in the process of counting the ballots. Well, they haven't finished counting the ballots. So you can't prove the defect until all the ballots are counted. And that's where this becomes a joke.
Hey there, I'm Chris Hayes from MSNBC. Thanks for watching MSNBC on YouTube.
That's crazy.
Crazy. And Mike Steele's a lawyer. Always remember that. Don't forget it. He's a lawyer.
The one thing I will say about him this time around, he can't let them play them like he did last time. If he's going to be really there and rebuild this party, he can't do the work and let them kick him out the door.
Oh man, nah.
No.
Like they did last time.
No. This will be a different game altogether, and they're going to be a lot more open They're going to be a lot more open-minded because
Mike,
a lot of the riffraff that was there before, we won't be around next year. They ain't going to be around, man. They're going to be out of there. All right? You
Mike,
said
I got a
they're
question.
cleaning this joint out. Yeah.
Mike, I got a question. Could you find that ridiculous and near racist comment from the guy the moment Michael Steele was kicked out of the party? That guy did like an actual press conference and he said some nearly racist shit about Michael Steele when they kicked him out. I forgot the dude's name.
I don't even, I can't remember off the top of my head now. Shit.
He's going to have to come in that Joker OG status, man.
Maybe Renaissance might know. Renaissance might know that. But
wait, what? So MOT, this is what? Did he resign and they had a press conference or something?
No, there was a guy who made a comment after Michael Steele was gone about how they don't need a certain type of hue of person in there now that, yeah, it was pretty bad. Yeah.
Yeah. They were closing ranks, saying, okay, we kicked the Negro out.
Well, you remember his name?
No, I have to do. I'll just give me a minute. I'll do a quick Google search.
Yeah, while you do that, I'm gonna let DE Raptor come in, and then what we'll do, we'll play this. We'll also play this clip from Michael Steele again because it's important because I see people going live saying, stop celebrating, we're gloating.
Yeah. Is there any celebrating and gloating going on? We're talking facts here.
Well,
what are these clowns talking about?
Count the ballots. That's all.
Count the ballots.
Joe Biden recently here. What was the breaking point for you?
There were a lot of breaking points over the last three years ago or so. Look, I've worked with Donald Trump in the past, so this wasn't something new. I did not support his candidacy in 2016. I thought that there were better men and women qualified to be president who ran in the Republican primary. What was disappointing to me was to watch their wholesale capitulation to a guy who was neither Republican nor conservative. But that is what it is. Okay. Since that time, it has been important for me to assess not just the policies. Look, I like tax cuts just as much as the next fella. I love our Supreme Court nominees. I know two of them from our Catholic circles. And so all of that's fine. But at the end of the day, something that has been an important linchpin for the American people since our founding is our faith in the character and our trust in the individual. So character matters. The ability to lead through difficult times matter. And I found the president wanting on both of those fronts. That's my personal assessment. Voters will make their own. But for me, as a lifelong Republican, I've been a Republican since I was 17. I just turned 62. So I've been in this game a while. And I was a Republican when it wasn't popular. I was a Republican when no one could, would give us a second look. And I remember inheriting a party in which that was the case back in 2009 when we were just resoundingly defeated in 2008 and Obama sitting there. So those issues all played a part for me in terms of where the party is and where the party needs to go in order to return to being a governing party that the American people would trust.
Mr. Steele, obviously you led the RNC, and I'm curious what you think the Republican Party looks like on November the 4th. Win or lose, does the GOP survive because it is shedding so many longtime veteran members, loyal members like yourself?
Yeah, I refer to myself now as a Motel 6 Republican because someone's got to keep the lights on, And so I'm on the front porch going, no, it's still good. We're open. But we got to do some cleanup inside before you come in. And I think that's what you're going to see happen. You're going to see a lot of hand-wringing, whether Trump wins or loses, because the internal identification of who we are and what we believe and what we stand for has got to get vetted out. Are we the party that stands with Vladimir Putin? Are we the party that stands with Kim Jong-un? Are we the party that puts children in cages? Are we the party that believe that they're fine people on both sides? Or do we believe something different? We're a party right now without a platform. The National Party basically gave up and said, well, whatever Trump wants us to be, that's what we'll be. I don't believe in that. I don't ascribe to that. So I want to fight over those ideas and those values. And we'll see how it turns out. It begins regardless, as you know. If president wins, the battle for 2022 and 2024 begins. If the president loses, the battle for 2022 and 24 begins. So that is going to be a big part of our identification with the American people.
Mr. Steele, we appreciate your time, sir.
You got it. Take care now.
Hey, MOT, you weren't referring to the comment where the guy said we elected Michael Steele as chairman because he was a black guy. That was the wrong thing to do.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah,
okay. That was a CPAC communication director, Ian Walters.
Wow.
And I think there's a clip hanging out there of him responding to it because he actually didn't accept his apology. I can send you the article. I can drop the article, Mike, if you want to see it.
If you have the link.
Yeah.
Yeah. If you put it in the
I'll
back
send you
chat.
the article.
Yeah, put it in the back chat. Well, I'm going to play this one more time.
Came out and publicly backed Joe Biden recently here. What was the breaking point for you?
There were a lot of breaking points over the last three years ago or so. Look, I've worked with Donald Trump in the past, so this wasn't something new. I did not support his candidacy in 2016. I thought that there were better men and women qualified to be president who ran in the Republican primary. What was disappointing to me was to watch their wholesale capitulation to a guy who was neither Republican nor conservative. But that is what it is. Okay. Since that, to watch their wholesale capitulation to a guy who is neither Republican nor conservative, but that is what it is. Okay. Who ran in the Republican primary. What was disappointing to me was to watch their wholesale capitulation to a guy who was neither Republican nor conservative, but that is what it is. Okay.
Well, and let's chew on that bone for a second.
I found the clip where he responds. I can't find the CPAC actual press conference thing there where he said the shit.
You have it in the back chat or?
Yeah, I'm about to put it in the back chat where he responds to it.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, and so this guy, neither Republican nor conservative. See, usually you can be one or the other. You can be a conservative and not actually be with the Republican establishment, or you can be a Republican and just name only.
Right. Yeah, Mike. I sent you in the back chat. I sent you the link to there's an article him discussing it, and then there's a short clip on MSNBC where he actually speaks to it. But MOT may found something different. So.
Yeah, I mean, because there's a clip of Michael Steele talking about there's a race problem within the GOP. I think we should play that one as well.
Oh, yeah, I saw that one. I can find that one too.
Yeah, I have that one. So I'll just post that one because I can't find that clip. You used to be able to find it 3 years ago, but for some reason they must have got that thing up offline.
Remember, the conservatives are saying there's no such thing as racism. We can't talk about that no more.
Yeah, I mean, hood conservatives think the same thing.
Right. Say we can't talk about it. We can't even mention it.
Mm-hmm.
I saw a tweet from reporter John Levine, who was at CPAC CPAC and wrote about a comment about former Republican National Committee Chairman and MSNBC contributor Michael Steele. John Levine reported CPAC Communications Director Ian Walters at Reagan dinner. Quote, "We elected Mike Steele as chairman because he was a black guy. That was the wrong thing to do." He followed up, comment was met with gasps at our table. And joining me now on the phone from CPAC is Michael Steele. Michael, thank you very much for calling in. I appreciate it on short notice. So how did you hear about this comment and what was your reaction?
I was finishing up my radio program on Sirius XM and it came across my phone. Someone came running up to the table and said, "Have you seen this?" Right in the middle of a conversation I was having with one of our guests, and I looked down at my phone, and of course I had one of those moments where you just go, "What the?" So yeah, a little bit shocked, very disappointed, surprised that people still in the party feel this way and look at the contributions that anyone would make to the party through the prism of race. And so It's unfortunate. It's stupid. It's immature. And I'm waiting to speak with Matt Schlapp about it. I hope it is not a reflection of the leadership of CPAC. I've participated in CPAC for many, many years. I've spoken in CPAC. And I think also, Joy, it's almost endemic of what's going on in this country as well.
Well, that is my question to you,
and how
Michael.
quickly people revert to race as a weapon, and it's ignorant.
Well, that's the question I was going to ask you, because you've been a Republican a long time. Do you sense that the party has changed and shifted toward more openness with these kind of views, in your view?
Clearly. Yeah. And I think that's something that's going to be concerning going forward. To play itself out during the campaign, and we continue to see that. So this episode is sad, but look, we're going to as crazy as much as we can, and again, education starts from within.
Indeed. Have you spoken with Mr. Walters?
He did call, and he's tried to explain himself and said what he was thinking. He related it back to Barack Obama's election, and then he said at one point, I apologize. And I just said, that's not acceptable. It's not enough. So
I'm not sure the Obama excuse is helpful, but I appreciate you.
The Obama excuse is not helpful, and I'll talk about it some more tomorrow on my series program, so folks can tune in and listen to that as well.
And got the plug in. Thank you very much, Michael Steele. Appreciate it. Michael Steele gets the last word.
Hey there, I'm Chris Hayes from MSNBC.
Wow. Well, the street conservatives and the culture warriors think they're going to go over there and get something.
Yeah.
Look how they treat look at how they treat a highly qualified former lieutenant governor of Maryland, lawyer, and you got guys who don't know anything about the basics of history running over there thinking they're getting something.
Well, actually, you know what? That's right in line with what they actually think of most men who are actually upwardly moral. So I would expect the hood conservatives and the street conservatives, dudes who actually don't like thinking black men to actually think that.
That's the funny thing about it, though, man. I can never understand that. I mean, you sit over here, and I'm glad that y'all touched on that. I mean, especially with his track record, I'm not going to say his name, but I'm like, how can you flip sides knowing of the rhetoric that you spilled about well-to-do brothers, especially in this space? And it's just, that's why I said, man, it's a lot of flip-flopping just going on. I just can't, at this point, I can't really take a lot of people serious, man, especially, we supposed to be brothers. I'm like, God,
remember that saying from Minister Society? We supposed to be brothers. Like, nah.
Most people still don't get it. What's going on? You have these street type individuals now have joined with these, and now they can legitimize their ex behaviors and say, yes, I am the alpha male, and the rest of these guys are nothing. It goes still that conversation is still going on with them. It's just been disguised now.
Yeah, let me play this clip real quick.
And a little bit of cynicism. What do? This is a terrible thing. We elected Mike Steele to be the RNC chair because he's a black guy. That was the wrong thing to do.
Well, that was the communications director for the American Conservative Union, which is putting on CPAC, the conservative.
Hold on. Wasn't that guy Indian?
That's what
I mean, come on, roll that back. Roll that back. I'm sorry. Look at this dude. You got to be kidding me. Nah. Come on, man. This got to be a joke, man. You can't be kidding. You can't be serious.
Oh, yeah, you got him, man.
Oh, man.
Look at this dude.
Yo, I'm finna say this. Thank y'all. What in the heck?
I'm about to move up. That's right.
Even his tie sucks. But the main point for me is that. But the main point for me is that you want to go over there to this side so you can discuss child support and attack the left. This is what they think of you. This is who thinks of you that way too.
Yeah, and then
this
look at
guy's
this guy.
a communications director talking about a former lieutenant governor.
But look at him. He's about the same color as Michael Steele. What the hell is he talking about?
Proving his roots within the party, man.
299. I'm sorry. Are you serious, man? I would think it was going to be a pale guy.
Because he's a black guy, that was the wrong thing to do.
This guy's standing up there with a phony pony on the back of his head, and I'm scratching my head like, what?
Well, that was the communications director for the American Conservative Union, which is putting on CPAC, the Conservative Political Action Conference that these days draws the President of the United States as a featured speaker. And here to respond is Michael Steele, former chair of the RNC. Michael, thank you very much for coming back. We talked about this last night on The Last Word. So give us the update. Apparently, you again addressed the fact that that same person we just saw, said at a dinner, the Reagan dinner for CPAC, we elected Mike Steele as chairman because he was a black guy. That was the wrong thing to do. He did later apologize. He tweeted, sometimes when you speak, the words that come out do not reflect what's intended. Many of us were critics of how Chairman Steele performed at the RNC. He's a good man, and he did his best. Did his words not come out as intended? That's weird. What do you think?
No, his words came out exactly as they were intended. His words came out exactly as he felt them. And I think he and CPAC and the party needs to be honest about that. There's no shame in that unless you have something to be shamed of. Mm-hmm. And I think that, that's the truth of this party right now. We've allowed this element to have voice. We've given countenance to it. We've given it the space to express itself. And there's no taking that back. You can't deny that has now been freed up, because stop and think about it. You're the communications director of one of the largest conservative organizations on the planet. And you're standing at a dinner with 500-600 people in the room, and you say what he said, and you think that you have to stop and think to yourself, gee, I wonder how people are going to respond if I say this.
Yeah.
No, you don't worry about that because you think everyone in that room is going to be in agreement with you.
Yeah.
You don't worry about saying that because you think everyone outside that room who carries the conservative label or consider themselves Republicans will agree with you.
Well,
that's just, as the hashtag goes, Joy, I call BS on that.
Well, let's talk about the real deal here. When you got elected as the chairman of the RNC, there was a big, I think like 9 people ran. Barack Obama had just been elected the first African-American president of the United States. And there was a sense among Republicans, to be honest, that maybe they needed their own black guy to respond to the nation's black guy. Did you feel at the time that is why you were made chair?
I did not feel that was why I was made chair, but I understood that for some people, that was an expression that they wanted to make. But keep in mind that if that was the game plan of the Republican Party, of the blue hairs, as Ian said to me last night in our conversation, then I would have won on the first ballot if this was baked in. If they were all about, well, let's elect a black guy, then I win on the first ballot, everybody goes kumbaya, check that box and move on. But it took me 6 ballots. I had to fight to win that seat. I had to prove to them 6 times over that I was worthy of the position, that I was prepared to go and lead the party. Mm-hmm. And then once I started to lead the party, they had problems. And I don't have a problem, people have a problem how I led the party, but look at the results. I did what I was asked to do, raise money and win elections.
Indeed, and won the biggest election, for Democrats, it was the Armageddon election in 2010. I will remind people that also on the ballot was another black guy named Ken Blackwell, who was the former Secretary of State of Ohio. So it wasn't as if you were the only black guy that was up, and as you said, 6 ballots to win. You then were very successful in 2010 and were rewarded for that by being cashiered out of your job. Did you feel that when you were made chair that you were given the, let's just be blunt, the full respect that title deserved?
No, I was not given full respect that title deserved, because remember what happened shortly after I got elected. Everyone started raising the question, well, who's the leader of the party? Who's leading the Republican Party? And I was like, I'm leading the Republican Party. Remember, I got into that little bit of a tiff with Rush Limbaugh over that.
Yep.
Because for the first time as national chairman, suddenly the rules were starting to change. I never went public and talked about the fact that when I became chairman, there were members who decided, we need to limit how much money you have authority to spend.
Yeah. Yeah.
So they started putting these limitations on the job, and I pushed back on that. So yeah, did I tick people off? You're damn straight I did.
Yeah.
Did I run things the way they didn't like? Of course.
Well, let me ask you this, and they were of course replaced by Reince Priebus, who did a bang up job. I just want to ask you this in closing. Do you think that the Republican Party has a racism problem?
Yes, they do. And I think we need to be honest and acknowledge it. And I think that, the fact that people sit here and now and say, that, well, this has something to do with race. Yeah, it does when you stand on a podium and blatantly speak to race the way Ian did. Yeah. And that's fine. Let's acknowledge that. I'm not saying you are racist. I'm saying you're having a problem with talking about and making expressions around race that oftentimes come off not just insensitive, but downright racist. And the party is not that way. Yeah. If it were, I wouldn't stay in it. And I know many African-American Republicans wouldn't as well. And so what we want is clarity on this subject. We want a clear voice, and we want the party leadership to stand up in the face of behavior and words and actions that indicate to the American people that we support the kind of ugly racist comments that we've heard in the past by many that are not true, starting with things like S-hole and from there. So there's a whole lot on the table that we have to deal with and be honest about. And I just want leadership in this party to be honest. Don't be afraid of it. Walk into it and tell us how you're going to lead on it.
All right. Michael Steele telling it.
There it is.
Oh, and the crazy thing I forgot all about Ken Blackwell, who he mentioned in that clip. Mm-hmm. And I went and looked at his Twitter. Man, he's spouting all this Trump rhetoric of, make sure every legal vote is counted, and there are all these dead people on the rolls in Pennsylvania. And they're trying to steal the election. I'm like, dude, you've drunk in the Trump Kool-Aid too.
Oh, but let's not forget this guy, Ian. I did some background while he was talking. Do you know this guy is a musician? That's his profession. And then,
wow, really?
And guess what music he plays?
Hip hop.
Nope. Blues and R&B.
Blues jazz. I was about to say,
I mean, you can't make this shit up. You cannot make this shit up.
Hey, hold on. But so did Lee Atwater. But anyway, he was a musician. That's exactly what he played as well. Blues, the Delta blues and all that. That was his music. And and he said when he bounced.
I'm seeing a pattern here. Are they jealous that they hate us so much?
Well, I just want to say when the Tea Party got in there and they started running around Michael Steele and all that, it was done. So,
wait, Black Torch, you were talking about Michael Steele played blues?
So, no, that guy Ian B. Walters.
Oh, okay.
So when they let the crazies in there, that's what really got Michael Steele kind of swung around. Steve Schmidt, if you guys know him, another Republican operative and strategist, and campaign manager for the Palin for the McCain-Palin ticket, he saw it. He said after he came in, he saw the crazies come in there, man. Saw the crazies. Palin and them helped to bring him in, brought in these real extreme folks. Party went super far to the right. It was a reaction to Obama. And they could not deal with the Michael Steele piece properly. Party had a lot of problems. Had a lot of problems bringing Mike in, man. And he like I said, he was ahead of his time. These guys were not ready for it. They thought they were. They weren't. They weren't ready. Don't know if they're still ready. Don't know. He may be still too far ahead. I hope that's not the case.
Well, either that or they're gonna be a lot of 50-something, 40-somethings, because the 60s don't look like they're gonna be around that much longer. Age individuals in the party and the young Republicans.
You hit it. They got to get young folks. They got to diversify. They got to get young people in.
Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. We used to laugh at these young Republicans at my university because they go around dressing in ties and jackets and shit, and trying to talk to you, and you say it like this. I said, and you look at them and say like, what is wrong with you? You have a serious defect.
I never really said that so much with them.
Oh,
I knew some young Republicans who actually had some brain, but what I have an issue with are the extremists. Okay, the extremists, and you got a lot of them. You got a lot of them in there who have very, very weird, way out there ideas, and that hijacked the party. This was before Trump, and Trump he was just more another form of gasoline that they poured on this fire. So the party has to re-anneal, put itself back together again. And
I think it has to be more like the Phoenix. It has to burn down to the ground and come back, because you got these QAnon people, you got all these other nuts in here now.
Yeah, but the militia movement in there too. Guy in Idaho was running for Republican, was one of those people tied up in the Bundy standoff.
Hey, you didn't see
federal charges.
You didn't see the federal government. They went in and swooped down and started arresting these dudes, even for little and minor infraction during this time.
Yeah, because those guys are expendable. They have no political capital within the party. No one's going to defend them.
Yeah, you got the element that ran the Biden bus, tried to run the Biden bus off the road. Obviously not people like particularly in positions, but that's the element that Trump supporters.
Yeah, but I was always under the impression that you have a police escort, right? And IT.
Oh, they wouldn't. Yeah, they wouldn't give one. I know. Like I want to say, I think in Georgia, I think they denied them a police escort.
No, that was in Texas. They denied. Yeah, it was in Texas.
So Texas DPS, unbelievable, man. I mean,
it was Texas.
I heard that. I was like, that sounds like something out of 1960s, where it's like you got freedom riders coming for a ride, and
but they stupid. They don't understand that Biden is a ex vice president, and he has Secret Service details. So if they tried to do anything, there would have been gun smoke for them.
Yeah, but who's the governor?
Oh no, man, they would have laid him down.
Yeah, but who's the governor, right? Who's the governor of Texas at the moment?
That Republican dude, man.
Now, granted, Black Torch, I don't think Biden was on the bus, so maybe that had something to do with it. But still, it's a campaign, and you just had a governor of Michigan threatened to be kidnapped. So the fact that they requested a police escort and it wasn't given to him still is suspect.
Actually, they had a bulletproof glass set up for Biden at the end of the ballot counts when he was on stage in Delaware.
It's gonna be what's gonna happen as soon as Biden gets elected. You're gonna see all these guys just start disappearing.
Yeah, they're getting
especially if you start putting the money back to where it belongs on some of these white extremists that Trump has taken money from. Yeah, some of these people might start disappearing.
See, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Why you had inside Republicans who were like, we can't go down this path with you, fam. We can't do this. Mm-hmm. After Charlottesville, a lot of Republicans held their nose because then he had his American Business Conference, and he started promising a lot of things for the business community. So they caught some bread, and everybody else started rolling kind of nice, but they had to hold their nose in that one. They Charlottesville shit was ill. A lot of guys down with that. But, because these Republicans, they don't want to be overtly out front to be shown to be that. They think that's very bad for business. They don't want that out front being shown.
Oh yeah, even Lee Atwater said that in that speech.
So and then
that wasn't good.
Thing and all, stand back. It's like what?
Yeah, but see, Yeah, I mean, they want the optics to be like they're this wholesome party, but you know, this guy came in there and basically sold a lemon. You can't take it back, and so I don't know, man.
Yeah, Mike, that's where the code language came in.
Mm-hmm.
We got to give that veneer, you know, very family wholesome appeal. And that's where you start throwing in the coded language of, okay, like Atwater said, we can't go out there yelling the N-word and everything, but we gotta keep this under the current. And then, you know, you got Trump who just blows it all up.
Can't have that shit out there like that. All out front, savages running amok, and you out there backing that shit up openly. They can't have that. It's bad for business.
No, well, I mean, the party has been, it's already been totaled like a vehicle. So I'm just saying,
salvage party.
Yeah, it's a salvage title right now. So I mean, Michael Steele said it in the interview. You know, it's a party without a platform, and you got guys running over there. You know, to Neverland. There's nothing over there. Where are you going?
Great.
No, I mean, you know, they've sown salt into the soil, and these dudes are like partying like it's 1999. Like, look, no, they just claimed the Sac City.
Yeah.
Like, come on, man.
Yeah.
What's the ethnicity of this guy, Ian?
I couldn't tell. I was trying to look.
Wikipedia doesn't say anything.
No, but his wife is white.
Oh,
he just looks like a strange dude.
No, but I'm telling you, it's usually either he's one of those what's it called? Half Asian and half white, or he's one of those
half Asian, half Latino. That's what it looks like.
Yeah, someone in the chat said the South Asian way, fake it till you make it.
Yeah, I'm telling you, you sound the way he was thinking, like his skin color is he's
like
not
pale as hell.
Yeah, and he's not.
He was thinking.
Yeah.
Well, I would have thought that he was Filipino. That's what I was thinking.
No, He says his P's and his F's okay.
well, he's been around here, you know, for a while.
That's an inside joke for everybody who's been to the Philippines.
Yep.
I think we covered pretty much everything, man. I haven't seen any of these opposition really come up here and try to stump.
Not really.
No, they haven't come up over here. They've been in the chat. You know, they downrated the video 15 dislikes. So,
too many. The videos. I'm gonna tell you something right now. The video avalanche up in this motherfucker that dropped today was stellar. All kind of shit got burnt down to the ground. Mike, I got to give you a lot of credit. We don't really rap no more, but I got to give you credit on this. You definitely did a very good job on that, man.
Yeah, you did, bro.
The videos.
Yeah,
you did.
I guess today was the Shine Inquisition, and we didn't even know it.
It really was a Shine Inquisition. Broke that shit down. Back to water stuff, and we've covered this. That video we did that on the Brain Trust before, but we hadn't seen that in a little bit. And these guys need to see that. And you know, and how do you defend that? I mean, just listen to all what's going on out here, and then look at the positions that you have hardcore Republican conservatives sitting there saying, look at what's going on here right now. We can't really get on with this. Where does this leave these guys? And then you see these other guys out here caping for these people and running behind what? What are you guys running behind? I mean, you know, folks get mad at you for bringing up these facts, but I don't see anybody counter it. What I would like to say is counter and debunk the video if you can do it. Counter and debunk it. I don't believe they can. No, they can't.
They're too busy looking for those missing ballots, man. 4 million of them.
Q Solid Black released another video talking about voter fraud. I'm like, just don't even care about your reputation, do you?
He doesn't, man. He
don't even care, do you?
He run around highly finished because if you want to talk about voter fraud, prove it. Show where it's at.
Man, how does he know? But all the people on scene don't know. Like, how is that possible?
And who are not only just Democrats but are Republicans. And how are we talking about that in Republican-run states, where the Secretary of State and the governor are Republican? What are you talking about? She'll lose that. What are you talking about, man?
No, it's no different than what they did in the 1950s with McCarthyism. You know, communists here. There's a communist over there too. What about this guy? Is he a communist? No, there's got to be a communist there. Look under the bed. Look in the closet.
I mean, this is worse. This is going on right now with the watchers. I mean, with the counters and all that right there, who are Democrat and Republican. They're sitting right there.
Mm-hmm.
It's going on right now, and these guys are trying to say that there's fraud in the face of this. I mean, how so?
I would have,
man.
I would have thought guys from the street who claim to be whatever conservative at this point. I would have thought they would have been advocates for returning people from incarceration.
Yeah.
To
you would think that the pookie conservatives or the hood conservatives or the street conservatives will be first of line saying that let my people vote.
Yeah.
They said nothing.
The GOP.
I told you they're not going to say anything because they're not paid to say anything about that. They don't really care about black. I keep telling you, they don't care about black people.
They don't. They do not. They don't give a damn. Oh, I'm sorry, man. Go ahead, bro.
No, I was going to quickly say, Mike, I dropped a link to one more video about voter fraud in the back chat that sort of gives the back history from where this all came from.
Okay, let me play that.
Whole idea.
Okay, yeah, let me play that real quick. Hey, Johnny Blaze, thank you for the $9.99 super chat. Great points of view with video documentaries. This is a real panel discussion. Hey, thanks for the super chat, Johnny Blaze.
Yeah, thanks for the super chat, man. It's just that other people don't want to do this specifically because they can't do it. They have to cloud chase and culture warrior and mislead people. That's what they're here to do. They're here to do their little tiki dance, you know, kind of like the Hawaiian bobblehead, you know, girl with the tutu on. You know, that's what they do for these super chats out here, man.
Yeah, it's some hoe ass shit, but yeah, it is what it is.
You don't want somebody to vote. You create various kinds of things. Now we'd come with the 1965 Voting Rights Act. They couldn't deny it outright, so you find ways to try to suppress it.
One of these ways would be through challenging black voters' absentee ballots through accusations of fraud.
It's one thing to be attacked by the local power structure.
Hank Sanders represented the defendants in one such case, brought by the U.S. Attorney in Alabama at the time, Jeff Sessions.
The U.S. Attorney and others refer to these as the voter fraud cases. We decided that they were voter persecution cases.
Sanders' clients were voting rights activists. Albert Turner, who had marched with John Lewis in Selma.
This is Bloody Sunday. Albert can see that's him right there.
And his wife, Evelyn. They had been helping black residents fill out their ballots and mailing them.
Both of us was indicted, myself and my wife and another friend, Spencer Hogue, were indicted on 29 counts of what is called vote fraud.
The Turners were facing decades in prison.
It was my impression that Jeff Sessions thought that those legal cases.
Whoa, what name? What's that?
Jeff Sessions, yeah.
Oh, Jeffrey Beauregard Sessions?
Beauregard.
Jazzy Jeff.
The what they called him on Saturday Night Live, the Badger? No, what they call it? What's his name?
Keebler L. That's what he actually looks like.
You got Jeff Sessions. You got Roger
Ailes.
No, not Roger Ailes. Roger Ailes ran Fox News, right? What's the other Roger?
Stone.
Roger Stone. You got Amy Coney Barrett, who was a part of the Bush v. Gore election count thing. So you know, it's like getting the band all back together again. So
you can catch this video. You can catch this documentary on Frontline.
Yep, there's a whole hour-long documentary about
which is
whose vote counts.
excellent.
Now I remember they called him the possum. He was called the possum.
So it's pretty much all over again. They trying to repeat history.
Yeah, let me finish playing this clip.
Friend Spencer Hogue were indicted on 29 counts of what is called vote fraud.
The Turners were facing decades in prison.
It was my impression that Jeff Sessions thought that those legal cases would stop Black folks from not only using absentee voting, but it would stop Black folks from voting in the numbers that Black people were voting. At every chance he got, he was talking about voter fraud, voter fraud.
Sessions denied that the case was racially motivated and insisted what the Turners did was illegal. In the end, the jury found nothing they did had broken the law. But the idea that absentee ballots were susceptible to widespread fraud would live on.
Wow. Wow.
Yep. So that's sort of the backstory of where this narrative of absentee and mail-in voter ballots are going to be fraudulent.
Damn, and they trying to play that whole playbook.
How much culture warrior you got in you? How much you got in you?
But there's a really good book that I read a couple of years ago by Craig Palast. There may be a video on it too called Billionaires, Vultures, and Ballot Bandits. And he's an investigative reporter. And a couple of his videos have been played here on MOTs as well. And he goes into extraordinary detail about how they go about doing this business, how long they've been at it. Definitely blames both parties that they get involved in it at different levels. But primarily the Republican Party uses this as a devastating weapon against Black voters and other voters as well. But boy, they certainly, without question, really target you. But it shows you just the billionaire class that is involved in here gets deeply involved in the state to finance a lot of operations of voter suppression by giving a lot of donations to candidates and so forth, and giving a lot of money to the states and all your big, your secretaries of state of your state, or who are of course backed by a governor who they of course finance very, very heavily to see to it that this happens. This happens because they have a lot of different reasons as to why they want to have that done. A lot of it's environmental, big corporations and so forth will dump waste in your community. If they have industrial operations going on, they will dump industrial waste in your area. And they're not going to do it in the wealthy, wealthy areas that are politically well connected. They're going to go for those who are less so. And in order for you to even stop a lot of that politically, you could actually knock a lot of these guys out of office to keep, these kind of variances to be given to target your community for this. So it comes down to politics, so much of it. And that's a big part of why they suppress your votes, because they want to do what they want to do and make sure you don't have a chance to vote against any of this kind of stuff. And then they can do as they see fit. So there's a whole system to how they go about, literally knocking you out of the box. And it's just not just because to give your interest, but it's for them to, profiteer massively in your community and dump waste and do all other kind of stuff to increase their margins. It's an evil game, So voter suppression is a deep thing. That's why I have to really give. I keep bringing her up. I'm talking about her all day, Stacey Abrams, why she really got on top of this, and got these guys backed up against the wall. This is huge, so this is the kind of stuff. These are the ways we have to be thinking out here. today. And a lot of these other guys, they're not talking about this. They're not looking at any of this in any detail, or looking at its real consequences that really affect you. They're not looking at any of this at all. And they're just running out here to shooting off their mouths, saying stupid things, and not understanding where they really are in this. It's bad. It's that bad. But that's why, you know, we have live streams like this. This cannot be debunked. People will thumb it down, but they ain't getting up. They ain't getting up here to, they get up here to try to say anything. Anyway, go ahead, man. Go ahead.
Debunk the stream. That's all we're saying.
Debunk the stream. Debunk the stream. Debunk the stream. Debunk the stream. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think Mike dropped off.
Okay.
But
yeah, but
no.
you know they never gonna debunk the stream. Come on, they don't. That's not how they operate. They're gonna come with some emotional attacks.
That's right.
And then they're gonna attack you personally. That's what they're gonna do. They're gonna try to attack you personally.
Oh, Eric Bird,
My hope.
$5 super chat. He said, "I nominate Boyce Walker to the Culturist Party." Yeah, man, you need to call these dudes Darth culture warriors, man. They want to be this Fox News-esque version of these culture warriors on the right. You know, they've seen the type of stuff Al Sharpton and Jesse Jackson got out of being who they were. They want to be the new versions of that. They just want to be on the right. And most of these people, it fits right back into their actual narrative of voting doesn't matter. Voting doesn't mean anything. Knowing damn well none of these people participate in the process. They didn't care about the process.
Knowing damn well, too, you can't find any other community where someone would even think of saying something that crazy.
But you know what's really crazy? A lot of these pookies can't even vote.
Well, I was about to say
They can't even vote.
No, they can't. I've talked to. I was kind of having a little debate with someone on the Brain Trust a while back, and he was making some stupid statements. And then I says, "Did you vote?" No, I didn't mean anything. First of all, I heard he was talking about Trump and all that, but he didn't even vote. And I'm arguing with this man. I'm sitting there saying, "Hold on a second, why am I even arguing with this guy? He's got to even vote. What am I even debating this kind of stuff with these guys for? You know, guys that don't even vote, that don't even invest in the process, but they're sitting here trying to talk shit."
That's why they like the Trump. That's why they like the Trump. Because they thought that he was going to destroy everything, so that way nothing will work. He'll make a mess of everything, and that's what they like. They like the chaos that he brought to the entire process. That's what they were attracted to.
That's exactly right. And they've got nothing vested. So they got nothing. So they don't lose anything. They don't care. So that's what you're really dealing with a lot of these guys. That's what I'm saying. I'm not arguing and debating a lot and having any debates. There's no debates here because you know what's there to debate. But these guys will come in here and just try to troll and disrupt, and it's really all you're dealing with. It's all you're dealing with. They've got nothing else. Running behind a party and running behind a man in a party that has really nothing to offer you. Really nothing to offer you. You're just running behind these guys. That doesn't make sense. You're just blindly running behind them. So the party we got to pressure everybody who we're with. So I'm not calling the Democrats as well. The Dems, they're gonna do all this for you. Nah, you got to put their feet to the fire, make demands on their ass. Republicans the same deal, but what these guys are telling you.
Exactly.
Here we go. Go ahead, guys. Go ahead.
That's what I'm saying, man. For both parties, you need to put their feet to the fire, man. So, because that's why I can see. That's why I can see why they think that we think that we're leftists and rightists. I'm like, no, because I'm like, we all intelligent. We know that both parties haven't really benefited from us. We know that. That's duh. But I'm just saying, what are you doing on your part to demand nobody's not organizing, nobody in these streets, they're not talking about no organization. They're not only people I'm only hearing is Dr. Son Johnson with the black male agenda. But nobody's going over there supporting him but the upstanding brothers. But you still got ConcuSurf want to argue with him. Like, come on,
ConcuSurf?
Yeah.
What?
The conservatives.
Well, that's what I was saying. ConcuServe, it goes into the concubine because you know they the ones that go home, stay under the girl, play Madden King. So they're concubine and conservatives, ConcuServe. So
They're more like what is those eunuchs, basically.
So
They're more like eunuchs, man.
yeah, exactly, man. And this was an excellent stream, man. I'm glad that y'all broke that down, man. I had to. Those were the questions that I had asked. You know, I'm always gonna come back to the Black Brain Trust to y'all to get some info, man. Because around here, like my thing is that I just like everything just to be fair and the facts to be put all on the table. I mean, that's my whole thing. And I'm like, if we're gonna sit over and have an actual debate about what's going on, let's have the actual conversation, not this. Ooh, they cheated. Oh, because I'm like, you doing no better than what the liberals did when they put his ass in there. You're no different. So I'm like, come on, man. And that's just my whole thing.
Yeah, agreed.
Agreed.
So y'all think we'll get a call?
Nope.
No, I was gonna say y'all think we'll get a call
You're not gonna
tonight
get a call
or
to the actual. No, you won't. You're gonna call on the 12th.
Oh, so you don't even think it'll happen this weekend?
No, because they haven't even counted.
They're saying they might call Pennsylvania tonight. They said they might be able to call Pennsylvania tonight.
Yeah,
because do that.
They may call it tonight. Yeah, they might call Pennsylvania tonight. They might do it.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
They do that. It's just a matter of then how big is he going to win by?
I'd rather them wait till the 12th until everything is in, everything is looked at, everything is counted. So when everything is counted, the way it should be counted, they should be striking accounts.
Well, this is how I look at it. It's the first of 270. So if he's got 270, call it.
It's a wrap.
I'm saying call it. If it's 270
I
down, call
want every vote counted. I want it to be so conclusive that there's nothing else to worry about.
Let me ask you this: do you think we're getting a concession speech from Trump?
No,
no. I'm betting the odds that the Secret Service has to drag him out.
No. He's leaving that office one way or the other.
No. They have a plan for that. I mean, the Secret Service can't, but there's a few government agencies that can.
And the other thing too that's good is at least Biden has been there before, so he can kind of pick up speed because they were already talking about Trump and his administration is not going to want to meet and do the traditional like transition of power meetings. Dude,
who cares? Who cares? Like, listen, man, Trump doesn't have to leave the White House until January something, so he can.
January 3rd.
No, I mean, the actual ceremony of actual transfer of power.
It's like the 17th or something like that.
Yeah. That's what it is. That's when he absolutely has to leave.
Okay.
So he can sit around. He can say a whole bunch of stuff. He's gonna tweet a whole bunch of nonsense. But now ain't even the time to do that because he's gonna be looking crazy. Nobody is really backing him. Mitch McConnell is trying not to win this special election for the Senate. So. They gave him access.
There's a big it's a big agenda. Mitch McConnell, he's got a fight on his fucking hands here, and they got to handle it. Because if this asshole, remember, I keep saying, this asshole keeps fucking up, and he creates a lot more problems. And so it's looking real crazy. That's going to affect the down ballot. That's going to affect the down ballot game. It's going to affect the down ballot game, baby. Because Mitch is going to be like. Get him the fuck out of here. He's no longer an issue. I got to deal with this. I got to deal with the Senate. We got to control this. Get his ass out of here.
Yeah, that's why I said lame duck Trump is going to be interesting to see. Like, how crazy does it get?
Well, it's going to be crazy. I bet you Stacey Abrams already on the phone to people to get more people registered for this.
I know. The best time to register people to vote is the week or the day after the vote already occurred. And you just keep registering people, and you make it normal for them to participate in the process.
She opened up an organization. They never stop. They still registering people. They still getting live. That's an ongoing event. That don't stop. Everybody knows that now. People are sitting there saying, "Oh shit, you see what's going on over there?"
I think this is Republicans' old shit moment. It really is, bro. It really is.
They are looking at
eye
this.
opener.
Oh shit.
Shit, bro. We gotta change.
No, I was gonna say, I don't know if it'll be as bad as it was in 08, because 08 you had Obama come in, you lost the House, and then Democrats had the magic 60 in the Senate. So you just had no power.
Yeah,
now this, you looking at something similar where you at least got a filibuster, but it's not too much better.
That's how you know he's not a true conservative. My thing is, if it was me, I'd be like, bro, at least my people got the Senate, man. That's how I would look at it if I'm gonna take an L like that.
Okay, well, Jay Sean said it, the time and the date. I would assume, Jay Sean, that it's the swearing-in ceremony. He said January 20th, 2021, 12 p.m.
He's got to leave.
Swearing-in ceremony for the new president.
Or be escorted out.
No. He knows he's going one way or another. He's either going to walk out or going out in the stretcher. But either way, his ass is gone. He gone, and he knows it. So I think he's going to walk on out of there when the time comes. He can talk all that bullshit, but his ass is gone. He knows what's up. He knows what's up, man.
Right now is the time, not for culture warrior nonsense. It's time for us to come together and start discussing, because I'm going to be doing that on here, or I'm probably going to create another channel so that way there could be a whole everything all by itself. So that way you have it primed, so that way it can be funded properly to get these votes out there. But at the end of the day, we got to be able to come up with something that's not child support based or any of that other stuff. Because
so you're talking about our own.
It's going to solve all these other problems.
Hey, I'm not throwing child support in there as well. Should throw that in there.
Yeah,
I mean,
fuckery as well. That's fuckery.
But see, that's the thing, though, Nagone. You got the people sitting over the streets and served. I'm like, you got a whole professor who has it all written for y'all, and y'all not going over there promoting him like that. Dr. T. Hassan, he has the whole black male agenda written out for everybody, for all the black men, for every man. Oh my gosh.
It's black, man. We down with it too, but there should be an overall more broader black agenda as well, because that's a big piece, because we got to talk about business. You have to talk about community development. We have to talk about that. There are a lot of big pieces to that. Your healthcare, all this kind of stuff like that, all that played into it. You see how this shit played or havoc with our community. With respect to the COVID. And we're talking about because we got a lot of frontline workers and so forth. There's a lot of shit out here that we really got to deal with now. I believe, a lot of people in our community are heroes, man. We got a lot of heroes, a lot of frontline people. We got mad heroes out here. But so we have to stand up for all of them. Some of them are men, some of them are women. This is a community thing. We have to look at, how does our community best survive? How do we not only survive, but how do we best prevail in so many ways? We're in a unique position, man. We're in a unique position here. We should be taking advantage of this. And yes, black male interests are critical to us, but our community interests are the same as well. So it's a big agenda. The agenda is big, man. We got a big ass agenda here, but we got some critical players. And y'all know I'm hard on these hoes. I'm hard on them. But Stacey Abrams, oh fuck, this is the kind of shit we're talking about that's moving you forward. You got to deal with that. That's a part of what we got to deal with as a community. We got to deal.
How come Candace Owens isn't registering people to vote?
Because she's a nigga broad. She's a nigga broad. She's the worst. She's the fucking worst, man.
She's a swirler. She's a swirler. And then they're taking their orders from her. And I'm looking at them and saying, what?
Candace Owens, no credibility at all. She's trying to get a job on Fox. I'm sitting there saying,
Black Torch, she took the pink pill.
Yeah.
The pink pill. Oh, shit.
She's like that chick Stacey Dash that did the same thing.
Oh yeah, she's talking about running for Congress.
Yeah.
She's talking about trying to run for Congress now.
Yeah, because she you know, after her fifth white husband that's divorced her.
Man,
out of her mind. So
selling pictures for $50.
Yeah, for real. For real.
I do video calls $50. I'm like, are you serious?
For real, man. I could give you a spread eagle, baby. The fuck up at. So yeah, it's like fuck out of here. So the deal of it is gotta go with serious folks, man. Serious people. So we gotta have a broader conversation. But the videos and stuff that came down here today, it just cooked all of that bullshit, man.
Man,
these guys don't want that to be they don't want you to see that.
Oh, MOT, you would appreciate this too. Angela Stanton King got killed down there in Georgia too for John Lewis's OC. She lost. She got like maybe 12% of the vote. It was like 12-14% she got. It wasn't even close.
Yeah,
another one of these black Republicans.
Yeah.
So that's that dude in Michigan, the dude, the so-called AG. He's not up for 2 more years in Kentucky.
Yeah. Oh well, he might. I mean, he might have to resign after that. After everything of Breonna Taylor situation comes out, he might have to take the fall for that. That wasn't done properly.
I think he may be disbarred because I think what he did was illegal.
Yeah, the way he did was illegal.
It's a bad scene. That's a bad scene of an
Damn. That's another hit for brothers too, man. I'm like, damn.
Bad scene.
No, it isn't.
No, it's for them conservatives. It's for them. We separate ourselves from them.
But the optics are terrible.
Did the same thing with the AG up in Indiana. He had to step down for I think he was messing around with like some 26-year-old intern or something like that, or
oh yeah,
he was a black guy too.
Yeah, he I can't remember his name. He's a black guy, was the Attorney General of Indiana.
Damn, man.
Yeah.
Is he married? Is he married as well?
Oh yeah, he had a family and everything. This guy's in his 50s.
It's one thing if you're single, they kind of let you slide a little bit better on that, even though they don't. When you walk around with wife, kids, family, getting caught out there slinging, that just looks horrible. But
well, it's like that black conservative sheriff that said he was on in Florida talking about he's law and order, and then he gets busted for raping women.
That shit is.
Yeah, he was the one talking about if these Antifa people come down there, I'm gonna deputize the whole county or something like that.
Exactly.
Florida. First Andrew Gilliam gets caught up. Oh my! I'm like, black man, come on, man.
Nah, you got some of these guys. Some of these guys are really they're out of their mind. They literally are out of their minds. But we can get these guys on that and work through that. But yeah, serious conversations have to be had. To anybody who didn't like this, debunk the stream. Debunk the stream.
Oh, we got another downvote, so I guess somebody didn't like the. I guess they didn't like the Stacey Dash comment.
Debunk.
You talking about Candace Owens? Fuck y'all.
Candace Owens. These women are clowns. But anyway, leave them out there to twist. Listen, I'm telling you, after this shit, in the next 2 weeks, they finish. And let's see what's gonna happen after this. What are they gonna be pulling out of the hat now? That's what's gonna be very interesting to see.
Well, they got that's an interesting point because they have no material to talk about except for women.
They finished.
Why don't you go back to talking about WAP? Why don't you go back to WAP tech support? You know y'all want to. You know you want to.
That's what it's going to be because guess what? Trump brought some entertainment to politics, whether you like it or not. He brought some ratings and entertainment, and he brought people who would normally not even care into the process. And now you're going to see, when they see it's not all these crazy headlines of the president said this, or, you know, he said this that was racially charged or something like that, you know, they're going to be like, oh, this is what it's all about.
They're going to take the Tommy Sotomayor. They're going to take the Tommy Sotomayor route. Watch. They will.
Well, Tommy's unique.
What's that route? What's that
Tommy's unique in his route.
We're talking about his route. Like, how so? How they gonna take his route? Like, what is his route?
Well, his route where he gonna pretty much be talking about the BT 1000, even though they can't talk his talking points, but they gonna be on that type of bullshit. That's what they gonna be.
Poor thing. Thing. Nah, I mean, but you have to realize, it's like, there's not going to be another one of those type of guys. He's an original.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
You're never going to beat out originals. You're never going to beat out originals.
Tommy occupies his own space. Tommy good at what he's very in that regard. He's good at what he does. Very few. So Candace and them, they ain't gonna be able to match that. But like I said, I think they go by way of the dodo bird, man. I think they finish. So that's kind of what I think. And
they all the way done. What we're doing is, rather than trying to figure out what parts of the foundation can be saved and what can't, just roll on in there with the damn blow torches and just start
cooking,
cutting this. Yeah. You just start cutting this piece of machinery apart. You just start splitting it open with the cutting torches.
Yeah.
Car crusher to your talking points.
Yeah.
Just make them into nice Maggle squares.
Yeah, no.
Just stack them up in the corner.
It's like taking an old ship that's been retired out, taking it to the boneyard. You know what I mean? Start to disassemble it from there, just like that. Break it down to scraps. Damn.
Yeah, man. Like Casino. Just, hey, man, you want to meet and talk about it? Hey, man, we can meet in the cornfield. Yeah, man, let's meet in the cornfield. Not a big deal.
I'll meet in the cornfield. Yeah, right here, man. Yeah, okay, all right there.
Yeah.
Going on, fellas.
No witnesses.
Wang, whoa. Yeah, hell yeah. Yeah, hell yeah. So bring him out to the cornfield. Bring him out to the cornfield.
Man, so that's just where we at, man. We finally have a voice to talk. We're on a brand new track record 2 days in. And all the people who are not serious about the process is talking about voter fraud or some dumbass.
Prove it. Prove it. The attorneys came. Prove this. They're doing the count right now with thousands of eyes on them. In fact, many of these counts are being live streamed. Many of them are being live streamed.
Is the count. Okay?
The count is the count. And they're live streaming the counts. They're live streaming it.
And what party is showing up to try to shut down these people counting the votes? What? You mean them law and order people want to shut down?
Law and order.
Law and order.
Try to bum rush the show. Bum rush the show. Damn. Bum rush the show.
Yeah, man.
Boom,
we just gotta, we gotta have this, like, we gotta take this size of game to the taxidermy. Like, look, I want to capture this moment.
Man, it's like what I said. Go ahead, my bad,
Michael. Go ahead, man. Go ahead.
I'm like, sir, I want to call this display "Steel Shines." Political shines. Political shines on display. Yeah.
And my thing is, if they some true conservatives, like I said, man, if I was looking at the TV, I'd be not even worried about it. Count is the count. I'll be looking my eyes on the House and the Senate. But they can't even do that. Your conservatives can't even do that. They can't even take their eyes off of it. Just look at the main prize, man.
They don't even know anything about the process in order to do those things.
They don't.
That's the problem.
They don't. Wow. They don't.
Like, listen. if they don't know who Michael Steele is, chances are they don't know who Bush Sr. is. Chances are they don't know who Lee Atwater is. And it's like,
No,
they
we
take
know
up
that
a
they don't.
side.
We know that we know that they don't know. It's already been tested. We've had these guys. We've had these guys in close quarters combat. Ask these guys these questions. They didn't know. So we know they don't know. We know.
Yeah, I mean, we cornered the guy on our no-style panel who apparently ran for office, and I just, went at him, but like when it came down to it, he didn't care about the history.
Yeah.
I'm like, so why would we be trying to have a policy discussion with somebody who don't care about history or policy?
Yeah.
Like, what's the point?
They think it's not relevant. They think it's not relevant.
Right, because there's models and views that comes with that, like running with that party and having those views. Like, why would you not care? Like,
that's how I had to do that. The past doesn't mean anything. No, that doesn't mean anything right now. What? I mean, it's hard to believe that people are saying this kind of stuff, but they are.
It isn't. No, it isn't. No, it ain't.
I find it hard to believe. I ain't gonna lie, MOT. I do find it hard to believe. I ain't gonna front, man. I find it hard to believe, man. It gets me so frustrated. I pop off sometimes when I shouldn't. Because I just can't go with this, man. Everything about what I learned in school, my own education, and so forth. You don't have to come off like you're some intellectual or whatever, but man, at least know what you're talking about if you're going to get out here and start talking about it. I'm not going to get out here and start talking about cars and how cars run and stuff like that, and not study and not study kind of how engines work or how a tranny works or whatever. I'm not going to get out here and talk.
I got a question. Anybody seen King Sigma? Huh? Right? Where that guy at?
Did you put up any life?
Wait, MOT. He wasn't a Trump supporter, was he?
He definitely my boy. He my boy. But I definitely think he ties in on the conservative game, and I
don't think he was a Trump supporter though, was he?
No, I'm just saying, where has he been? Because he's been awful quiet during this whole process.
I mean, MOT, he was the one that thought Minnesota was going to have like a revolution. So during that whole George Floyd thing.
Yeah, it didn't happen. It didn't quite come off. But I know he's studying. I know he's going. I know he's trying to get his degree. So I know he's trying to get his degree. So I'm sorry, even though the guys may disagree with him, he's on point the way it is. So I'm always going to support and have mad love for brothers like that. That I'm sorry. That's just how I feel. That's just the big brother and the dad in my ass. I support these young cats getting their educations. Now, there's a social level of education you have to get. There's education about being, about what's going on in society and culture, and that takes a little bit longer. But we help bring these cats along. But your brothers out here getting your education, man. I fucks with you heavy. It is what it is.
Yeah, I'm trying to. It's just that at the end of the day, once you learn the history, you don't have to learn it again. You don't have to be made a fool out of again. You can't just let some person just come along and just try to take your political ignorance and try to turn it into a check for them, because that's what they're doing in every other facet of the situation. So it's like, look, man, we got to be smart enough to make sure that we're not being taken advantage of. Not in general, but our own people. I know it feels good to think that you're going to make these women pay because child support and all that stuff is going to go away because of 7-2 Supreme Court. Turns out it's not the way it works. All you have to do is learn the way that it works.
Yep, that's the big piece. A lot of guys don't understand how this works, and that's to me that was the whole Ice Cube thing and everything else like that. Guys got to understand how things get done, and there's a process to everything that you do. So there's a big process here. The political game is it's a raw power game. I keep talking about Stacey Abrams. I know I keep bringing up. I know, dude, what are you talking about? This woman put together millions of votes, man. Man, in the face of horrific opposition, man.
After she lost.
After she lost, man. This is what she did. And stepped up to the plate and delivered. This is the game you got to be playing out here, man. They're not out of here
I say that program should be expanded on a 50-state initiative, starting off with the battleground states that was close this time around, and just keep it up. Keep it up. Keep it going. Have these people vote, practice, putting it in on time, making sure that it's counted, because from now on, they're going to have to count the votes every single election now, just like they did this one, because somebody tried to delegitimize the process.
Yeah.
On camera.
Yeah. Yeah. Motherfucking Brad's trying to tear it out the frame. I mean, this shit is crazy out here. So, will your supposedly will your republic, will your democracy will hold up underneath this? Looks like it is, but you see that there are those out here that are trying to destroy it. And these are your, like you said, these are your law and order people and so forth, trying to destroy the process because it's not working for them the way that they like.
Yeah.
Some crazy
law and order people who don't want people to count the votes. Yet they'll be in the militia. Okay.
Well, it's just like Thomas Jefferson said. The tree of liberty must be refreshed from the blood of tyrants and the blood of patriots.
And the tree of liberty. And today, man, you see why we can't come together. Because people don't want to own up to the history of what they're being a part of. And they don't want to be a team and tell anybody else what they're doing. Because when you don't want to coordinate, you're actually your own system onto yourself. And it was great because the same people who liked Trump never cared about voting in the first place. If you look at all these people now you have to learn about the whole process. You know what they did? Walked away from it. They don't really care about the system in title and in whole. They were just here to clout chase and look, I'm doing entertainment. Look, I'm a street dude. Look, I'm talking about politics. And it's like, okay, not impressed. But that's where we're at, man.
Yeah. No. That's exactly where we're at. And we call it out every time we see it. That's what I'm saying. I'm not getting on panels. Was that you who said it earlier? You see these guys get on panels, just get on off.
Yeah, leave.
Yeah,
leave
immediately.
Can't waste time.
Yeah, leave immediately.
Yeah, somebody. Who did it?
Yeah, no.
It was MOT.
No, that was me. Yeah, what's up?
Oh, yeah, MOT.
It was MOT, yeah. When they get on, you log off. That's how you said it.
Yeah, man. Yeah, you right about that shit, man. They no doubt.
Hey, leave them out there. The moment that Mike lost the debate to David Monroe, that should have been the end of us getting on panels with these people. I'm not trying to do anything.
With some of the stuff that was even,
and that's it.
With some of the stuff that was even said in that shit, I couldn't believe it. I was like, what? I know how Mike felt, but it was just like, oh man, that's just...
Yeah, but it delegitimized the whole platform.
Oh Jesus Christopher! I'm just listening to some of this stuff out here. It's scary, but I'm gonna get off in a minute. But debunk the stream. You can put all the thumbs down you want. Debunk the stream. Debunk it. Debunk it. Debunk the stream. Come in with hardcore facts and sources. Debunk the stream. Debunk it. Man.
Especially since we've been on panels with these individuals, man, and they have not. That's the thing, man. Like you do a whole flip flop right in front of our faces, like they say about the voter fraud. They cheated right in front of our faces. Well, you sat right here and had a whole 360 stance right in front of our faces. We know good and well you never had this stance before. You've been on panels with these people for 3 years, man, since 2017. Especially on BGS and shit. I'm like, come on, y'all. We know y'all out for the money, man. Y'all, like, come on, quit it. Stop.
At least some of them are honest about it. They'll tell you, I'm not going to do anything. I'm going to play some music until you guys pony up some cash. Put some tilling in. I felt like I was back in church.
Man.
It's I don't know what to tell you. I mean, I learned so much about human nature doing this presidency. It's just fascinating to watch how far people will go to sell out their own people.
And it's alarming too how many people like I said earlier, it just shows where the country is. People like you said, sell out their own people, but then people are gonna go along.
Yeah, exactly. Got a lot of, and that's what I'm saying. It's people out for themselves. I mean, I've always got on. And my thing is, like I said again, I will harp on both parties, man. Put their feet to the fire, man. Because I tell people, man, not everybody's agenda, even in that same party, has the same agenda as you. They will overthrow. They will undercut you within a minute. So my thing is that like all this, and that's why I say, man, I don't think you're gonna be able to correlate with those type of dudes. I'm sorry, that's just where I'm at.
Well, like I said, I'm gonna give them the benefit of the doubt, and I'm gonna monitor the. I'm gonna give them a week to get this crying out the system, and then see where they're at. You know, if they go back with going back to the black woman conversation, I know that they've shot their load and they're basically done.
It's about money for them. It's about cloud chasing, but cloud chasing get the money, play the game. I see what that's about. They're not serious. They're not serious about the stuff we're talking about here. They're not serious about us. They're not serious about that. You know that because it's just bigger than just as female. You know, we've knocked that out ad infinitum. So you know, you gotta take this thing beyond that. That's about where we should be. And this part, you know, you seeing this shit is life and death, man. So I don't, you know, I can't fuck with the dumb shit no more. You know, or what some babe thinks of me or whatever. I don't give a fuck. At the end of the day, what's going to help to advance our situation the best? Which is how we have to be thinking. This is a raw power game out here. That's what we're talking.
I mean,
raw power game. That's what we're talking.
There should be somebody in that group go and say, okay, let's go there and find out what this is what Trump promised, but then now he lost. But what is the GOP going to do for us to help them with the 2022? They're not doing that. I bet you they don't do that. I think we need to put the Democratic Party's thing to the thing and said, listen, you ain't got to pay for all those black men to go to college, but you can pay for those certificates and those community colleges and all that.
Yeah, I mean, because this stuff is pennies versus what they spend in the defense industry. Pennies.
Or what they spend in jail, $65,000 per person.
Per year, yeah.
Exactly.
Facts. And they spending more money than that than on the college education. You know, college education. So I mean, does that make sense? What kind of expenditure of dollars is that? Is that smart? Spend more money on a prison system than it is to educate your people? Think about that. I mean, so you know, there's we got a lot of stuff to be thinking about out here, man.
So is that fiscal conservatism in the actual name of it? Is it?
No, man, it's crazy. But it's not about that. I mean, I was reading one of my brothers told me he was reading an article. I wasn't reading, but my brother was reading an article somewhere. He was telling me that they said with this racism and this all this bullshit that these guys have tried to pull off on black people, it's cost the nation trillions of dollars, something like 12 to 18 trillion. And that's just based on
especially in productivity and all this other stuff that could have been done.
They've done a cost benefit analysis on this thing, and they said this shit has been exceedingly costly.
Racism is expensive, man.
Exceedingly costly. 18 trillion. This is
segregation.
Big money on fuckery. So I mean, this is what these people are about. And when you talk to these hood conservatives and all this kind of stuff, you start putting this shit in dollars and cents. These guys, you can't really talk to these guys about that because they don't fully comprehend this thing. You know, and they're out here and they're out here on a different purpose. I mean, I see it. I see it now. That's why, I'm not wasting time with it. With these guys, I'm with MOT. See them on the panel, keep it moving. I have to agree with that. We have to. If you're going to call yourself a thinking black man, it's about time for us to really start thinking. And you can see, put the wrong guy in office, not get certain things done for yourself. It's life and death. She could take your ass the fuck out of here. So,
But it's funny. I tell people this all the time. I said, now we look at the situation, and I'm saying, if it wasn't for this little bug, that dude would be still in office.
Yeah.
That's the scary thing.
Little bug.
It didn't matter what he did.
Yep.
It didn't matter what he did. He had a presidency ending situation every other week or every other month, and we just went through it. It felt like a dozen lifetimes went by just having this dude in office.
It certainly does. Certainly does.
So,
Seems like this guy got elected 20 years ago. I swear to God.
think about it. It's this one little thing. Now imagine if this thing was like Ebola, where people were just dropping. This thing, or the next one. The next one is coming out of China. It's just scary.
You don't know where the next
one.
That shit could come from here. We they say estimated really over 300,000 people have gotten knocked out of the box. So to keep the numbers low.
Yep.
So I mean, think about this: over 230,000 people waxed.
Dead.
Waxed.
That's a mass murder. That's a mass murder.
This is bigger than any fucking war we've been in.
Accidental mass murder.
And think about this. Think about this. In Africa, they got 1.2 billion people, but yet only 33,000 people died.
We're talking about a whole continent.
And only 33,000 people died in the whole continent of 1.2 billion from this.
Nobody's talking about it.
Oh no, they got doctors running around and collecting stools from Africans and trying to figure out, coming up with these dumb stories that because they're poor and all kinds of things. It's just.
They handled the thing right. They had Ebola. They had these terrible diseases that they've been through. They've been down the road. Taiwan, a country with millions of people, 7 deaths. How do you explain 7 fucking deaths? They're the leader on Earth right now. They're the leader amongst our species. Okay, and they never closed their economy down.
Yeah. One person said a real interesting thing in the chat. They said, Willa3R said, if I don't see David Perdue and Kelly Loeffler pander to different demographics in a potential runoff, then I know these Repubs are not serious about expanding their electorate base. Yep.
No, they're not.
See if they have that runoff. It'll be interesting to see if some of this rhetoric changes.
Yeah.
Well, and how is that possible? Because their operatives only know one way of doing it. Yeah. Charge. They don't know. There's not a thing where you can say, "Oh, let's sit down and find out their needs." No, this is just a charge.
Yeah, it certainly is.
Remember, they took the words from Goldwater, Lee Atwater, Karl Rove. It's the same thing.
Same strategy, bro.
They're like the Borg, basically.
No, they adopted that strategy 50 years ago, man, and they, and they have not stopped, man.
Yep.
They have not stopped. Drove himself in the ground with it. And see, this is Michael Steele. I've got tremendous respect for him and all that, but he hasn't called that shit out. Even his own party, he ain't called that out. He can't
do it. He can't do it.
Well, he should be able to. He should be able to. If you're gonna move, you're gonna have to get beyond that.
Yeah, especially now.
Got to call that out, fam.
Especially now, yeah. You're gonna have to.
You got to do that. These guys have to adapt a different strategy in the South. The South is more like the North now. This thing has changed. Well, they still run the Southern strategy in the North as well. But I'm saying is, they're gonna have to adopt some different stratagems now.
They got to. That blue wave came like a motherfucker, boy.
Yeah, dog. They're gonna have to adopt some different shit now. I'm all for the Republican Party rebuilding. You know,
man,
my brother.
and I was sitting over here, and you could never told me because I was like, I'm in Atlanta. I'm like, they said, oh man, it's gonna be blue. I'm like, get out of here, fuck out of here. They turned that motherfucker, and my county was the county to do it. Ain't that out of all places, man? It had to be my county that flipped it. I was like, wow.
They can't even show their face around the Manosphere, man. Dudes who have done this shit, who have been like, oh man, the dude's a troll, but he says what he means. And it's like, as soon as a plan that looked like socialism came across, they supported it, hands down. So it wasn't about plans and policy procedures. It was about a cult of personality. This is what happens when you believe in image more than substance. You always, I'm telling you, if you are an emotional thinker, this is the type of shit you'll end up in every single time. Some orange clown would come through and take your ignorance and turn it into a victory for them.
Yeah, for sure.
They didn't even care that they were being used. They didn't even care about that. The only thing they cared about was that they didn't have to risk anything. They didn't have to bring anything.
That's right.
They could just sit around and troll the people who actually cared about the process on both sides of it. Because they were so happy to be a part of something that they did not have to invest in.
That's exactly right.
That's
That is
man.
exactly right.
It's no harder than that. And if y'all want to have a lively debate, just come on up, man. Dude, nobody comes up. Everybody just want to talk their nonsense from the rafters, man. Like nobody comes up. Isn't that crazy? All these people who are right about everything and nobody comes up.
Well, you know, you got to set the atmosphere right. You got to dim the lights and talk about the women, and then they'll pile in here, and then they'll be ready to talk. But it ain't gonna be about the topic you wanted.
No, I guarantee you, I have 250 people in here when it comes to me burning up Platinum Elite tonight. I guarantee you.
He said the women. So, hey, I gotta ask something for them street conservatives out there. Why didn't y'all game flip the vote?
Oh yeah.
You mean the alpha? The alpha?
Bro, the alpha, the select man, yeah, man. They didn't flip the vote, Torch. I thought they were supposed to bow down. They had no choice.
Wow. Down goes game. Down goes game.
Damn.
Oh, so we got SKC is here.
SKC, come on up, baby. That's my frat. What's up, man?
Yeah, because at the end of the day, SKC is getting exactly what he wants, man.
He wants to see it burn.
Yeah. Like this is like every day is SKC-mas. Christmas, SKC-mas. Chaos-mas.
He's loving this.
Yes.
SKC, get on the panel, baby. Come on, man. Come on, frat.
Let me see where the link is at. Okay. Oh, I don't have the event, so somebody has to drop the link for him.
Hold on a second. I'll make you co-host.
You got the link for MOT?
Yeah, I do. I just got into North Carolina on I-40, so you know I'm up in the mountains, so I have to change to this tablet. AT&T works better in the mountains than Verizon do. That's why I got both. Hold on.
Ain't that the truth? Ain't that the truth, bro?
Yeah. But AT&T don't seem to work anywhere else, except for areas where it shouldn't.
They pissed off.
That's why I told him. I said, man, I ain't going out west no more. I'm tired of going up to Idaho and all that bull.
Oh yeah, man. That stuff blank out really quickly. Really quickly. All right, hold on a second. I got the link.
Yeah, I put it in there. I found it.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah.
Since y'all cook the conservative, man, pretty soon y'all be cooking the liberals. Just I'm calling it tonight.
Well, I'm coming with an agenda. I know what I want. I want one of those make labs in my area, so I can and teach kids robotics and things like that.
Yeah, because as soon as you set this stuff up, man, it'll get funded properly and correctly by the right people.
They
At the
got
end
some.
of the day, we're gonna want something out of it, man. Not a big deal. Not a big deal. But that's what it is, man.
Yep.
What it is.
And all you
So what
need
we're
is a
gonna do? We're
couple
gonna
of.
be getting ready to shut out here
All
in
right.
the next 5 minutes. I got to roll out.
Okay.
So I'll get my laptop out. Change the
Be like
name of
Ice,
this to the Shine Inquisition.
It's a Shine Inquisition.
The
Be like,
Shine Inquisition.
hey, Ice Cube, if you listening to this stream, man, hey, come join us, bro, so we can put together a plan, so we can do it the right way.
The Shine Inquisition.
Don't forget to put an image of a rack up there.
Yeah.
You said a rack.
A rack.
Yeah. A stockade with a stockade with a dude up in it, all sold up.
Shine Inquisition.
Hey, so when you do YouTube videos, you can only change the thumbnail on the laptop, correct? If I'm understanding correct, not the phone.
Well, I mean, you can do it on your phone. What?
No, I'm sorry. No. Go good. I'm sorry.
Right,
how long was this live stream for? I'm sorry.
All day. I have no idea. I think we got started maybe like 11 o'clock Eastern. It's like what? Damn, that's 7 o'clock. So, 8 hours of repeated mortar fire on this beach that these shines tried to come through the beaches of Normandy. We was tearing them up.
Oh shit!
Peeling wigs back. The wig collector. Collecting all types of shines. It just didn't make any sense. It showed the pure idiocy of black men. Whenever they wanted to see something and insert themselves in the process that they have no business being into, they just come and rush in, man. Some bullshit. Straight bullshit, man.
The wig collector.
No, I do no apologies. They're just gonna turn around and act like this shit never happened and move on to something else. Like that's the sad part about the shit right there, man. That I don't like is watching these people just come out, sashay and twerk, talk about something that they don't know about, and just get up out of here. And they have the nerve to keep saying that you need to respect the nigga hustle. Like, no. Perhaps you need to start respecting people and the hustle. Like, dude, listen, man, like our people ain't to be hustled, man.
Yeah.
Not at all.
Well,
that's why. My bad. Go ahead.
No, I'm just saying. You remember, they think all of us are suckers, and they think all of us are suckers.
They always have thought that.
Yeah, no doubt about.
That's why I said, man, ever since like the whole thing with the Manosphere and just how that divide. I mean, even with the talking points, man, I'm like, you had some people that sat right there, started off talking about matriarchal shit, but then had a whole 360 stand. So I'm like, so y'all just literally took problems.
They had a 360 deal.
Yeah, I'm like, y'all literally took issues that we actually had a legit concern and had a strategy to try to use to try to cap this shit, and y'all use it as a hustle. I'm like, nah, that's where I had an issue with it. Well, you can't knock nobody up. No, I have an issue when you take black men when we have concerns and issues and we need to formulate an organization and y'all sit over here and take that and then do a 360 to try to draw an audience. I know what y'all doing. That's
crazy, man. It's crazy, and that's why they want full carte blanche to do whatever they want to, man. So that way they can kind of do whatever they want to. And it's sad and it's sick and it's something that don't need to happen. So let me change this. So that's what we're going to call this. All right.
All right. I'm going to let you guys go. I'm going to go and feed
you got any
my
last words? You got last
Now,
words before
hey,
you get up out of here?
guys, I'm like I said, I'm good hearing from you guys. It's been a couple of months, you know. Nagone, I'll see you in Brazil.
Man, espero que, amigo.
And MOT, one day, man, one day we'll meet up.
Yeah.
All right. I'll see you guys later on.
All right.
And to the rest, who's it? Pharaoh and
Yeah, what's good,
Renaissance and DE. I'll send you some more emails, man.
Nah, yeah, I'm on the stream. You guys drop some nice stuff too, man. I like it.
Well, you know, we keep it in touch. All right, later.
All right, man. So here's what we got. It's gonna be called the 2020 Manosphere election fallout, the Shine Inquest.
I'll just end mine. Be like, thank y'all, brothers. Appreciate you, MOT. Appreciate you, Nagone, man. You brothers always enlightened, man. I get my sharpness from you guys, the TVBT, man. I mean, especially when I go out in the real world and speak the same things, you know, talk the same logic as you guys, and people just don't understand, man. And I get met with the same thing, emotionalism, and pretty much it's
what about ism? What about ism?
What about ism?
No. Like it's like this. As soon as you start talking, all of a sudden it turns into, well, what about this and what about that? I'm like, dude, did you even hear the question?
Yeah.
Did you hear the question? And I was like, well, I can't answer this question. I must double back and do all this other stuff. And it's like, man, you can't talk to these people, man, because they ain't got no interest in. Hold on a second before we get up out of here. Let me go back into this. Hold on a second. I want to show the actual numbers for the stream on the screen. So hold on a second. While we're waiting here, see who we got. So Black Torch is out. Let me see who else we got in here. We're gonna go to Nagone last. DE Raptor, you got anything else before we get up out of here, man?
Yeah, bro. I hope you kept that map from when you called this election, because
I did. It was a community tab. It's in my community tab. I haven't deleted it.
I mean, I was shaking my head 2 days ago when I saw Trump.
Man.
I was starting to say, oh no, this can't be happening. But it looked like anyway, I hope you kept it, and you can use that as a backdrop. Anytime these conservatives show up talking trash.
Oh no. That's what the track record is about. The track record is about, and the track record is there, so that way you can track everything I say and what I talk about.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, thanks for having me on, and hope you guys stay safe. You know, you're on the road with all this foolishness going on. All right.
Yeah, man, I was on the road all day while doing this. Well, people claim that people ain't doing stuff while stuff is going on, man. It's like, nah, man, it's just that I've mastered the art of doing a whole bunch of things at the same time. So, yeah, so that's what it is, and that's what the figures look like right now. So,
what are the figures? I can't see them too good. Oh, okay.
Yeah, so we're at. I got to refresh it for like the people who are currently concurrent viewers and the likes concurrent. That $172 super chats and $374 playback. I don't know how many of those actually people watched, but that's where we're on, man. And so that way,
how many people did you have in the chat today? How many people we have in the chat?
I mean, you know, it got up to, hold on, it should say concurrent live viewers. Hold on a second. Viewer activity. No, that's super chats. Analytics. Concurrent viewers. I don't know. It should be up here somewhere. It was slightly over 100 a couple of times at two different points in the stream, but people were popping in and out, I guess, all day because we've been on here. It says damn near 9 hours. So yeah. Yeah, so that's what it is. So you got anything else before we go, Pharaoh? Or did he drop off already? No, man, it's just you. You got anything else before we get up out of here, man?
Nah, man. I think that's pretty much it. Great stream. It was live and direct. We addressed a lot of things, and I think it was good for us to do that. And just keep moving, man. Let's just keep pressing on. That's it.
Again, this is the point to where we're going to start going over Biden's platform. We're going to go back over his platform again before the week's out, so that way you can see what he planned on doing. We're going to cover the transition as soon as they make an official announcement, so that way you can be able to hear what type of people that's going to be in what type of places in the new government that's going to be taking over January 20th at 12 p.m. So, with everybody who came through, thanks for everybody who super chatted to the stream. And it's vitally important that we pay attention to the track records of the people in this space. This ain't a space for you to become full-time, start sashaying your ass around here and trying to mislead our people, man. All you got to do is teach people the right thing, and we could be able to move forward. Like I said, I've already made my money outside of YouTube, and I really don't give a shit about anybody trying to make their money on YouTube, because you're going to come here and destroy a mission that could actually help men that is actually misleading the actual boys. And the actual boys only respect the same whole shit, numbers, likes, and views and shit. And they don't even get to the real information, because that's just how our culture is set up. But I'm trying to work to actually change that with my platform. So I want to thank you guys for coming through. I'm the man tomorrow. Like, share, comment, subscribe. You guys have a really nice day, man. Peace.